Hey gamers, back with another unscripted part because I had to split this video in two because I didn't know there was a time limit to making YouTube videos, which is 12 hours. So this is the start of part two. And you know, the next bit that you're about to see is something I hope people would discover just with watching the full 15 hours. But since the 15 hours is not possible, well, you're just gonna have to check it out for yourself right here. So, you know, I'm just gonna let you know what my little secret thing I put in is. In between each part of the video, I put in like a little skit, you know. But whatever. You were supposed to figure that out on your own, but it's whatever now. You know the secret. I just spoiled the Easter egg. Oh. But whatever, it was gonna spoil itself at any time. So the next part isn't gonna make sense unless you've seen the other two little secret little bits I put in the last video. So, whatever, I guess. You know, it is what it is. Yeah.
Whew. It appears I got away from the situation I was in earlier, and also part 3 is over. I'm starting to think that there might not just be another person with me, but some sort of supernatural force as well. And when there's supernatural forces, you know who to call. Oh, looks like we don't have the budget for those guys. Guess I'll have to investigate myself. Hello? I'm back in the spooky hallway again. If there's any ghosts out there, you'd better reveal yourself. Ah! Also, part 4 is gonna start now. Ah! Chapter 26, Dreamland Knitting made her sleepy today. Even bar talk would have made her sleepy, and it wasn't bar talk on the little phonograph. It was Bach. Her hands grew slower and slower, and at the time her son was making the acquaintance of room 217's long-term resident. The yarn and needles rose in the slow time of her breathing. Her sleep was deep and she did not dream. Jack Torrance had fallen asleep too, but his sleep was light and uneasy, populated by dreams that seemed too vivid to be mere dreams. They were certainly more vivid than any dreams he had ever had. Before his eyes had begun to get heavy as he leafed through packets of milk bills, 100 to a packet, seemingly tens of thousands altogether, yet he gave each one a cursory glance. Afraid that by not being thorough, he might miss exactly the piece of the overlook he needed to make the mystic connection that he was sure must be here. Somewhere he felt like a man with a power cord in one hand, groping around a dark and unfamiliar room for a socket. If he could find it, he would be rewarded. With a view of wonders, he had come to grips with Alice Shockley's phone call and his request, his strange experience in the playground that helped him do that had been too darn close to some kind of breakdown. And if he was convinced that it was his mind in revolt against Al's gosh darn handed request that he chuck his book project, it had maybe been a signal that his own sense of self-respect could only be pushed so far before disintegrating entirely. He would write the book if it meant the end of his association with Al Shockley. That would have to be. He would write the hotel's biography, write it straight from the shoulder, and the introduction would be his hallucination that the topiary animals had moved. The title would be uninspired but workable. Strange Resort. The story of the Overlook Hotel, straight from the shoulder, yes, but it would not be written vindictively in any effort to get back at Al or Stuart Ullman or George Hatfield or his father, miserable, bullying drunk that he had been, or anyone else for that matter. He would write it because the Overlook had enchanted him. Could any other explanation be so simple or so true? He would write it for the reason he felt that all great literature, fiction and non-fiction, was written. Truth comes out, in the end it always comes out. He would write it because He felt it had to 500 gallons whole milk, 100 gallons skim milk, PD bill to account, 300 pints orange juice. PD slipped down farther in his chair, still holding a clutch of the recipes, but his eyes no longer looking at what was printed. There they had come unfocused, his lids were slow and heavy, his mind had slipped from the overlook to his father, who had been a male nurse at the Berlin Community Hospital, big man, a fat man who had towered to 6 feet 2 inches. He had been taller than Jack even when Jack got his full growth of 6 feet, even not that the old man would still been around. Then runt of the litter, he would say, and then cuff Jack lovingly and laugh. There had been 2 older brothers, both taller than their father, and Becky, who at 5'10", had only been 2 inches shorter than Jack, and taller than he for most of their childhood. His relationship with his father had been like the unfurling of some flower of beautiful potential, which when wholly unopened turned out to be a blighted inside. Until he had been 7, he had loved the tall, big-bellied man uncritically and strongly, in spite of the spankings, the black and blues, the occasional black eye. He could remember velvet summer nights, the house quiet, oldest brother Brett out with the girl, middle brother Mike studying something, Becky and their mother were in the living room watching something on the bulky old TV, and he would sit in the hall, dressed in a pajama singlet and nothing else, ostensibly playing with his trucks, actually waiting for the moment when the silence would be broken by the door swinging open with a large bang. The bellow's father's welcome when he saw Jackie still waiting. He owned happy sweet wheel. In answer at this big man came down the hall, his pink scalp glowing beneath his crew cut in the glow of the light. In that light, he always looked like some soft and flapping, oversized ghost in his hospital whites, the shirt always untucked and sometimes bloody, the pants, cuffs drooping over the black shoes. His father would sweep him into his arms, and Jackie would be propelled deliriously upward so fast it seemed he could feel air pressure settling against his skull like a cap made out of lead, up and up, both of them crying elevator, elevator. And there had been nights when his father, in his drunkenness, had not stopped the upward lift of his slab muscled arms soon enough, and Jackie had gone right over his father's flat-topped head like a human projectile to crash land on the hall floor behind his dad. But on other nights, his father would only sweep him into a giggling ecstasy through the zone of air where beer hung around his father's face like a mist of raindrops, to be twisted and turned and shaken like a laughing rag, and finally to be set down on his feet, hiccuping with reaction. The receipt slipped from his relaxing hand and seesawed down through the air to land lazily on the floor, his eyelids, which had settled shut with his father's image tattooed on their backs like stereopticon images, opened a little bit and then slipped back down again. He twitched a little, consciousness like the receipts, like autumn aspen leaves, seesawed lazily downward. That had been the first phase of his relationship with the father, and as it was drawing to its end, he had become aware that Becky and his brothers, all of them older, hated the father, and that their mother, a nondescript woman who rarely spoke above a mutter, only suffered him because her Catholic upbringing said that she must in those days. It not seem strange to Jack that the father won his all arguments with his children by the use of his fists. It not seem strange that his own love should go hand in hand with his fear of the elevator game, which might end in a splintering crash on any given night. Fear that his father, bearing good humor on his day off, might suddenly change to boorish bellowing and the smack of his good right hand, and sometimes he remembered he had even been afraid that his father's shadow might fall over him while he was at play. It was near the end of this phase that he began to notice that Brett never brought his dates home, or Mike and Becky and their chums' love began To curl at 9 when father put his mother into the hospital with his cane. He had begun to carry the cane a year earlier when a car accident had left him lame. Again, after that, he was never without it. Long and black and thick and cold-headed. Now dozing, Jack's body twitched and remembered. Cringe at the sound. It made in the air a murderous swish, and its heavy crack against the wall or against flesh. He had beaten their mother for no good reason at all. Suddenly, and without warning, they had been at the supper table. The cane had been standing by this chair. It was a Sunday night at the end of a 3-day weekend for Daddy, a weekend which he had boozed away in his usual inimitable style. Roast chicken, peas, mashed potatoes. Daddy at the head of the table, his plate heaped high, snoozing or nearly snoring. His mother passing plates, and suddenly Daddy had been wide awake, his eyes set deeply onto their fat eye sockets, glittering with the kind of stupid, evil petulance. They flickered from one member of the family to the next, and the vein in the center of his forehead was standing out prominently. Always a bad sign, one of his large freckled hands had dropped to the gold knob of the cane, caressing it. He said something about coffee. To this day, Jack was sure it had been coffee that his father said. Mama had opened her mouth to answer, and then the cane was whickering through the air, smashing against her face. Blood splurted from her nose. Becky screamed. Mama's spectacles dropped into her gravy. The cane had been drawn back, had come down again, this time on top of her head, splitting the scalp. Mama had dropped onto the floor. He had been out of his chair and around to where she lay dazed on the carpet, brandishing the cane, moving with a fat man's grotesque speed and agility, little eyes flashing, jowls quivering as he spoke to her, just as he has always spoken to his children during such outbursts. Now, by Christ, I guess you'll take your medicine now. Gosh darn puppy, well, come on and take your medicine. The cane had gone up and down on her several more times before. Brett and Mike got a hold of him, dragged him away, wrestled the cane out of his hands. Jack, little Jackie, now he was little Jackie, now dozing and mumbling on a cobwebby camp chair while the furnace roared into hollow life behind him. He knew exactly how many blows it had been because each soft whump against his mother's body had been engraved on his memory like the irrational wipe of a chisel or stone. 7 whumps, no more or less. He and Becky crying, unbelieving, looking at their mother's spectacles lying in her mashed potatoes, one cracked lens smeared with gravy. Brett shouting at Daddy from the back hall, telling him he'd kill him if he moved, and Daddy saying over and over, "Dang little puppy, dang little whelp, give me my cane, you dang little pup, give it to me." Brett brandishing it hysterically and saying, "Yes, yes, I'll give it to you, you move a little bit and I'll give it to you all you want, 2 extra. I'll give you plenty." Mama getting slowly to her feet, days her face already too plump and swelling like an old tire with too much air in it, bleeding in 4 or 5 different places. And she had said a terrible thing, perhaps the only thing Mama had ever said which Jackie could recall word for word. "Who's got the newspaper? Your daddy wants the funnies. Is it raining yet?" And then she sank to her knees again, her hair hanging in her puffed and bleeding face. Mike calling the doctor, babbling into the phone. Could he come right away? Was their mother? No, he couldn't say what the trouble was. Not over the phone, not over a party line. He couldn't just come. The doctor came and took Mama away to the hospital where Daddy had worked all his adult life. Daddy sobered, some or perhaps only with the stupid cutting of any hard-pressed animal, told the doctor she had fallen downstairs. There was blood on the tablecloth because he had tried to wipe her dear face with it. Had her glasses flown away through the living room and into the dining room to land into her mashed potatoes and gravy. The doctor asked with some kind of horrid, grinning sarcasm, "Is that what happened, Mark? I have heard folks who can get a radio station on the gold fillings, and I have seen a man get shot between the eyes and lived to tell the tale about it, but that is a new one to me." Daddy had merely shook his head and said he didn't know. They must have fallen off her face. When he brought her into the dining room, the 4 children had been stunned to silence by this calm stupendous love the lie. 4 days later, Brett had quit his job in the mill and joined the army. Jack had always felt it was not just the sudden and irrational beating his father had administered at the dinner table, but the fact that in the hospital their mother had corroborated their father's story while holding the hand of the parish priest. Revolted, Brett had left them to whatever might come. He had been killed in Dong Ho province in 1965. The year when Jack Torrance, undergraduate, had joined the active college agitation to end the war. He had waved his brother's bloody shirt at rallies that were increasingly well attended, but it was not Brett's face that hung before his eyes when he spoke. When he spoke, it was his mother's dazed, uncomprehending face. His mother saying, "Who's got the newspaper?" Mike escaped 3 years later. When Jack was 12, he went to UNH on a hefty merit scholarship. A year later, that after their father died of a sudden massive stroke, which occurred while he was prepping a patient for surgery. He had collapsed in flapping and untucked hospital Whitestead, possibly even before he hit the industrial black and red hospital tiles. And 3 days later, the man who had dominated Jackie's life, the irrational white god, ghost god, was underground. The stone red Mark Anthony Torrance loving father. To that, Jack would have added one line. He knew how to play elevator. There had been a great lot of insurance money. There are the people who collect insurance as compulsively as others who collect coins and stamps, and Mark Torrance had been that type. The insurance money came in at the same time. The monthly policy payments and liquor bills stopped. For 5 years they had been rich, nearly rich. In his shallow, uneasy sleep, his face rose before him, as if in a glass, his face, but not his face, the wide eyes and innocent bowed mouth of a boy sitting in the hall with his trucks, waiting for his daddy, waiting for the white ghost god, waiting for the elevator to rise up with dizzying, exhilarating speed through the salt, and all dismissed of the exhausted taverns, waiting press for it to go crashing down, spilling old clock springs out of his ears while his daddy roared with laughter, and it transformed into Danny's face so much like his own had been. His eyes had been light blue, while Danny's were cloudy gray, but the lips still made a bow, and the complexion was fair. Danny was in his study, wearing training pants, all his papers soggy, and the fine misty smell of beer rising, a dreadful batter, all in ferment, rising on the wings of yeast, the breath of the tavern, snap of bone, his own voice. Mewling drunkenly, "Danny, you okay, Doc? Oh God, your poor sweet arm," and that face transformed into Mama's dazed face, rising up from below the table, punched and bleeding, and Mama was saying, "From your father, I repeat, an enormously important announcement. From your father, please stay tuned or tune immediately to Happy Jack frequency, repeat. Tune immediately to the happy hour frequency, I repeat." A slow dissolved disembodied voices echoing up to him as if along an endless cloudy hallway. "Things keep getting in the way, dear Tommy. Medic, are you here? I've been sleepwalking again, my dear. It's the inhuman monsters that I fear. Excuse me, Mr. Ullman, but this isn't the office with its file cabinets, Ullman's big desk, a blank reservations book for the next year already in place. Never misses a trick, that Ullman. All the keys hanging nearly on their hooks, except for one. Which one? Which key? Passkey. Who's got the passkey? If we went upstairs, perhaps we'd see." And the too big way radio on its shelf, he snapped it on CB transmissions coming in short, crackly bursts. He switched the band and dialed across bursts of music, news, a preacher haranguing, a softly moaning congregation, a weather report, and another voice, which he dialed back to, was his father's voice. "Kill him, you have to kill him, Jackie, and her too, because a real artist must suffer, because each man kills the thing he loves, because they'll always be conspiring against you, trying to hold you back and drag you down right this minute. That boy of yours isn't where he should be. Trespassing, that's what he's doing. He's a gosh darn little pup. Cane him in for it. Jackie, cane him within an inch of his life. Have a drink, Jackie, my boy. And we'll play the elevator game, then I'll go with you while you give him his medicine. I know you can do it, of course you can. You must kill him. You have to kill him, Jackie, and her too. because a real artist must suffer because each man, his father's voice going up and higher, higher, becoming something maddening, not human at all, something squealing and petulant and maddening. The voice of the ghost god, the pig god, coming dead at him out of the radio, and no, he screamed back, "You're dead, you're in your grave, you're not me at all," because he had cut all the father out of him. It was not right that he should come back creeping through this hotel 2,000 miles from the New England town where his father had lived and died. He raised the radio up and brought it down, and it smashed on the floor, spilling old clock springs and tubes like the result of some crazy elevator game gone well awry, making his father's voice gone, leaving only his voice. Jackie's voice, chanting in the cold reality of the office, "Dead, you're dead," and the startled sound of Wendy's feet hitting the floor over his head. And Wendy's startled, frightened voice, Jackie stood blinking down at the shattered radio. Now there was only the snowmobile in the equipment shed to link them to the outside world. He put his hands over his eyes and clutched at his temples. He was getting a headache. Chapter 27, catatonic. Wendy ran down the hall in her stocking feet and ran down the main stairs to the lobby 2 at a time. She didn't look up at the carpeted flight that led to the 2nd floor, but if she had, she would have seen Danny standing at top of them, still and silent, his unfocused eyes directed out to different spaces, his thumb in his mouth, his collar and shoulders of his shirt damp. There were puffy bruises on his neck, and just below his chin, Jack's cries had ceased, but that did nothing to ease her fear. Ripped out of her sleep by his voice raised in that old hectoring pitch she remembered so well, she still felt that she was dreaming, but another part knew she was awake. And that terrified her more. She half expected to burst into the lobby in the office and find him standing over Danny's sprawled out body. Drunk and confused, she pushed through the door, and Jack was standing there, rubbing at his temples with his fingers. His face was ghost white. The two-way CB radio lay at his feet. In a sprinkling of broken glass, "Wendy?" he asked uncertainly. "Wendy?" The bewilderment seemed to grow, and for a moment she saw his true face, the one he ordinarily kept so well hidden. It was the face of a desperate unhappiness, the face of an animal caught in a snare beyond its ability to decipher and render harmless. Then the muscles began to work, began to writhe under the skin, the mouth began to tremble, and firmly the Adam's apple began to rise and fall. Her own bewilderment and surprise were overlain by a shock. She was going to cry. She had seen him cry before, but not since he stopped drinking, and never in those days unless he was very drunk and pathetically remorseful. He was a tight man, drum-tight in his loss of control. Frightened her all over again. He came toward her, tears brimming over his face, lower of lids, now his face shaking involuntarily as if in a fruitless effort to ward off this emotional storm, and his chest drew in a convulsive gasp that was expelled in a huge, racking sob. His feet, clad in hush puppies, stumbled over the wreck of the radio, and he almost fell into her arms, making her stagger back with his weight. His breath blew into her face, and that was no smell of liquor on it, of course not. There was no liquor up here. "What's wrong?" she held him as best as she could. "Jack, what is it?" But he could do nothing at first, but sobbed clinging to her, almost crushing the wind from her. His head turning on her shoulder in that helpless shaking, warding off gesture. His sobs were heavy and fierce. He was shuddering all over her, his muscles jerking beneath his plaid shirt and jeans. "Jack, tell me what's wrong?" At last the sobs began to change themselves into words, most of them incoherent at first, but coming clearer as the tears began to expand themselves. "Dream, I guess it was dream. It was so real. It was my mother saying that Daddy was going to be on the radio, and he was telling me to, I don't know, but he was yelling at me, so I broke the radio to shut him up. He's dead. I won't want him to dream about him. He's dead. My God, Wendy, my God. I never had a nightmare like that. I never want to have another one. Christ, it was awful. You just fell asleep in the office." No, not here. Downstairs, he was straightening a little now, his weight coming off of her, and the steady back and forth motion of his head. First slowed and then stopped. I was looking down through those old papers sitting on a chair I set up down there, milk receipts, dull stuff. And I guess I just drowsed off. That's when I started to dream. I must have been sleepwalked up here. He essayed a shaky little laugh against her neck. Another first. Where's Danny? Jack, I don't know. Isn't he with you? He wasn't downstairs with you. He looked over his shoulder and his face tightened at what he saw on her face. Never going to let me forget that. Are you, Wendy? Jack, when I'm on my deathbed, you'll lean over and say it serves you right. Remember the time you broke Danny's arm? Jack, what? He asked hotly and jumped to his feet. Are you denying that what you're thinking? That I could hurt him? That I heard him once before and I could hurt him again. I want you to know where he is. That's all. Go ahead. Yell your freaking head off. That'll make everything okay, won't it? She turned and walked out the door while he watching her go, frozen for a moment. A blotter covered with fragments of broken glass in one hand. Then he dropped it to the wastebasket. It went after her and caught her by the lobby desk. He put his hands on her shoulders and turned around. His face was carefully set. Wendy, I'm sorry. It was a dream. I'm upset. Forgive. Of course, she said, her face not changing expression. Her wooden shoulders slipped out of her hands as she walked toward the middle lobby. Hey, Doc. Where are you? Silence came back. She walked toward the double lobby doors, opened one of them, and stepped out onto the path Jack had shoveled. It was more like a trench. The packed and drifted snow through which the path was cut came to her shoulders. She called him again, her breath coming back in a white plume. When she came back, and she had begun to look around, scared, controlling his irritation with her. He reasonably, are you sure he's not sleeping in his room? I told you he was playing down somewhere. When I was knitting, I could hear him downstairs. What? Did you fall asleep? What's that got to do with it? Yes, Danny. Did you look in the room when you came downstairs just now? She stopped. He nodded. I didn't really think so. He started up the stairs without waiting for her. She followed him, half running, but he was taking the risers two at a time. She almost crashed into his back when he came to a dead stop on the first floor landing. He was rooted there, looking up, his eyes wide. What? She began and followed his gaze. Danny stood still there, his eyes blank, sucking his thumb. The marks on his throat were cruelly visible in the light of the hall's electric flambeau. Danny, she shrieked. It broke Jack's paralysis, and they rushed up the stairs together to where he stood. Wendy fell on her knees beside him and swept the boy into her arms. Danny came pliantly enough, but he did not hug her back. It was like hugging a padded stick, and the sweet taste of horror flooded her mouth. He only sucked his thumb and stared with a different blankness out into the stairwell beyond both of them. Danny, what happened, Jack? Asked he, put out his hand to touch the puffy side of Danny's neck. Who did this to you? Don't touch him, Wendy hissed. She clutched Danny in her arms, lifted him, had retreated halfway down the stairs before Jack could do more than stand up, confused. What, Wendy? What the heck are you talking about? Don't touch him. I'll kill you if you lay your hands on him again, Wendy, you bastard. She learned and ran down the rest of the stairs to the first floor. Danny's head jolted mildly up and down as she ran. His thumb was lodged securely in his mouth. His eyes were soaked windows. She turned right at the foot of the stairs, and Jack heard her feet retreat to the end of it. The bedroom door slammed. The bolt was run home. The lock turned. Brief silence, then the soft muttered sounds of comforting. He stood for an unknown length of time, literally paralyzed by all that had happened in such a short space of time. His dream was still with him, painting everything slightly unreal shade. It had been as if he'd taken a very mild mescal hit. Had he Maybe hurt Danny is when he thought he tried to strangle his son at his dead father's request. No, he would never hurt Danny. He fell down the stairs. Doctor, he would never hurt Danny now. How could I know the bug bomb was defected? Never in his life he had been willingly vicious when he was sober, except when he'd almost killed George Hatfield. No, he cried into the darkness. He brought both fists crashing down onto his legs again and again and again when he sat in an overstuffed chair by the window with Danny on her lap, holding him, crooning the old meaningless words, the ones you never remember afterward, no matter how a thing turns out. He had folded onto her lap with neither protest nor gladness, like a paper cut out of himself, and his eyes didn't even shift toward the door when Jack cried out no somewhere in the hallway. The confusion had receded a little bit in her mind, but now she discovered even something worse behind it. Panic. Jack had done this, she had no doubt of it. His denials meant nothing to her. She thought it was perfectly possible that Jack had tried to throttle Danny in his sleep, just as he smashed the CB radio in his sleep. He was having a breakdown of some kind, but what was she going to do about it? She couldn't stay locked in here forever. They would have to eat. There was really only one question, and it was asked in a mental voice of utter coldness and pragmatism. The voice of her maternity, cold and passionless voice. Once it was directed away from the close circle of her mother and child and out toward Jack. It was a voice that spoke of self-preservation only after son preservation, and its question was how dangerous is he? He had denied doing it. He had been horrified at the bruises and Danny's soft and implacable disconnection. If he had done it, a separate section of himself had been responsible. The fact that he had done it when he was asleep was, in a terrible, twisted way, encouraging, wasn't it? Possible that he could be trusted to get them out of here, to get them down and away, and after that, but she could see no further than she and Danny arriving safe at Dr. Edmund's office in SiIvaGunner. She had no particular need to see further. The present crisis was more than enough to keep her occupied. She crooned to Danny, rocking him on her breast. Her fingers on his shoulder. Had noticed that his t-shirt was damp then, but she had not bothered reporting the information to her brain in more than a cursory way. If it had been reported, she might have remembered that Jack's hands, as he had hugged her in the office and sobbed against her neck, had been dry. It might have given her pause, but her mind was still on other things. The decision had to be made to approach Jack or not. Actually, it was not much of a decision. There was nothing she could do alone. Not even carry Danny down to the office and call for help on the CB radio. He had suffered a great shock. He ought to be taken out quickly before any permanent damage could be done. She refused to let herself believe that the permanent damage might already have been done, and she had agonized over it, looking for another alternative. She did not want to put Danny back within Jack's reach. She was aware now that she had made one bad decision when she let it go on against her feelings, and Danny's allowed the snow to close them in for Jack's sake. Another bad decision was when she had shelved the idea of divorce. Now she was nearly paralyzed by the idea that she might be making another mistake, one she would regret every minute of every day of the rest of her life. There was not a gun in place. There were knives hanging out from the magnetized runners in the kitchen, but Jack was between her and them in her striving to make the right decision, to find the alternative. The bitter irony of her thoughts did not occur an hour ago. She had been asleep, firmly convinced that things were alright and soon would even be better. Now she was considering the possibility of using a butcher knife on her husband if he tried to interfere with her and his son. At last, she stood up with Danny in her arms, her legs trembling. There was no other way. She would have to assume that Jack awake was Jack sane, and that he would help her to get Danny down to SiIvaGunner and Dr. Edmonds, and if Jack tried to do anything but help, God help him. She went to the door, unlocking it, shifting Danny to up to her shoulder. She opened it and went into the hall. Jack, she called nervously and got no answer. Without growing trepidation, she walked down to the stairwell, but Jack was not there. As she stood there on the landing, wondering what to do next, the singing came up from below. Rich, angry, bitter, satiric, roll me over in the clover. Romeo, lay me down and do it again. She had frightened even more by the sound of him than she had been by the silence, but there was no alternative. She started down the stairs. Chapter 28. It was her. Jack had stood on the stairs listening to the crooning, comforting sounds coming muffled through the locked door. Slowly, his confusion had given way to anger. Things had never really changed. Not to Wendy. He could be out for the juice for 20 years, and still, when she came home at night and she embraced him at the door, she would sense that little flare of her nostrils as she tried to divine scotch or gin fumes riding at the outbound train of his exhaustion. She was always going to assume the worst if he and Danny got in a car accident with a drunken blind man who had just stroked just before the collision. She would silently blame Danny's injuries on him and turn away her face as she had snatched Danny away. It rose up before him, and he suddenly wanted to wipe the anger that had been on it with his fist. She had no gosh darn right, yes, at first, but he had been a lush. He had done terrible things. Breaking Danny's arm has even a terrible thing, but if a man reforms, doesn't he deserve to leave his reformation credited sooner or later? And if he doesn't get it, doesn't he deserve the game to go with the name? If a father constantly accuses his virginal daughter of screwing every boy in junior high, must she not at last grow weary enough of it to earn her scoldings? If a wife secretly and not so secretly continues to believe that her teetotaling husband is a drunk, he got up, walked slowly down to the first door landing, and stood there. For a moment, he took his handkerchief from his back pocket, wiped his lips with it, and considered going down and pounding on the bedroom door, demanding to be let in so he could see his son. She had no right to be so gosh darn high-handed. Well, sooner or later, she'd have to come out unless she planned a radical sort of diet for the two of them. A rather ugly grin touched his lips at the thought. Let her come to him. She would in time. He went downstairs to the ground floor, stood aimlessly by the lobby desk for a moment, then turned right. He went into the dining room, stood just by inside the door. The empty tables, the white linen cloths, neatly cleaned and pressed beneath their clear plastic covers, glimmered up at him. All was deserted now, but dinner will be served at 8 p.m. Unmasking and dancing at midnight. Jack walked among the tables, momentarily forgetting his wife and son upstairs, forgetting the dream, the smashed radio, the bruises. He trailed his fingers over the slick plastic dust covers, trying to imagine how it must have been on that hot August night in 1945. The War won. The future stretching ahead so various and new, like a land of dreams. The bright and party-colored Japanese lantern hung the length of the circular drive, the gold-yellow light spilling from these high windows that were now drifted over with snow. Men and women in costume, here a glittering princess, there a high-booted cavalier, flashing jewelry and flashing wit everywhere, dancing, liquor flowing freely, first wine and then cocktails and then perhaps Boilermakers, and the level of conversation going up and up and up until the jolly cry rang out from the bandmaster's podium, and the cry of unmask, unmask. And the Red Death House way, he found himself standing on the other side of the dining room, just outside the stylized batwing doors of the Colorado Lounge, where on that night in 1945, all the booze would have been free. Belly up the bar, partner, the drinks are on the house. He stepped through the batwings into the deep folded shadow of the bar, and a strange thing occurred. He had been in here before, once, to check the inventory sheet Ullman had left, and he knew the place had been stripped clean. The shelves were totally bare, but now lit only murkily by the light which filtered through from the dining room, which was itself only dimly lit because of the snow blocking the windows. He thought he saw ranks and ranks of bottles twinkling mutely behind the bar siphons, and even beer dripping from the spigots of all highly polished taps. Yes, he could even smell beer, the damp and fermented and yeasty odor, no different from the smell that had hung finely misted around his father's face Every night when he came home from work, eyes widening, he fumbled for the wall switch, and the low illuminate bar lighting came on. Circles of 20-watt bulbs implanted on the tops of 3 wagon wheel chandeliers. Overhead, the shelves were all empty. They had not even as yet gathered a coat of dust. The beer taps were dry, and the chrome drains behind them. To his left and right, the velvet upholstered booths stood like men with high backs, each one designed to give a maximum of privacy to the couple inside. Straight ahead, across the red carpeted floor, 40 bar stools stood across the horseshoe-shaped bar. Each stool was upholstered in leather and embossed with cattle brand Circle H bar D bar that was fitting rocking W. Lazy B, he approached it, giving his head a little shake of bewilderment as he did so. It was like that day on the playground but there was no sense in thinking about that. Still, he could have sworn he had seen those bottles vaguely if it was true. The way you see the darkened shapes of furniture in a room where the curtains have been drawn. Mild glints on glass, the only thing that remained was the smell of beer. And Jack knew that was a smell that faded into the woodwork of every bar in the world, and after a certain period of time not to be eradicated by any cleaner invented, yet the smell here seemed sharp, almost fresh. He sat down on one of the stools and propped his elbows on the bar's leather-cushioned edge. At his left hand was a bowl for peanuts, now empty, of course. The first bar he'd been in for 19 months, and the dang thing was dry, just his luck. All the same, a bitterly powerful wave of nostalgia swept over him, and the physical craving for a drink seemed to work itself up from his belly and to his throat and his nose and mouth, shivering when wrinkling the tissues as it went, making them cry out for something wet and long and cold. He glanced at the shelves again and in the wild edge of irrational hope, but the shelves were just as empty as before. He grinned in pain and frustration, his fist clenching slowly, made minute scratches on the bars. Leather padded edge high, Lloyd, he said, a little slow tonight, isn't it? Lloyd said it was. Lloyd asked him what it would be. Now I'm really glad you asked me, Jack said. Really glad because I happen to have 2 20s and 2 10s in my wallet, and I was afraid they'd be sitting right here until sometime next April. There isn't a 7-Eleven around here, would you believe it? And I thought they'd had 7-Elevens on the freaking mood. Lloyd sympathized. So here's what Jack said. You set me up an even 20 martinis, and even 20, just like that, kazang. 1 for every month. I've been on the wagon and want to grow on. You can do that, can't you? You aren't too busy, Lloyd said. He wasn't too busy at all. Good man, you line those martinis right along the bar, and I'm going to take them down one by one. White man's burden, Lloyd, my man. Lloyd turned to do his job. Jack reaching into his pocket for a money clip and came out with an Excedrin bottle instead. His money clip was on the bedroom bureau, and of course, his skinny Shank's wife had locked him out of the bedroom. Nice going, Wendy, you bleeding, bruh. I seem to be momentarily light. Jack said, how's my credit at this joint, anyhow? Lloyd said his credit was fine. That's super, I like you, Lloyd. You were always the best of them. Best dang barkeep between Bear and Portland, Maine, or Portland, Oregon, for that matter. Lloyd thanked him for saying so. Jack thumped the cap from his Excedrin bottle, shook 2 tablets out, and flipped them into his mouth. The familiar acid compelling taste flooded in. He had a sudden sensation that people were watching him curiously when, with some content, the booths behind him were full. They were crying distinguished men and beautiful young girls, all of them in costume, watching the set exercise in the dramatic arts with cold amusement. Jack whirled on his stool. The booths were all empty, stretching away from the lounge door to the left and right. The line on his left corner to the flank. The bar's horseshoe curved down the short length of the room, padded leather seats and backs. gleaming dark, formica tables and ashtray on each one, a book of matches in each trash tray, the Rhodes Colorado lounge stamped on each gold leaf above the Batwing door logo. He turned back, swallowing the rest of the dissolving Excedrin with a grimace. Lloyd, you're a wonder, he said. Set up already, your speed is nothing exceeded by the soulful beauty of your Neapolitan eyes. Salute. Jack contented the 20 imaginary drinks, the martini glasses, blushing droplets of condensation each. With the swizzle poked through a plump green olive, he could almost smell gin on the air. The wagon, he said, have you ever been acquainted with a gentleman who has hopped up on the wagon? Lloyd aloud as how he had met such men from time to time. Have you ever renewed acquaintances with such a man after he hopped back off? Lloyd could not, in all honesty, recall. You never did then, Jack said. He curled his hand around his first drink, carried his fist to his mouth, which was open, and turned his fist up. He swallowed and then tossed the imaginary glass over his shoulder. The people were back again, fresh from their costumed ball, studying him, laughing behind their hands. He could feel them. At the back bar featured a mirror instead of those dang stupid empty shelves. He could have seen them. Let them stare. Frick them. Let anybody stare who wanted to stare. No, you never did, he told Lloyd. Few men ever return from the fabled wagon, but those who do come with a fearful tale to tell when you jump on. It seems like the brightest, cleanest wagon you ever saw, with 10-foot wheels to keep the bed of it high out of the gutter, where all the drunks are laying around with their brown bags and their Thunderbird and their granddad flashes Pop's gold bourbon. You're away from all the people who throw you nasty looks and tell you to clean up your act and go put it on another town from the gutter. That's the finest looking wagon you ever saw, Lord, my boy, all hung with bunting and a brass brand in front of the 3 majorities to each side, twirling their batons and flashing their pennies at you. Man, you gotta get on that wagon away from the juicers that are straining canned heat and smelling their own puke, to get high again and poking through the gutter for butts with half an inch left below the filter. He drank 2 more imaginary drinks and tossed the glasses back over his shoulder. He could almost hear them smashing along the floor. And gosh darn, he wasn't starting to feel high. It was the Excedrin, so you climb up, he told Lloyd. And ain't you glad to be there, my god? Yes, that's affirmative. The wagon, that's the best and best float in the whole parade, and everybody is lining the streets and clapping and cheering and waving, all for you, except for those winos passed out and the gutter. Those guys used to be your friends, but that's all behind you now. He carried his empty fist to his mouth and sluiced down another 4 down, 16 to go, making excellent progress. He swayed a little on the stool, let him stare. If that was how they got off. Take a picture, folks, it'll last longer. Then you start to see things, Lloydie, my boy. Things you missed from the gutter. Like how the floor of the wagon is nothing but straight pine boards, so fresh they're still bleeding sap, and if you took your shoes off, you'd still be sure to get a splinter. Like, oh, the only furniture in the wagon is these long benches with high backs and no cushions to sit on, and in fact, they are nothing but pews with a songbook every 5 feet or so. Like how all the people sitting in the pews on the wagon are these flat chested Albertos in long dresses with a little lace around the collar and their hair pulled back into buns. It's so tight you can almost hear it screaming. And every face is flat and pale and shiny, and they're all singing, shall we gather at the river, the beautiful river. And up in front, there's this raking bruh with blonde hair playing the organ and telling him to sing louder. And everybody slams the songbook into your hands and says, sing it out, brother, if you expect to stay on this wagon, you gotta sing morning, noon, and night, especially at night. And that's when you realize the wagon really is, Lloyd. It's a church with bars on the windows. A church for women and a prison for you. He stopped. Lloyd was gone. Worse still, he had never been there. The drinks had never been there, only the people in the booths from the costume party, and he could almost hear the muffled laughter as they held their hands to their mouths and pointed, their eyes sparkling with cruel pinpoints of light. He whirled around again. Leave me alone. All the booths were empty. The sound of laughter had died like a stir of autumn leaves. Jack stared at the empty lounge for a tick of time, the eyes wide and dark. A pulse beat noticeably in the center of his forehead, in the very center of him, in a cold certainty that was forming, and the certainty was that he was losing his mind. He felt an urge to pick up the bar stool next to him, reverse it, and go through the place like an avenging whirlwind. Instead, he whirled back around to the bar and began to bellow, "Roll me over in the clover. Roll me over, lay me down, and do it again." Danny's face rose before him. Not Danny's normal face, lively and alert, the face sparkling and open, but the catatonic zombie-like face of a stranger, the eyes dull and opaque. The mouth pursed babyishly around his thumb. What he was doing, sitting here and talking to himself like a sulky teenager when his son was upstairs someplace acting like something that belonged in a padded room, acting the way Wally Hollis and Vic Stanger had been before the men in the white coats had come to take him away, but I never put a hand on him. Gosh darn it, I didn't. Ugh. Whew. Jack, the voice was timid. Ugh. Hold up. I need to stretch. Oh my god, my leg. It's in such pain right now. Oh my god. Oh my god. I've been sitting in this spot for like 50 minutes. Oh my god. Oh. Jack, the voice was timid, hesitant. You started so he almost fell off the stool, whirling it around. Wendy was just standing just inside the bat-wing doors. Danny cradled her arms like some waxen horror show dummy. The three of them made a tableau that Jack felt very strongly. It was just before the act occurred. Act 2, some old-time temperance play. One so poorly mounted, the prop man had forgotten to stock the shelves of the den of iniquity. I never touched him, Jack said thickly. I never have since the night I broke his arm, not even to spank him. Jack, that doesn't matter now. What matters is this matters, he shouted. He brought one fist crashing down on the bar, hard enough to make the empty peanut dishes jump. It matters. Gosh darn, it matters. Jack, we have to get him off the mountain. Danny began to stir in her arms. The slack, empty expression on his face had begun to break out like a thick mat of ice over some buried surface. His lips twisted as if some weird taste. His eyes widened. His hands came up as if to cover them, dropped back. Abruptly, he stiffened in her arms. His back arched into a bow, making Wendy stagger, and he suddenly began to shriek. Mad sounds that escaped his straining throat in a bolt after crazy echoing bolt. The sound seemed to fill the empty downstairs and come back at them like banshees. There might have been 100 Dannys all screaming at once. Jack, she cried in terror. Oh, God, Jack, what's wrong with him? He came off the stool, numb from the waist down, more frightened than he had ever been in his life. What hole had his son poked through and into? What dark nest what had been there to sting him? Danny, he roared. Danny saw him. He broke his mother's grip with a sudden fierce strength that gave her no chance to hold him. He stumbled back against one of the booths and nearly fell into it. Danny, he screamed, running to Jack, his eyes huge in affright. No, Daddy, it was her. Oh, Daddy! He slammed into Jack's arms like a blunt arrow, making Jack rock on his feet. Danny clutched at him furiously at first, seeming to pummel him like a fighter, then clutching his belt and sobbing against his shirt. Jack could feel his son's face hot and working against his belly. Daddy, it was her. Jack looked slowly up into Wendy's face. His eyes were small as silver coins. Wendy, voice soft, nearly purring. Wendy, what did you do to him? Wendy stared back at him in sudden disbelief. Her face paled. She shook her head. Oh, Jack, you must know. Outside it had begun to snow again. Chapter 29, kitchen talk. Jack carried Danny into the kitchen. The boy was still sobbing wildly, refusing to look up from Jack's chest. In the kitchen, he gave Danny back to Wendy, who still seemed stunned and disbelieving. Jack, I don't know what he's talking about. Please, you must believe that I do believe it, he said, although he had to admit it to himself that it gave him a certain amount of pleasure to see the shoe switch to the other foot with such dazzling, unexpected speed, but his anger at Wendy had been only a passing gut, a twitch. In his heart, he knew Wendy would pour a can of gasoline over herself and strike a match before harming Danny. The large tea kettle was on the back burner, poking along the low heat. Jack dropped the tea bag into his own large ceramic cup and poured hot water halfway. Got cooking sherry, don't you? He asked Wendy. What? Oh, sure, 2 or 3 bottles of it. Which cupboard? She pointed, and Jack took one of the bottles down. He poured a half-tea dollop onto the teacup with the sherry back and lifted the last quarter of the cup with milk. Then he added 3 tablespoons of sugar and stirred. That he brought added 3, and he brought it to Danny, whose sob tapered off to snifflings and hitchings. But when he was trembling all over, his eyes were wide and starry. Want you to drink this, Doc? Jack said, it's going to taste friggin' awful, but it'll make you feel better. Can you drink it for your daddy? Danny nodded, and he said he could take the cup. He drank a little, grimaced and looked questionably at Jack. Jack nodded, and Danny drank again when he felt the familiar twist of jealousy somewhere in her middle, knowing the boy would not have drunk it for her. On the heels of that came an uncomfortable, even startling thought. Had she wanted to think Jack was to blame? Was she that jealous? It was her way. Her mother would have thought that she was really a horrible thing. She could remember a Sunday when her dad had taken her to park, and she had toppled from the second tier of the jungle gym, cutting both knees. When her father brought her home, her mother had shrieked at him. What did you do? Why weren't you watching her? What kind of father are you? She hounded him to his grave. By the time he divorced her, it was too late. She had never even given Jack the benefit of the doubt. Not the smallest. Wendy felt her face burn, yet knew with a kind of helpless finality that if the whole thing were to be played over again, she would do and think the same way. She carried a part of her mother with her, always for good or bad. Jack, she began. Not sure if she meant to apologize or justify either. She knew would be useless. Not now, he said. It took Danny 15 minutes to drink half of the big cup's contents, and by that time she had calmed visibly. The shakes were almost gone. Jack put his hands solemnly on his son's shoulders. Danny, do you think you can tell us exactly what happened to you? It's very important. Danny looked from Jack to Wendy, then back again. In the silent pause, their setting and situation made themselves known. The whoop of the wind outside, driving fresh snow down from the northwest and creaking the groaning the old-fashioned hotel. As it settled into another storm, the fact of their disconnect came to Wendy with unexpected force, as it sometimes did, like a blow under the heart. I want to tell you everything, Danny said. I wish I had before. He picked up the cup and held it, as comforted by the warmth. Why didn't you, son? Jack brushed Danny's slightly tumbled hair back gently from his brow. Because Uncle Al got you the job, and I couldn't figure out if it was good for you here or bad for you here. At the same time, it was. He looked at them for help. He did not have the necessary word. A dilemma. Wendy asked gently, when neither choice seems any good. Yes, that. He nodded, relieved when he said, the day that you trimmed the hedges. Danny and I had a talk in the truck the day the first real snow came. Remember? Jack nodded. The day he had trimmed the hedges was very clear in his mind. Wendy sighed. I guess we didn't talk enough. Did we, Doc? Danny, the picture, whoa, shook in his head. Exactly what did you talk about? Jack asked. I'm not sure how much I like my wife and son, discussing how much they love you, whatever it was. I don't understand it. I feel like I came into a movie just after intermission. We were discussing you, Wendy said quietly, and maybe we didn't say it all in words, but we both knew. Me because I'm your wife, and Danny because he just understands things. Jack was silent. Danny said, just right. The place seemed good for you. You were away from all the pressures that made you so unhappy at Stovington. You were your own boss, working here with your hands so you could save your brain. All of your brain. For your evenings writing, then I don't just know when the place began to seem bad for you, spending all that time down in the cellar, sifting through those old papers, all that old history, talking in your sleep. In my sleep, Jack asked. His face wore a cautious, startled expression. I talk in my sleep, most of it slurry. Once I got up to use the bathroom, and you were saying to hell with it, to bring in the slots at least. No one will know, no one will ever know on time. Another woke up, right me up, practically yelling, unmask, Jesus Christ, he said, rubbed a hand over his face. Oh, you looked ill, all your droll drinking habits too, chewing, etc., and wiping your mouth all the time, cranky in the morning, and you haven't been able to finish the play yet, have you? No, not yet, but it's only a matter of time. I've been thinking about something else, the new project, this hotel, this project. Al Shockley called you about, the one he wanted you to drop. How did you know that? Jack barked. Were you listening? And you? No, she said, I couldn't have listened if I wanted to. And you know that if you were thinking straight, Danny and I were downstairs at night. The switchboard is shut down. Our phone upstairs was the only one in the hotel that was working because it's patched directly into the outside line. You told me you so yourself, and then how could you know what Al told me? Danny told me. Danny knew the same way. He sometimes know when the things are misplaced or when people are thinking about divorce. The doctor said. She shook her head impatiently. The doctor's full of poop, and we both know it. We've known it all the time. Remember when Danny said he wanted to see fire trucks? That was no hunch. He just wanted a baby. He knows things. And now I'm afraid. She looked at the bruises on Danny's neck. Did you really? No, Uncle Al had called me Danny. Danny nodded. He was really mad. Daddy, because you called Mr. Ullman, and Mr. Ullman called him Uncle Al. Didn't want you to write anything about the hotel. Jesus, Jack said. The bruises, Danny. Who tried to strangle you? Danny's face went dark. He said, the woman in that room in 217, the dead lady. His lips began to tremble again, and he seized the teacup and drank. Jack and Wendy exchanged a scared look over his bowed head. Do you know anything about this? Yes, sir. He shook his head. No, not about this, Danny. He raised the boy's frightened face. Try, son. We're right here. I knew it had been bad here, Danny said in a low voice, ever since we were in Boulder, because Tony gave me dreams about it. What dreams? I can't remember everything. He showed me the overlook at night with the skull and crossbones on the front, and there was pounding, something I don't remember what, chasing after me. A monster. Tony showed me about red rum. What's this, Doc? Wendy asked. He shook his head. I don't know. Rum like yo-ho-ho and a bottle of rum. Jack asked. Danny shook his head. I don't know. Then we got here. Mr. Halloran talked to me in the car because he has the shine too. Shine it's. Danny made a sweeping, all-encompassing gesture with hands, being able to understand things, to know things. Sometimes you see things like me knowing Uncle Al called and Mr. Halloran knowing. You called me Doc. Mr. Allen, when he was peeling potatoes in the army, when he knew his brother got killed in a train crash, and when he called home, it was true. Holy God. Jack whispered, you're not making this up, are you, Dan? Danny shook his head violently. No, I swear to God. Then with a touch of pride, he asked, and Mr. Halloran said, I had the best shine of anyone he ever met. We could talk back and forth with each other without barely opening our minds. His parents looked at each other, frankly stunned. Mr. Halloran got at me alone because he was worried. Danny went on. He had a bad place for people who shine. He said that he'd seen things. I saw something, too, right after I talked to him when Mr. Ullman was taking us around. What was it? Jack asked. In the presidential suite on the wall, by the door going into the bedroom. A whole lot of blood and some other stuff, gushy stuff. I think that the gushy stuff must have been brains. Oh my God, Jack said. Wendy was now very pale, her lips nearly gray. This place, Jack said, some pretty bad types owned it a while back. Organization, people from Las Vegas. Crooks, Denny said. Yeah, crooks. He looked at Wendy in 1966. A big-time hood named Vito Ginelli got killed up there, along with his 2 bodyguards. There was a picture in the newspaper. Danny just described the picture. Mr. Halloran said he saw some other stuff. Danny told him once about the playground, and once it was something bad in that room. 2:17, a maid saw it and lost her job because she talked about it, so Mr. Halloran went up and he saw it too, but he didn't talk about it because he didn't want to lose his job. Except he told me never to go in there, but I did it because I believed him when he said things he saw here couldn't hurt you. The last was nearly whispered in a low, husky voice, and Danny touched the puff circle on bruises on his neck. What about the playground? Jack asked in a strange, casual voice. I don't know the playground, he said, and the hedge animals. Jack jumped a little when he looked at him curiously. Have you seen anything down there, Jack? No, he said. Nothing. Danny was looking at him. Nothing, he said more calmly, and then there was true. He had been the victim of a hallucination, and that was all. Danny, we have to hear about the woman, Wendy said gently, so Danny told them. But his words came in a cycly burst, sometimes about verging on incomprehensible garble in a hurry to spit it out and be free of it. He pushed tighter and tighter against his mother's breast, and he talked. I went in, he said. I took the pass key and went in, and it was like I couldn't help myself. I had to know. And the lady was in the tub. She was dead, all swelled up. She was none. She didn't have no clothes on. He looked miserably at his mother, and she started to get up, and she wanted me. I knew she did, because I could feel it, and she wasn't even thinking. Not the way you and Daddy think. It was black, and it hurt, think like the wasps that night in my room, only wanting to hurt like the wasps. He swallowed, and there was silence for a moment, all quiet, while the image of the wasp sank into them. So I ran. Danny said I ran, but the door was closed. I left it open, but it was closed. I didn't think about just opening it again and running out. I was scared, so I leaned against the door and closed my eyes and thought of how Mr. Halloran said the things here were just like pictures in a book, and if I kept saying to myself, you're not there, go away, you're not there, she would go away, but it didn't work. Her voice began to rise hysterically. She grabbed me, turned me around. I could see her eyes, now her eyes. She started choking me. I could smell her. I could smell her. How she was dead. Stop now, Wendy said. Alarm, stop, Danny, it's alright. She was getting ready to go into her croon again, though Wendy Torrance all-purpose croon pat pending. She let him finish. Jack said curtly, there isn't any more. Danny said I passed out, either because she was choking me or just because I was scared. When I came to, I was dreaming you and Mommy were fighting over me, and you wanted to do the bad thing again, Daddy. Then I knew it wasn't a dream at all, and I was awake, and I wet my pants like a baby. His head fell back against Wendy's sweater, and he began to cry with horrible weakness, his hands lying limp and spent in his lap. Jack got up. Take care of him. What are you gonna do? Her face was full of dread. I'm gonna go to that room. What do you think I was going to do? Have coffee? No, don't, Jack. Please don't. Wendy, if there's someone else in this hotel, we have to know. Don't you dare leave us alone, she shrieked at him. Spittle fell from her lips and felt a forced cry. Jack said, Wendy, that's a remarkable imitation of your mom. She burst into tears then, unable to cover her face because Danny was on her lap. I'm sorry, Jack said, but I have to know. I am a gosh darn caretaker. That's what I'm paid for. She only cried harder. And he left her that way, going out of the kitchen, rubbing his mouth with his handkerchief as the door swung shut behind him. Don't worry, Mommy, Danny said he'll be alright. He doesn't shine. Nothing here can hurt him. Through her tears, no, I don't believe that. Chapter 30, 217 Revisited. He took the elevator up, and it was strange because none of them had used the elevator since they moved in. He threw the brass handle over it, wheezed vociferously up the shaft. The brass gate rattling madly. Wendy had a true claustrophobe's horror of the elevator. He knew she envisaged the three of them trapped in it between the floors. While the winter storms raged outside, she could see them growing thinner and weaker, starving to death, or perhaps dining on each other the way those rugby players had. He remembered a bumper sticker he had seen in Boulder. Rugby players eat their own dead. He could think of others, what you are what you eat, or menu items. Welcome to the overlooked dining room, pride of the Rockies in splendor at the roof of the world, human haunch boiled over matches, la spectacle de la maison. The contemptuous smile flickered over his features again as number 2 rose on the shaft while he threw a brass handle back to the home position, and the elevator car creaked to a stop. He took his Excedrin from his pocket, shook 3 of them into his hand, and opened the elevator door. Nothing in the overlook frightened him. He had felt that they had all been simpatico. He walked up to the wall, flipping his Excedrin into his mouth and chewing them. One by one, he rounded the corner into the short corridor off the main hall. The door to room 17 was ajar, and the passkey hung from the lock while its white paddle. He frowned, feeling a wave of irritation, even real anger, whatever had come of it. The boy had been trespassing. He had been told bluntly that certain areas of this hotel were off limits, the equipment shed, the basement, and all of the guest rooms. He would talk to Danny about that just as soon as the boy was over his fright. He would talk to him reasonably but sternly. There were plenty of fathers who would have done more than that. Just talk. They would have administered a good shaking, and perhaps that was what Danny needed. If the boy had gotten a scare, wasn't that at least just his desserts? He walked down to the door, removed the passkey, dropped it into his pocket, and stepped inside. The overhead light was on. He glanced at the bed, saw it was not rumped, and then walked directly across to the bathroom door. A curious certainty had grown in him, although Watson had mentioned no names or room numbers. Jack felt sure this was the room that the lawyer's wife had started to share. This was the bathroom where she had been found dead, full of barbitures and the Colorado Lounge booze. He pushed the mirror back, bathroom door open, and stepped through the light. In here was off, and he turned it on and observed the long Pullman car room, furnished in the distinctly early 1900s, remodeled in the 20th century style that seemed common to all overlook bathrooms, except for the ones on the third floor. Those were properly Byzantine, as befitted their royalty, politicians, movie stars, and capos who had stayed there over the years. The shower curtain, a pallid pastel pink, was drawn protectively along the long, claw-footed tub. Nevertheless, they did move, and for the first time he felt a new sense of sureness, almost cockiness, that had come over him when Danny ran to him, shouting, "It was her," deserting him. A chilled finger pressed gently against the base of his spine, cooling him off 10 degrees. It was joined by others, and they suddenly rippled all the way up his back to the medulla, up along it, playing his spine like a jungle instrument. His anger at Danny evaporated, and he stepped forward and pushed the shower curtain back. His mouth was dry and felt only simply for his son and terror for himself. The tub was dry and empty. Relief and irritation vented in a sudden pah sound that had escaped his lips, his compressed lips like a small explosive. The tub had been scrubbed clean at the end of the season, except for the rust stain. Under the twin faucet, it sparkled. There was a faint but definable smell of cleaner, the kind that can irritate your nose with the smell of its own righteousness for weeks, even months after it had been used. He bent down and ran his fingertips along the bottom of the tub, dry as a bone, not even a hint of moisture. The boy had been either hallucinated or outright lying. He felt angry again. That was when the bath mat on the floor caught his attention. He frowned down at it. What was a bath mat doing in here? It should be down in the linen cupboard at the end of the wing, with the rest of the sheets and towels and pillow slips. All the linen was supposed to be there. Not even the beds were really made up in these guest rooms. The mattress had been zipped into clear plastic and then covered with bread spreads. He supposed Danny might have gotten down and gotten it. The passkey would have opened the linen cupboard, but why? He brushed the tips of his fingers back and forth across it. The bath mat was bone dry. He went back to the bathroom doorway and stood in. Everything was all right. The boy had been dreaming. There was not a thing out of place. It was a little puzzling about the bath mat, granted, but the logical explanation was that some chambermaid, hurrying like the mad on the last day of the season, had just forgotten to pick it up. Other than that, everything was nostrils flared, a little disinfectant, and that self-righteous smell, cleaner than thou and soap. Surely not, but once the smell had been identified, it was too clear to dismiss soap, and not one of those postcard-sized bars of ivory they provide you with the hotels or motels either. The scent was light and perfumed. The lady soap, it had a pink sort of smell, Kamei or Loila, the brand that Wendy had always used in Stovington. It's nothing, it's your imagination. Yes, like the hedges. Nevertheless, they did move. They did not move. He crossed jerkily to the door, which gave on the hall, feeling the regular thump of a headache beginning his temples. Too much had happened today, too much by far. He wouldn't spank the boy or shake him, just talk to him. But by God, he wasn't going to add room 217 to his problems, not on the basis of a dry bath mat. and a face smell of Loela Spopee, or there was a sudden rattling metallic sound behind him. It came just as his hand closed the door knob, and an observer might have thought the brush steel of the knob carried an electric charge. He jerked convulsively, eyes widening, other facial features drawing in, grimacing. Then he had control of himself a little anyway, and he let go of the doorknob and turned carefully around. His joints creaked. He began to walk back to the bathroom door. Step by leaden step, the shower curtain which he had pulled back to look into the tub was now drawn. The metallic rattle, which had sounded to him like a stir of bones in a crypt, had been the curtain rings on the overhead bar. Jack stared at the curtain. His face felt as if he was heavily waxed. The dead skin on the outside, hot rivulets of fear on the inside. Their way he had felt on the playground. There was something behind the plastic shower curtain. There was something in the tub. He could see it. Ill-defined and obscure through the plastic, a nearly amorphous shape. It could have been anything, a trickle of light, the shadow of the shower, attachment, a woman long dead, and reclining in her bath, the towel bar of Loela in one stiffening hand as she waited patiently for whatever lover might come. Jack told himself to step forward boldly and rake the shower curtain back to expose whatever might be there. Instead, he turned with jerky marionette strides, his heart whamming frightfully into his chest, and went back to the bed sitting room. The door to the hall was shut. He stared at it for a long, immobile second. He could taste his terror. Now it was back in the throat like a taste of gone-over cherries. He walked to the door with the same jerky stride and forced his fingers to curl around the knob. It didn't open, but it did. He turned off the light with a fumbling gesture, stepped out into the hall, and pulled the door shut without looking back. From inside, he seemed to hear an odd, wet thumping sound far off, dim, as if something had just scrambled belatedly out of the tub, as if to greet a caller, as if it had realized the caller was leaving before the social amenities had been completed, and so it was now rushing to the door, all purple and grinning to its invite to the caller back inside, perhaps forever. Footsteps approaching the door, or only the heartbeat in his ear as he fumbled at the passkey. It seemed sludgy, unwilling to turn in the lock. He attached the passkey, the tumbling suddenly fell as he stepped back against the corridor's far wall, a little groan of relief escaping him. He closed in, the eyes and all. The old phrases began to parade through his mind. It seemed there must have been hundreds of them, cracking up but not playing with a full deck. Loista, Marble Sky, just went Looney Tunes. He went up and over the high side, went bananas, lost his full butt, crackers, nuts, half a sea bag, all meaning the same thing, losing your mind. No, he whimpered, hardly aware that he had been reduced to this whimpering, with his eyes shut like a child. Oh no, please God, no, please no, God. But below the tumble of his chaotic thoughts, below the trip hammer beat of his heart, he could hear the soft and futile sound of the doorknob being turned to and fro as something locked in tried helplessly to get out, something that wanted to meet him, something that would like to be introduced to his family, as the storm shrieked around them and white daylight became black night. If he opened his eyes and saw the doorknob moving, he would go mad, so he kept them shut, and after unknowable time, there was stillness. Jack forced himself to open his eyes, half convinced that when he did, she would be standing before him. But the hall was empty. He just watched just the same. He looked at the people in the center of the door and wondered what would happen if he approached it, stared into it. What would he be? Eyeball to eyeball with. His feet were moving. Feet don't fail me now. Before he realized it, he turned them away from the door and walked down to the main hall, his feet whispering on the blue-black jungle carpet. He stopped halfway to the stairs and looked at the fire extinguisher. He thought that the folds of the canvas were arranged in a slightly different manner, and he was quite sure that the brass nozzle had been pointing toward the elevator when he came up the hall. Now it was pointing the other way. I didn't see that at all, Jack Torrance said quite clearly. His face was white and haggard, and his mouth kept trying to grin, but he didn't take the elevator back down. It was too much like an open mouth, too much by half. He took the stairs. Chapter 31, The Verdict. He stepped in the kitchen and looked at them, bouncing the passkey a few inches off his left hand, making the chain on the white metal tongue jingle, and then catching it up again. Danny was pallid and worn out. Wendy circled. He felt a sudden burst of gladness. He wasn't suffering alone, this was sure. They looked at him without speaking. Nothing there, he said, stunned by the heartiness in his voice. Not a thing. He bounced the passkey up and down, smiling reassuringly at them, watching the relief spread over their faces as though he thought he had never in his life wanted to drink so badly as he did right now. Chapter 32, The Bedroom. Late that afternoon, Jack got a cot from the first floor storage room and put it in the corner of their bedroom. Wendy had expected that the boy would be half the night getting to sleep, but Danny was nodding before getting to sleep before the Waltons was half over, and 15 minutes after they had tucked him in, he was far down in sleep, moveless, one hand tucked under his cheek when he sat watching him, holding her place in a fat paperback copy of Cache Larma. With one finger, Jack sat at his desk looking at his play. Oh, poop, Jack said. Wendy looked up from a contemplation of Danny. What? Nothing. He looked down at his play with smoldering ill temper. How could he have thought it was good? It was puerile. It had been done 1,000 times worse. She had no idea how to finish it once it had. It seemed simple enough. Denker, in a fit of rage, seizes the pocket from beside the fireplace and beats Saintly Gary to death. Then, standing spread-legged over the body, the bloody poker in one hand, he screams at the audience, "It's somewhere, and I will find it." Then, as the lights dim and the curtain is slowly drawn, the audience sees Gary's body face down on the fourth stage as Denker strides to the upstage bookcase and feverishly begins to pulling books from the shelves, looking at them, throwing them aside. He had thought it was something old enough to be new, a play whose novelty alone might be enough to see it the success of a Broadway run, a tragedy in 5 acts, but in addition to his sudden diversion of interest to the overlooked history, something else had happened. He had developed opposing feelings about his characters. This is something quite new. Ordinary, he liked all of his characters, the good and the bad. He was glad he did it allowed him to try and see all their sides and understand their motivations more clearly. His favorite story sold to his other small Maine magazine called Contraband for copies. It had been a piece called The Monkeys Here All Day Long. It had been about a child molester about to commit suicide in his furnished room. The child molester's name had been Paul DeLong. Monkey to his friends, Jack had liked Monkey very much. He sympathized with Monkey's bizarre needs, knowing that Monkey was not the only one to blame. The 3 murders from the past. There had been bad parents, a father beater. His own father had been mother limp and silent as drag, and his mother had been homosexual experience in the grammar school, public humiliation, worst experiences in high school and college. He had been arrested and sent to an institution after exposing himself to a pair of little girls getting off a school bus. Worst of all, he had been dismissed from the institution, let back out onto the streets because the man in charge had decided he was alright. The man's name had been Grimmer. Grimmer had known that Monkey DeLong was exhibiting deviant symptoms, but he had written the good, hopeful report that had let him go away. Jack liked to sympathize with Grimmer, too. Grimmer had to run an understaffed and underfunded institution and try to keep the whole thing together with spit bailing, wire, and nickel and dime appropriations from a state legislature who had to go back and face the voters. Grimmer knew that Monkey could interact with other people, that he did not soil his pants or try to stab his fellow inmates with the scissors. He did not think he was Napoleon. The staff psychiatrist in charge of Monkey's case thought there could be better than ever chance that Monkey could make it on the street, and that they knew that the longer man is in the institution, the more he comes to need the close environment like a junkie with a smack and meal, while the people were knocking down the doors, paranoid, schizoid, cyclodes, semi-satanics, men who claimed to have gone into heaven, flying saucers, women who had burned their children's sex organs off with Bic lighters, alcoholics, pyromaniacs, kleptomaniacs, manic depressives, suicidals, tough old world baby. If you're not bolted together tightly, you're gonna shake, rattle, and roll before you turn 30. Jack could sympathize with Grimmer's problems. He could sympathize with the parents of the murder victims, with the murdered children themselves, of course, and with Monkey DeLong. Let the reader lay blame in those days. He hadn't wanted to judge the gloat of the moralist said. Sat badly on his shoulders. He had started little school in the same optimistic vein, but lately he had begun to choose sides. And worse still, he had come to loathe his hero, Gary Benson, originally conceived as a bright boy, more cursed with money than blessed with it. A boy who wanted to, more than anything, to compile a good record so he could go to a good university because he had earned admission, and not because his father had pulled strings. He had become to Jack a kind of simpering, goody two-shoes, a postulant before the altar of knowledge, rather than a sincere, alkalite, and outward paragon of the Boy Scout virtues, thus inward cynical, filled not with all real brilliance, but first he had been conceived, but only with sly animal cuttings, as through the play he unfailingly addressed Denker as Sir, just as Jack had taught his own son to address those older and as authority as Sir. He thought that Danny used the word quite sincerely, and Gary Benson had originally conceived that too, but as he had begun Act 5, it had become more and more strongly to him that Gary was using the words satirically, outwardly straight-faced, while Gary Benson inside was mugging and leering at Denker, who had never had any of these things. Denker had to work all his life to become head of a single little school, who was now faced with ruin over this handsome, innocent, seemingly rich boy, who had cheated on his final composition, and had them cunningly covered his tracks. Jack had seen Denker, the teacher, as not much different from the strutting South American Little Caesars in their banana kingdoms, standing dissidents up against the wall of the handiest squasher handball court, a super zealot in a comparatively small puddle, a man whose every whim became a crusade in this beginning. He had wanted to use his play as a microcosm to say something about the abuse of power. Now he tended more and more to see Denker as a Mr. Chips figure, and the tragedy was not the intellectual ranking of Gary Benson, but rather the destruction of a kindly old teacher and headmaster unable to see through the cynical wiles of this monster masquerading as a boy. Now he hadn't been able to finish the play. Now he sat looking at it, scowling, wondering if there was any way he could salvage the situation. He didn't really think there was. He had begun with another one play and had turned into a presto change. Oh, well, what the heck. Either way, it had been done before. Either way, it was a load of poop. And why was he driving himself crazy about it tonight anyway? After the day just gone by with it, no wonder he couldn't think straight. Get him down. He looked up, trying to blink the cobwebs away. I said, are we gonna get him down? We've got to get him out of here, Jack. For a moment, he was so scattered that he wasn't even sure what she was talking about. Then he realized and uttered a short, barking laugh. You say that if it were so easy. I didn't mean no problem, Wendy. I'll just change clothes in that telephone booth down in the lobby and fly into Denver on my back. Superman, Jack Torrance, they called me in my salad days. Her face registered, slow hurt. I understand that problem, Jack. The radio is broken. The snow. But you have to understand Danny's problem. My God, don't you? He was nearly catatonic, Jack. But what if he hadn't come out of that? But he did, Jack said. A trifle shortly, he had been frightened at Danny's blank-eyed, stank-faced state, too. Of course, he had at first, but when he thought about it, the more he wondered if he had made a piece of play acting put on to escape his punishment. He had, after all, been trespassing all the same. She said he came to him at the end of the bed by his desk. Her face was both surprised and worried. Jack, the bruises on his neck, something got him, and I don't want to get away from it. Don't shout, he said. My head aches, Wendy. I'm worried about this. Is you are, so please don't shout, all right? She said, lowering her voice. I won't shout. But I don't understand you, Jack. Someone is in here with us. And not a very nice someone either. We have to get down to Sidewinder, not just Danny, yeah, but all of us quickly. And you're sitting there reading your play. We have to get down. Yours. Keep saying that. You must think I really am Superman. I think you're my husband, she said softly, and looked down at her hands. His stumper flared. She slammed the play script down, knocking the edges of the pile out of the true again and crumpling the sheets on the bottom. It's time. You got some home truths into you, Wendy. You don't seem to have internalized them, as sociologists say. You're knocking around up in their head like a bunch of loose cue balls. You need to shoot them into the pockets. You need to understand that we are snowed in. Danny had suddenly become active in his head, still sleeping. He had begun to twist and turn, the way always did when he thought dismally, and we're doing it again. Don't wake him up, Jack, please. He glanced over at Danny. Yet some of the fruit flush went out of his cheeks. Okay, I'm sorry, I sounded mad. Wendy, it's not really for you, but I broke the radio. If it's anyone's fault, it's mine. That was our big link to the outside. Ollie in for free. Please come get us, Mr. Ranger. We can't stay out this late, don't you say? He put a hand on her shoulder, her lean against it. She brushed his hair with her other hand. I guess you're right. You got it right after what I accused you of. Sometimes I am, like my mother, I can be a bruh. But you have to understand that some things are hard to get over. You have to understand that. You mean his arms, his lips, that thing? Yes, when he said, and she rushed on, but it's not just about you. I worry when he goes out to play. I worry about him wanting a two-wheeler next year, even one with training wheels. I worry about his teeth and his eyesight, and about this thing, what he calls his shine. I worry because he's a little and seems so fragile, and because about something in this hotel seems to want him, and it will go through to us to get him. As it has to, that's why we must get him out. Jack, I know that. I feel that we must get him out. Her hand had tightly, painfully on his shoulder. In her agitation, he did move away. One hand found her firm weight of her hair left breast, and he began to stroke it through her shirt. Wendy, he said, and stopped. She waited for him to rearrange whatever he had to say. His strong hand on her breast felt good, soothing. I could maybe so shoo him down. He could walk the way himself, but I could mostly carry him. I would mean camping out 1, 2, maybe 3 nights. That would mean building a travois to carry supplies out, bedrolls on. We have the AM/FM radio, so we could pick a day when the weather forecast called for a 3-day spell of good weather, but if the forecast was wrong, he finished, his voice soft and measured. I think we might die. His face had paled. It looked shiny, almost ghostly. He continued to stroke her breast, rubbing the ball of his thumb gently over the nipple. He made a soft sound from his words in relation to gentle pressure on her breast. He couldn't tell. He raised his hand slightly and undid the top button of her shirt. Wendy shifted her legs slightly all at once. Her jeans seemed too tight, slightly irritating in a pleasant sort of way. It would mean leaving you here alone because you can't snowshoe worth beans. It would mean maybe 3 days of not knowing. Would you want that? His hand dropped to the second button, slipped it, and the beginning of her cleavage was exposed. No, she said in a voice that was slightly thick. She glanced over at Danny. It stopped twisting and turning. His thumb had crept back in his mouth. So that was alright, but Jack was leaving something out of the picture. It was too bleak. There was something else. What if we stay put? Jack said, unbuttoning the 3rd and 4th buttons with the same deliberate slowness. A ranger from the park or a game warden is going to poke in here just to find out how we're doing. At that point, we simply tell him we want down. He'll see to it. He slipped her naked breasts into the wide V of an open shirt, bent and molded his lips around the stems of a nipple. It was hard and erect. He slipped his tongue slowly back and forth across it in a way he knew she liked. Wendy moaned a little and arched her back. Something I've forgotten, honey, she asked on their way. His hands sought back his head, so that when he answered, his voice, it was muffled against her flesh. How would the ranger take us out? He raised his head slightly to answer, and then settled his mouth against the other nipple. If the helicopter was spoken for, I guess it would have to be by snowmobile. Exclamation point, exclamation point, exclamation point. What? We have one of those. Omen said so. His mouth froze against her breast for a moment, and he sat up. Her own face slightly flushed. Her eyes over bright. Jack's, on the other hand, was calm as if he had been reading a rather dull book instead of engaging in foreplay with his wife. If there's a snowmobile, there's no problem, she said excitedly. We can all go 3 down together. Wendy, I've never driven a snowmobile in my life. It can't be that hard to learn. Back in Vermont, you see 10-year-olds driving them in the fields, although what their parents can be thinking of, I don't know. And you had a motorcycle when we met. He had a Honda 350cc he had traded in for a Saab shortly after he and Wendy took up residence together. I suppose I could, he said slowly. But I wonder how well it's been maintained. Omen and Watson, they have run this place from May to October. They have summertime mines. I know it won't have gas in it. There may not be plugs or battery either. I don't want to get your hopes over your head, Wendy. She was totally excited now, leaning over him, her breasts tumbling out of her shirt. He had a sudden impulse to seize one and twist it until she shrieked. Maybe that would teach her to shut up. The gas is no problem, she said. The VW and the hotel truck are both full, and there's gas for the emergency generator downstairs too. And there must be a gas can out in that shed, so you could carry extra. Yes, he said there is. Actually, there were 3 of them, 2 5 gallons. And the 2-gallon, I'll bet the spark plugs and the battery there are out there too. Nobody would store the snowmobile in one place and use the plugs and batteries someplace else, would they? Doesn't seem likely, does it? He got up and walked over to Danny's lay sleeping. A spill of hair had fallen over his forehead. Jack brushed it away gently. Danny didn't stir, and if you can get it running, you'll take us out, she asked from behind him. On the first day, the radio says good weather. For a moment, he didn't answer. He stood looking down at his son, and his mixed feelings dissolved in a wave of love. He was the way she had said, vulnerable, fragile. The marks on his neck were very prominent. Yes, he said, I'll get it running, and we'll get out as quick as we can. Thank God. He turned around. She had taken off her shirt and lay on the bed, her belly flat, her breasts aimed perkily at the ceiling. She was playing with them lazily, flicking at the nipple. Hurry up, gentlemen, she said softly. Time. After, with no burning light in the room but the night light Danny had brought with him from his room, she lay in the crook of his arm. Feeling deliciously at peace, she found it hard to believe they could be sharing the overlook with the murderous stowaway. Jack, what got at him? He didn't answer her directly, but he does have something, some talent. The rest of us are missing the most thing. Beg pardon, and maybe the Overlook has something to ghosts, I don't know. Not in the Algerton Blackwood sense, that's for sure. More like the residues of feeling of people who have stayed here. Good things and bad things. In that sense, I suppose that every big hotel has. It's got its ghost, especially the old ones, but a dead woman in the tub. Jackie's not losing his mind to see. He gave her a brief squeeze, He goes into, well, trances, for a better word, from time to time. We know when he's in them, he sometimes sees things he doesn't understand. Precognitive trances are possible. They're probably functions of the subconscious mind. Freud said that the subconscious never speaks to us in literal language, only in symbols. If you dream about being in a bakery where no one speaks English, you may be worried about your ability to support your family, or maybe just that no one understands you. I've read that the falling dream is a standard outlet for feelings of insecurity. Little games, conscious on one side of the net, subconscious on the other, serving some cockamamie image back and forth. Same with mental illness, with hunches, all of that. Why should precognition be any different? Maybe Danny really did see blood all over the walls of the presidential suite. To a kid his age, the image of blood and the concept of death are nearly interchangeable. To kids, the image is always more accessible than the concept. Anyway, William Carlos Williams knew that. He was a pediatrician. When we grow up, concepts gradually get easier and we leave the images to the poets, and I'm rambling on. I like to hear you ramble. She said it, folks. She said it. You all heard it. The marks on his neck, Jack. Those are real, yes. There was nothing else. For a long time, she had begun to think he must have gone to sleep, and she was slipping into a drowse herself when he said, I can think of 2 explanations for those, and neither of them involves a 4th party in the hotel. What she came up on one elbow, stigma. Maybe he said stigma is that when people bleed on Good Friday or something. Yes, sometimes people believe deeply in Christ's divinity, exhibit bleeding marks on their hands and feet during the Holy Week. It was more common in the Middle Ages than now. In those days, such people were considered blessed by God. I don't think the Catholic Church proclaimed any of it as out-and-out miracles, which is pretty smart of them. Stigmata isn't much different from the things yogis can do. It's better understood now. That's all the people who understand the interaction between the mind and the body study it. I mean, no one understands. Believe we have a lot more control of our intellectual functions than we used to think. You can slow your heartbeat if you think about it enough, speed up your own metabolism, make yourself sweat more, or make yourself bleed. You think Danny thought those bruises onto his neck, Jack? I can't believe that. I can't believe it's possible. Although it seems unlikely to me, what's more likely is that he did it to himself. He's gone into these trances and hurt himself in the past. Do you remember the time at the supper table about 2 years ago? I think we were super pissed at each other. Nobody talking very much. And all at once his eyes rolled up into his head. And he went face down first into his dinner, then on the floor. Remember, yes, she said, I sure do. I thought he was having a convulsion another time. We were at the park. He said, just Danny and I, Saturday afternoon. He was sitting on a swing, coasting back and forth. He collapsed onto the ground. It was like he'd been shot. I ran over and picked him up, and all of a sudden, he just came around. He sort of blinked at me and said, I hurt my tummy. Tell mommy to close the bedroom windows if it rains. And that night it rained like hell. Yes, but he's always coming in with cuts and scraped elbows. His shins look like a battlefield in distress. And when you ask him how he got one or that one, he says, oh, I was just playing. And that's the end of it. Jack, all kids get bumped and bruised up. With little boys, it's almost constant from the time they learn to walk until they're 12 or 13. And I'm sure Danny gets his share. Jack responded, he's an active kid, but I remember that day in the park and that night at the supper table, and I wonder if some of our kids' bumps and bruises come from kneeling over that. Dr. Edmonds said Danny did it right in his office, for Christ's sake, alright, but those bruises were fingers, I'd swear it. He didn't get them from falling down. He goes into a trance, maybe he sees something that happened in that room, an argument, maybe a suicide, violent emotions. It isn't like watching a movie, he's in a highly suggestible state. He's right in the dang thing. His subconscious is maybe visualizing whatever happened in a symbolic way as a dead woman who's alive again, zombie, undead, ghoul. You pick your team. You're giving me goosebumps. She said thickly, I'm giving myself a few. I'm no psychiatrist, but it seems to fit so well. The Walking Dead woman as a symbol for dead emotions. Dead lives that won't just give away up and go away. But because she's a subconscious figure, she's also him in a trance state. The conscious Danny is a submerged. The subconscious figure is pulling the strings. So Danny put his hands around his own neck and stopped. She said, I get the picture. I think that's more frightening than having a stranger creeping around the halls. Jack, you can move away from a stranger. You can't move away from yourself. You're talking about schizophrenia of a very limited type, he said, but a trifle uneasily, and of course a very special nature, because he does seem able to read thoughts, and he really does seem to have precognitive flashes from time to time. I can't think of that as mental illness, no matter how hard I try. We all have schizo deposits in us anyway. I think as Danny gets older, he'll get this under control. If you're right, then it's imperative that we get him out, whatever he has. This hotel is making it worse. I wouldn't say that. He objected. If he'd done as he was told, he would never gone up to that room in the first place. It would have never happened. My God, Jack, are you implying that being half strangled was a fitting punishment for being off limits? No, of course not. But, she said, shaking her head violently. The truth is, we're guessing. We don't have any idea when he might turn a corner or run into one of those air pockets or one real horror movies, whatever they are. We had to get him away. She laughed a little in the darkness. Next thing we'll be seeing things. Don't talk nonsense, he said. In the darkness of the room, he saw the hedge lions bunching around the path, no longer flanking it, but guarding it. Hungry November lions, cold sweat spraying out of his brow. You didn't really see anything, did you? She was asking. I mean, when you went up to that room, you didn't see anything. The lions were gone now. He saw a pink pastel shower curtain with a dark shape lounging behind it. The closed door that muffled hurried thump and sounds after it that might have been the running footsteps. The horrible lurching beat of his own heart as he struggled with the passkey. Nothing he said that was true. He hadn't been strung up, not sure of what was happening. He hadn't had a chance to sift through his thoughts for a reasonable explanation concerning the bruises on his son's neck, and he'd been pretty dang suggestible himself. Hallucinations could sometimes be catching, and you haven't changed your mind about the snowmobile. I mean his hands. Clamped into sudden tight fist, stop nagging me by his sides. I said I would, didn't I? I will now go to sleep. It's been a long day. And how, she said. There was a rustle. A bedcloth, and she turned toward him and kissed his shoulder. I love you, Jack, I love you too, he said, but he was only mouthing the words. His hands were still clenched in a fist. They felt like rocks. On the end of his arms, the pulse beat prominently in his forehead. She hadn't said a word about what was going to happen to them after they got down when the party was over. Not one word. It had been Danny this and Danny that, and Jack, I'm so scared. Oh yes, she was scared. A lot of closet boogeymen and jumping shadows. Plenty scared, but there was no lack of real ones either. When they got down to SiIvaGunner, they would arrive with $60 and the clothes they stood up in, not even a car. Even if SiIvaGunner had a pawn shop, which it didn't, they had nothing to hawk but Wendy's $90 diamond engagement ring and the Sony AM FM radio. A pawnbroker might give them $20. A kind pawnbroker, but there would be no job, not even part-time, seasonal, maybe even snuffling out driveways for $3 shot. The picture of John Torrance, 30 years old, who had once published in Esquire, and who had harbored dreams, not at all unreasonable dreams, he felt of becoming a major American writer during the next decade, with a shovel from Sidewinder Western Auto on his shoulder, ringing doorbells. That picture suddenly came to him much more clearly than the hedge lions, and he clenched his fist tighter still, feeling the fingernails sink into his palms and draw blood in mystic moon shapes. John Torrance, standing in line to change his $60 into food stamps, standing in line again at the Sidewinder Methodist Church to get donated commodities and dirty looks from the locals. John Torrance explained to Al that they'd just had to leave, had to shut down the boiler, had to leave the overlook and all it contained opened to vandals or thieves on snow machines, because you see, Al, Tesvo. Oh, Al, there are ghosts up there, and they have it in for my boy. Goodbye, Al. Thoughts of Chapter 4 Spring comes for John Torrance. What then? Whatever then? They might be able to come and get to the West Coast in the VW, he supposed. A new fuel pump would do it 50 miles west of here, and it was all downhill. You could dang near put the bug in neutral and coast Utah onto sunny California, land of oranges and opportunity. A man with a sterling record of alcoholism, student beating, and ghost chasing would undoubtedly be able to write his own ticket. Anything you like. Custodial engineer, swamping out Greyhound buses, the automotive business, washing cars in a rubber suit, the culinary arts, perhaps washing dishes in a diner, or possibly a more responsible position such as pumping gas. A job like that even held any intellectual stimulation of making change and writing out credit slips. I can give you 25 hours a week at the minimum wage. That was heavy tunes in a year when Wonder Bread went for 60 cents a loaf. Blood had begun to trickle down from his palms like stigmata. Oh yes, he squeezed tighter, salvaging himself with pain. His wife was asleep beside him. Why not? There were no problems. He had agreed to take her and Danny away from the big bad boogeyman, and there were no problems. So you see, Al, I thought best the thing would be to kill her. The thought rose from up out of nowhere, naked and adorned. The urge to tumble her out of bed, naked, bewildered, just beginning to wake up to pounce on her. Seize her neck like the green limb of a young aspen and throw out her thumbs on her windpipe, fingers pressing against the top of her spine, jerking her head up and ramming it back against the floorboards again and again, whamming, whacking, smashing, crashing, jitter and jive, baby shake, rattle and roll. He would make her take her medicine, every drop, every last bitter drop. He was dimly aware of a muffled noise somewhere just outside his hot and racing inner world. He looked around, Danny was thrashing again, twisting in his bed and rumpling the blankets. The boy was moaning in a deep throttle in his throat. A small cage sound, what nightmare. Purple woman, long dead, shambling down afterwards corridors. Somehow he didn't think so. Someone else chased Danny in his dreams. Something worse, the bitter lock of emotions was broken. He got out of bed and went across to the boy, feeling Sick and ashamed of himself, it was Danny he had to think of, not Wendy, not himself, only Danny, and no matter what shape he wrestled the facts into, he knew in his heart that Danny must be taken out. He straightened the boy's blankets and added the quilt from the foot of his bed. Danny was quieted again now. Jack touched his sleeping forehead. What monster is capering just behind the ridge of the bone, and found it warm but not overly so. And he was sleeping peacefully again. Queer. He got back into bed and tried to sleep. It eluded him. It was so unfair that things that should turn out this way. Bad luck seemed to stalk them. They hadn't been able to shake it by coming up here after all. By the time they arrived in Sidewinder tomorrow afternoon, the golden opportunity would have evaporated. Gone the way of the blue suede shoe, as an old roommate of his had been wont to say. Consider the difference if they didn't go down. If they could somehow stick it out, the play would get finished one way or the other. He would take an ending onto it. His own uncertainty about his characters might add an appealing touch of ambiguity to his original landing. Perhaps it would even make him some money. That wasn't impossible. Even lacking that, Al might well convince the Sovington board to rehire him. He would be on the pro, of course, maybe for as long as 3 years, but if he could stay sober and keep writing, he might have to stay at Stovington for 3 years. Of course, he hadn't cared much for Stovington before. He had felt stifled, buried alive, but that had been an immature reaction. Furthermore, how much could a man enjoy teaching when he went through his first 3 classes with a skull-busting hangover every second or third day? It wouldn't be that way again. He would be able to handle his responsibilities much better. He was sure of it. Somewhere in the midst of that thought, things began to break up and he drifted down into sleep. His last thought followed him like a sounding bell. It seemed that I might be able to find peace out here. At last they would only let him. When he woke up, he was standing in the bathroom of 217. Been walking in my sleep again. Why? No radios to break up here. The bathroom light was on. The room behind him in darkness. The shower curtain was drawn around the long claw-footed tub. The bath mat beside it was wrinkled and wet. He began to feel afraid, but the very dreamlike quality of his fear told him this was not real, yet that could not contain the fear. So many things that the overlook seemed like dreams. He moved across the floor to the tub, not wanting to, but helpless to turn his feet back. He flung the curtain open, lying in the tub naked, lolling almost weightlessly in the water was George Hatfield, a knife stuck in his chest. The water around him was stained bright pink. George's eyes were closed. His penis floated limply. Like, "Help, George," he heard himself say. At the word, George's eyes snapped open. They were silver, not human eyes at all. George's hands, fish white, found the side of the tub and he pulled himself up to a sitting position. The knife straight stuck out from his chest, equidistantly placed between nipples. The round was lipless. "You set the timer head," silver-eyed George told him. "No, George, I didn't. I don't," stuttered. George was standing now, still fixing him with that inhuman silver glaze, but his mouth had drawn back in a dead and grimacing smile. He threw one leg over the porcelain side of the tub. One white and wrinkled foot placed itself on the bath mat. "First you tried to run me over on my bike, and then you set the timer head, and then you tried to stab me to death, but I don't stutter." George was coming for him, his hands out, the fingers slightly curled. He smelled his moldy wet like feet, like leaves that had been rained on. "It was for your own good," Jack said, backing up. "I set it ahead for your own good. Furthermore, I happen to know you cheated on your final composition." "I don't cheat and I don't stutter." George's hands touched his neck. Jack turned and ran with the floating weightless and slowness that was so common to dreams. You did cheat," he screamed in fear and anger as he crossed the darkened bed. "It's the sitting room, I'll prove it." George's hands were on his neck again. Jack's heart swelled with fear until he was sure it would burst, and then at last his hand curled around the doorknob and he turned under his hand as he yanked the door open. He plunged out, not into the second floor hallway, but into the basement room beyond the arch. The cobwebby light was on. His camp chair, stark and geometrical, stood beneath it, and all around it was a miniature mountain range of boxes and crates and banded bundles of records and invoices, and God knew what relief surged through him. "I'll find it." He heard himself screaming. He sees a damp and moldering cardboard boxes split apart in his hand, spilling out a waterfall of yellow flimsies. It's here somewhere. I will find it. He plunged his hands deep into the pile of papers and came up with a dry, papery wasp's nest in one hand and a timer in the other. Timer was ticking. Attached to the back was a length of electrical cord. Attached to the other was a cord of bundle of dynamite. Here, he screamed. Here, take it, his relief. He became almost triumph. He had done more than escape from George. He had conquered. With these talismanic objects in his hands, George would never touch him again. George would flee in terror. He began to turn so he could confront George, and that was when George's hands settled around his neck, squeezing, stopping his breath, damming up his respiration entirely, and after one final dragging gasp, "I don't stutter," whispered George from behind him. He dropped the wasp's nest, and wasp boiled out of it in a furious brown and yellow wave. His lungs were on fire. He, waving his light, fell on the timer, and the sense of triumph returned along with the cresting wave of righteous wrath. Instead of connecting the timer to dynamite, the cord ran to a gold knob of stout block cane, like the one his father had carried after the accident with the milk truck. He grasped it and cord and pared it. The cane felt heavy and right in his hands. He swung it over the back of his shoulder. On one way it glanced against the wire from which the light bulb depended, and the light began to swing back and forth, making the room's hooded shadows rock monstrously against the floor and walls. On the way down, the cane struck something much harder. George screamed. A drip on Jack's throat loosened. He tore free of George's grip and whirled. George was on his knees, his head drooping, his hands laced together on top of it. Blood welled through his fingers. "Please, John, please." No, George whispered humbly. "Give me a break, Mr. Torrance. Now you take your medicine." Jack grunted. "Now, by God, won't you, young pup, young worthless car? Not by God, right now, every drop, every single dang drop." As the lights swayed above him and the shadows danced and flapped, he began to swirl the cane, bringing it down again and again, his arm rising and falling like a machine. George's bloody, protecting fingers fell again from his head, and Jack brought the cane down again and again, and on his neck and shoulders and back and arms, everything except that cane was no longer precisely a cane. It seemed to be a mallet with some kind of brightly striped handle, mallet with the hard side and soft side. The business end was clotted with blood and hair, and the flat whacking sound of the mallet against the flesh had been replaced with a hollow booming sound, echoing and reverberating. His own voice had taken on this exact same quality, bellowing, disembodied, and yet paradoxically it sounded weaker, slurred, petulant, as if we were drunk. The fingers on his knees slowly raised its head as if in supplication. There was not a face precisely, but only a mask of blood through which eyes peered. He brought the mallet down for a final whistling downstroke, and it was fully launched before he saw a supplicating face below him. Was not George's, but Danny's. It was the face of his son, Danny. And the mallet crashed home, striking Danny right between the eyes, closing them forever, and something somewhere seemed to be laughing. No, he came out of it standing naked over Danny's bed, his hands empty, his body sheen as wet. His final scream had been only in his mind. He voiced it again, this time in a whisper. "No, no, Danny, never." He went back to his bed on legs that had turned to rubber. When he was sleeping deeply, the clock on the nightstand said it was 5:15. He lay sleepless until 7 when Danny began to stare awake. Then he put his legs over the edge of the bed and began to dress. It was time to go downstairs and check the boiler. Chapter 33, The Snowmobile. Sometime after midnight, while they all slept uneasily, the snow had stopped after dumping a fresh 8 inches on the old crust. The clouds had broken, a fresh wind had swept them away, and now Jack stood in dusty ingots of sunlight which slanted through the dirty window set into the eastern side of the equipment shed. The place was about as long as a freight car and about as high, it seemed, of grease and oil and gasoline and faint nostalgic smell. Sweet grass 4 power lawnmowers were ranked like soldiers on review against the south wall. 2 of them riding type that looked like small tractors to the left were post-told Tigger's round bladed shovels that made for doing surgery. On the putting green, the chainsaw, the electric head clippers, and a long thin steel pole with a red flag on top. Caddy, fetch my ball in under 10 seconds in the quarters for you. Yes, sir. Against the eastern wall, the pouring sun sliding into ping pong tables leaned once against the other like a drunken house of cards. The nets had been removed and flopped down from the shelf above. In the corner was a stack of shuffle boards, a rope, and a rope set. The wicket banded 2 together with twists of wire, the brightly painted balls in an egg carton sort of thing. Strange hens you have up here, Watson. Yes, you should see the animals down on the front lawns, haha, and the mallets too, a set of them standing in their racks. He walked over to them, stepping over an 8-cell battery, which had been sat beneath the hood of the hotel truck. No doubt, and a battery charger and a pair of JCPenney pen jumper cables coiled between them. He slipped one of the short-handed mallets out in front of the rack and held it up front of his face like a knight bound for battle, saluting his king. Fragments of his dreams. It was all jumbled now, failing. It recurred something about George Hatfield and his father's cane, just enough to make him uneasy, and absurdly enough, a trifle guilty about holding a plain old garden variety roque mallet. Now that the roque mallet was such a common garden variety game anymore, it was more modern. Cousin croquet was much more popular now, a child's version of the game. At that roque, however, that must have been quite a game. Jack had found a mildewed rule book down in the basement from one of the years in the early 20s when a North American rogue tournament had been held at the Overlook. Quite a game. Skizzo, he frowned a little, then smiled. Yes, it was a Skizzo sort of game. At that, the mallet expressed that perfectly. A soft end and a hard end. A game of finesse and aim, and a game of raw bludgeoning power. He swung the mallet through the air. Whoop. He smiled a little at that powerful whistling sound it made. Then he replaced it in the rack and turned to his left. What he saw there made him frown again. The snowmobile sat almost in the middle of the equipment shed, a fairly new one, and Jack didn't care for its looks at all. Bombardier Skidoo was written on the side of the engine, cowling facing him in black letters, which had been raked backward, presumably to connote speed. The protruding skis were also black. There was black piping to the right and left of the cowling, what they would call racing stripes on a sports car, but the actual paint job was a bright sneering yellow, and that what he didn't like about it, sitting there in its shadow, morning sun yellow body and black piping, black skis, the black upholstered open cockpit. It looked like a monstrous mechanized wasp. When it was running, it would sound like that too, whining and buzzing the land ready sting. And then what else should it look like? It wasn't under false colors, at least, because after it had done its job, there was going to be hurting plenty. All of them by spring. The Torrance family would be hurting so badly that what those wasps had done to Danny's hands would look like mother's kisses. He pulled his handkerchief from his back pocket, wiped his mouth with it, walked over to the Skidoo. He looked down at it, the frown very deep now, and stuffed his handkerchief back in his pocket. Outside, a sudden gust of wind slammed against the equipment shed, making it rock and creak. He looked out the window and saw the gust carrying a sheet of sparkling snow crystals toward the drifted-in rear of the hotel, whirling them high into the hard blue sky. The wind dropped and he went back to looking at the machine. It was a disgusting thing, really. You almost expected to see a long limber stinger protruding from the rear of it. He had always disliked the gosh darn snowmobiles. They shivered the cathedral silence of winter into a million rattling fragments. They started the wildlife. They sent out huge and polluted clouds of blue and billowing oil smoke behind them. Cough, cough, gag, gag, let me breathe. They were perhaps the final grotesque toy of the unwinding fossil fuel age given to 10-year-olds for Christmas. He remembered a newspaper article he read in Stonington of story dated sometime in Maine, a kid on a snowmobile barrel assessing up a road he'd never traveled before at better than 30 miles an hour. Night, his headlights off. There had been a heavy chain strung between two posts with a no trespassing sign hung from the middle. That possibility the kid never saw it. The moon might have gone behind a cloud. The chain had decapitated him. Reading the story, Jack had almost been glad, and now, looking down at this machine, the feeling recurred. If it wasn't for Danny, I would take great pleasures in grabbing one of those mallets, opening the cowling, and just pounding until he let his pent-up breath escape him in a long, slow sigh. When he was right, come hell, high water, or the welfare line, when he was right, pounding this machine to death would be the height of folly. No matter how pleasant an aspect that folly made, it would almost be tantamount to pounding his own son to death. Freaking Luddite, he said aloud. He went to the back of the machine and unscrewed the gas cap. He found a dipstick on one of the shelves that ran at one a high chest high around the walls and slipped it in. The last 1/8 of an inch came out wet, not very much, but enough to see if the dang thing would run. Later, he could siphon more from the Volks and the hotel truck. He screwed the cap back on, and opening the cowling, no spark plugs, no battery, he went to the shelf again and began to poke along it, pushing aside screwdrivers and adjustable wrenches along one lung carburetor that had been taken out of an old lawnmower, plastic boxes of screws and nails and bolts of varying sizes. The shelf was thick and dark with old grease in the years, accumulation of dust that stuck to it like fur. He didn't like touching it. He found a small old bullet-stained box with the abbreviation SKID Glyconically marked on it with pencil. He shook it and something rattled inside. Plugs. He held one of them up to the light, trying to estimate the gap without hunting around for the gapping tool. Frick it, he thought resentfully, and dropped the plug back into the box. If the gap's wrong, then that's too dang bad. Tough freaking titty. There was a stool behind the door. He dragged it over and sat down and installed the 4 spark plugs, then fitted the small rubber caps over each. That done, he let his fingers play briefly over the magneto. They laughed when I sat down at the piano. Back to the shelves. This time he couldn't find what he wanted: a small battery, a 3 or 4 cell. There were sockets, wrenches, a case full with drills and drill bits, bags of lawn fertilizer, and Vigoro for the flower beds, but no snowmobile battery. It didn't bother him in the slightest. In fact, it made him feel glad. He was relieved. I did my best, Captain, but I could not get through. That's fine, son. I'm going to put you in for the Silver Star and Purple Snowmobile. You're a credit to your regiment. Thank you, sir. I did try. He began to whistle Red River Valley up-tempo as he poked along the last 2 or 3 feet of the shelf. The notes came out in little puffs of white smoke. He had made a complete circuit of the shed, and maybe that thing wasn't there. Maybe someone had lifted. Maybe Watson had. He laughed aloud, the old office bootleg trick. A few paper clips, a couple of reams of paper, and nobody will miss this tablecloth or this golden regal place setting. And what about this fine snowmobile battery? Yes, might come in handy. Toss it in the sack, white-collar crime, baby. Everybody has sticky fingers under the jacket discount, we used to call it when we were kids. He walked back to the snowmobile and gave the side of it a good healthy kick as he went by. Well, that was the end of it. He would just had to tell Wendy, sorry, baby, but there was a box sitting in the corner by the door. The stool had been right over it, written on top in pencil, the abbreviation SKID. He looked at it, a smile drifting up on his lips. Look, sir, it's a cavalry. Looks like your smoke signals must have worked after all. It wasn't fair. Gosh darn it, wasn't fair. Something but luck, fate, providence. It had been trying to save him. On the other luck, white luck at last. A moment's bad. Old Jack Torrance had stepped back in. The lousy run of cards wasn't over yet. Resentment, a gray, sullen wave of it, pushed up his throat, his hands to clench into fists again. Not fair, gosh darn it, not fair. Why couldn't have it been someplace else, any place? Why had it been a crick in the neck, or an itch in his nose, or the need to blink? Just one of those little things. He would never have seen it. Well, he hadn't. That was all. It was hallucination. No, different from what happened yesterday. Outside that room on the 2nd floor, the gosh darn hedge menagerie, a momentary strain. That was all. Fancy, I thought I saw a snowmobile battery in that corner. Nothing there now. Combat fatigue, I guess, sir. Sorry. Keep your peeker up, son. It happens to all of us sooner or later. He yanked up the door open almost hard enough to snap the hinges and pulled his snowshoes inside. There were clotted with snow, and he slapped them down hard enough on the floor to raise a cloud of it. He put his left foot on the left shoe and paused. Danny was out there by the milk platform trying to make a snowman. By the looks, not much luck. The snow was too old to stick together. Still, he was giving it the old college try out there, flashing morning, a speck of bundled up boy above the brilliant snow and below the brilliant sky, wearing his hat turned around like backward, like Carlton Fisk. What in the God, name of God, were you thinking of? The answer came back with no pause. Me, I was thinking of me. He suddenly remembered lying in bed the night before, lying there, and suddenly he had been contemplating the murder of his wife in that instant, kneeling there. Everything came clear to him. It was not just Danny the Overlook was working on. It was working on him too. It wasn't Danny who was weak link, it was him. He was a veritable one. He could be bent and twisted until something snapped, until I left to go to sleep. And when I do that, if I do that, he looked up at the banks of the windows, and the sun threw back an almost blinding glare from their many paint surfaces. But he looked anyway. For the first time, he noticed how much they seemed like eyes. They reflected against from the sun and held their own darkness within. It was not Danny they were looking at, it was him. In those few seconds, he understood everything. There was a certain black and white picture he remembered seeing as a child in Cactech class. The nun had presented to them on an easel and called it a miracle of God. The class had looked up blankly, seeing nothing but a jumble of whites and blacks, senseless and patternless. Then one of the children in the third row had gasped, "It's Jesus." And that child had gone home with a brand new testament and also calendar because he had been first. The others stared even harder, Jackie Torrance among them. One by one, the kids had given a similar gasp. One little girl, transported in near ecstasy, crying out shrilly, "I see him, I see him." She had also been rewarded with the testament. At last, everyone had seen the face of Jesus in jumbled blacks and whites except Jackie. He strained harder and harder, scared now, part of him cynically, thinking that everyone else was simply putting on to please Sister Beatrice, part of him secretly convinced that he wasn't seeing because God had decided it was the worst sinner in class. "Don't you see it, Jackie?" Sister Beatrice had asked him in her sad, sweet manner. "I see your boobs," he had thought. In vicious desperation, he had begun to shake his head, then faked excitement and said, "Yes, I do. Wow, it is Jesus." And everyone in class laughed and applauded him, making him feel triumphant, ashamed, and scared. Later, when everyone else had tumbled away up from the church basement and onto the street, he had lingered behind, looking at the meaningless black and white jumble that Sister Beatrice had left on the easel. He hated it. They had all made it up the way he had, even Sister herself. It was a big fake. "Poop, fire, hellfire, poop, fire," he had whispered under his breath, and he turned to go. He had seen the face of Jesus from the corner of his eye, sad and wise. He turned back, his heart in his throat. Everything had suddenly clicked into place, and he stared at the picture with fearful wonder, unable to believe he had missed it. Those eyes, the zigzag of shadow along the careworn brow, the fine nose, the compassionate lips, looking at Jackie Torrance. What had only been a meaningless sprawl had suddenly been transformed into a stark black and white etching of the face of Christ our Lord. Fearful wonder became terror. He had cussed in front of the picture of Jesus. He would be damned. He would be in hell with the sinners. The face of Christ Taya had been in the picture all along. Now, kneeling in the sun and watching his son playing in the shadow of the hotel. He knew that it was all true. The hotel wanted Danny, maybe all of them, but Danny for sure. The hedges red wanted to really walk. There was a dead woman, 217, a woman that was perhaps only a spirit and harmless under most circumstances, but a woman who was now in active danger. Like some malevolent clockwork toy, she had been wound up and set in motion by Danny's own mind, and his own had it been Watson, who had told him a man had dropped dead of a stroke one day on the road quarter. Had it been Omen, it didn't matter. There had been an assassination on the third floor. How many old quarrels, suicide strokes, how many murders? Was Grady lurking somewhere in the West Wing with an axe, just waiting for Danny to start him up so he could come back out of the woodwork? The puffed circle of bruises around Danny's neck, the twinkling half-seen bottles in the deserted lounge, the radio, the dreams, the scrapbook he'd found in the cellar. "Medic, are you here? I've been sleeping, walking again, my dear." He got up suddenly, thrusting the snowshoes back out the door. He was shaking all over. He slammed the door and picked up the box with the battery in it. It slipped through his shaking fingers. "Oh Christ, what if I cracked it?" He thumped over on its side. He pulled the flaps of the carton open and yanked the battery out, heedless of the acid that might be leaking through the battery's casing. If it had cracked, but it hadn't, it was whole. A little sigh escaped his lips. Cradling it, he took it over to the skidoo and put it on its platform. Near the front of the engine, he found a small adjustable wrench on one side of the shelves and attached the battery cables quickly. And with no trouble, the battery was alive. No need to use the charger on it. There had been crackle of electricity and a small odor of ozone when he slipped the positive cable onto its terminal. The job done, he stood away, wiping his hands nervously on his faded denim jacket. There, it should work. No reason why not. No reason I'll accept. It was part of the Overlook, and the Overlook really didn't want them out of here. Not at all. The Overlook was having one hell of a good time. There was a little boy to terrorize a man and his woman, to set one against the other. And as if it played its cards right, they could end up flitting through the overlooked halls like insubstantial shades in a Shirley Jackson novel, whatever. Walked in Hill House, walked alone, but you wouldn't be alone in the overlook, oh no. There would be plenty of company here, but there was really no reason why the snowmobile shouldn't start except the course, except he still didn't want to go. Yes, except for that, he stood looking at the skidoo, his breath puffing out in frozen little plumes. He wanted it to be the way it had been. Why had he had come in? Here he had no doubts, going down to the wrong decision. He had known that, and he was only scared of the boogeyman summoned up by his hysterical little boy. Now suddenly he could see our side. It was like his play, his damnable play. He no longer knew which side he was on, or how things should come out. Once you saw the face of God in those jumbled blacks and whites, it was everybody out of the pool. You could never unsee it. Others might laugh and say it's nothing, just old, lot of little splotches with no meaning. Give me a good old craftsmaster, paint by the numbers any day. But you would always see the face of Christ our Lord looking out at you. You had seen it, and in the career one just saw leap the conscious and unconscious meddling in that once shocking moment of understanding. You would always see it. You were damned to always see it. I've been sleepwalking again, my dear. It had been alright until he had seen Danny playing in the snow. It was Danny's fault. Everything had been Danny's fault. He was the one with the shining or whatever it was. It wasn't a shining, it was a curse. Or whatever. If he had won and he had been here alone, they could have passed through the winter quite nicely. No pain, no strain on the brain. Don't want to leave, can't. The Overlook didn't want them to go, and he didn't want to go either. Not even Danny. Maybe he was a part of it. Now, perhaps the Overlook, large and rambling Samuel Johnson, like it was, had picked him to be the boss. Well, you say, the new caretaker writes. Very good to sign him on. With time, we took our side. Let's get rid of the woman and his snot-nosed kid first. However, we don't want him to be distracted. We don't. He was standing by the snowmobile's cockpit, his head starting to ache again. Why did it come down to go or stay? Very simple. Keep it simple. Shall we go or shall we stay? If we go, how long will it be before you find the local hole inside? Winder, a voice inside him, asked. The dark place with the lousy colored TV that unshaven and employed men spend the day watching game shows on, where the piss in the men's room smells 2,000 years old, and there's always a Sodom camel butt unravel laying in the toilet bowl, where the beer is 30 cents a glass and cut it with salt, and jukebox is loaded with 70 country oldies. How long, oh Christ? He was so afraid it wouldn't be long at all. I can't win, he said very softly. That was it. It was like trying to play solitaire with one of the axes missing from the deck. Abruptly, he leaned over the skidoo's motor compartment and yanked off the magneto. Came off with sickening ease. He looked at it for a moment, then went from the equipment shed's back door and opened it. From here, the view of the mountains was unobstructed. Picture a postcard, beautiful in the twinkling brightness of morning. An unbroken field of snow rose to the first pines about a mile distant. He flung the magneto as far out into the snow as he could. It went much farther than it should have. There was a light puff of snow when it fell. The light breeze carried the snow granules away to fresh resting places. Dispersed there, I say, there's nothing to see, it's all over. Dispersed. He felt at peace. He stood in the doorway for a long time, breathing the good mountain air, and then he closed it firmly and went back out the other door to tell Wendy they would be staying on the way. He stopped and had a snowball fight with Danny. Chapter 34, The Hedges. It was November 29th, 3 days after Thanksgiving. The last week had been a good one. The Thanksgiving dinner had been the best they'd ever had as a family. When he had cooked O'Halloran's turkey to a turn, and they had all eaten to bursting without even coming close to demolishing the jolly bird. Jack had grown that they would be eating the turkey for the rest of the winter. Cream turkey, turkey sandwiches, turkey noodles, turkey surprise. No, Wendy told him with a little smile, only until Christmas. Then we had the cape on. Jack and Danny grown together. The bruises on Danny's neck had faded, and their fears seemed to have faded with them. On Thanksgiving afternoon, Wendy had been pulling Danny around on his sled while Jack worked on his play, which was almost done. Are you still afraid, Doc? She had asked, not knowing how to put the question less badly. Yes, he answered simply. But now, I stay in the safe places. Your daddy says that sooner or later forest rangers will wonder why we're not checking in on the CB radio. They'll come in to see if anything is wrong. We might go down, then you and I, and let your Danny finish the winner. He has good reasons for wanting in a way. Doc, it is no, it's hard for you to understand our backs are against the wall. Yes, he had answered non-committally. On this sparkling afternoon, the two of them were upstairs, and Danny knew that had been making love. They were dozing now. They were happy. He knew his father still was a little bit afraid, and his father's attitude was strange. He was feeling that he had done something that was very hard and done it right, but then he could not seem to see exactly what was something it was. His father was guarding that carefully, even in his own mind. Was it possible Danny wanted to be glad you had done something and still be so ashamed of that something that you tried not to think of? The question was a disturbing one that didn't mind think it was such a thing that was possible in a normal mind. His hardest problem was his father had only brought him a dim picture of something like an octopus whirling up into the hard blue sky on both occasions that had been concentrated hard enough to get this. Daddy had suddenly been staring at him in a sharp and frightening way, as if Danny knew what Danny was doing now. He was in the lobby getting ready to go out. He went out, taking his sled, or wearing snowshoes he liked out of the hotel. When he was out in the sunshine, it seemed like a weight had slipped from his shoulders. He pulled a chair over, stood on it, and got his parka and snow pants out of the ballroom closet, and then sat down on the chair to put them out. His boots were in the boot box, and he put them on, his tongue creeping out into the corner of his mouth in concentration as he laced them and tried the raw hide into carefully granny knots. He pulled them on his mittens and his ski mask and was ready. He trampled into the kitchen back door, then passed. He was tired of playing out and back, and at the time of day, hotel shadows would be cast over his play area. He didn't even like being in the overlooked shadow. He decided he would put on his snowshoes and go down to the playground instead. Dick Halloran had told him to stay away from the topiary, but the thought of the hedge animals did not bother him much. They were buried under snowdrifts now, nothing showing but a vague hump that was a rabbit's head and the lion's tail sticking out of the snow. The way they were, the tails looked more like absurd than frightening. Danny opened the back door and got his snowshoes from the milk platform. 5 minutes later, he was strapping them onto his feet on the front porch. His daddy had told him that Danny, was the hang of the snowshoes, the lazy shuffling stride, the twist of ankle that shook the powdery snow from the lacings just before the boot came back down, and all that remained was for him to build up the necessary muscles in his thighs and calves and ankles. Danny found that his ankles got tired. The fastest snowshoeing was almost as hard on your ankles as skating, because you had to keep clearing of the lacing. Every 5 minutes or so, he had to stop with his legs spread in the snowshoes, flat on the snow to rest them, but he didn't have to rest on his way down to the playground because it was all downhill. Less than 10 minutes after, he struggled up and over the monstrous snow dune that had drifted in on the snow overlook's front porch. He was standing with his mitted hand on the playground slide that wasn't even breathing hard. The playground seemed much nicer in the deep snow than it had ever during the autumn. It looked like a fairyland sculpture. The swing chains had been frozen in strange positions. The seats of the big kids' swing resting flush against the snow. The jungle gym was an ice cave guarded by dripping icicle teeth. Only the chimneys of the play overlook stuck over the snow, which the other one was buried that way, not only with us in it, and the tops of the cement rings protruded into places like Eskimo igloos. Danny trampled over there, squatted, and began to dig. Before long, he had uncovered the dark mouth of one of them, and he slipped into the cold tunnel. In his mind, he was Patrick McGoohan, the secret agent man. They had shown the reruns of the program twice on the Burlington TV channel, and his daddy never missed them. He would never skip a party to stay home and watch the secret agent or the Avengers, and Danny had always watched them with him on the run from KBG agents in the mountains of Switzerland. There had been avalanches in the area of the notorious KGB agent. Slabo had killed his girlfriend with a poison dart, but somewhere near the Russian anti-gravity machine, perhaps at the end of this very tunnel, he drew his automatic and went along the concrete tunnel, his eyes wide and alert, his breath pummeling out. The far end of the concrete ring was solidly blocked with snow. He tried digging through it and was amazed and a little uneasy to see how solid it was, almost like ice from the cold, and the constant weight of more snow on top of it. His make-believe game collapsed around him, and he was suddenly aware that he felt closed and extremely nervous in this tight ring of cement. He could hear his breathing. It sounded dank and quick and hollow. He was under the snow and hardly any light filtered down the hole he had dug to get in here. Suddenly, he wanted to be out in the sunlight more than anything. He remembered his daddy and mommy were sleeping, and he didn't know where he was, and at the hole he dug caved, and he would be trapped, and the Overlook didn't like him. Then he turned around with some difficulty and crawled back along the length of the concrete ring, his snowshoes clanking woodenly together, leaving his palms crackling and last fall's dead aspen leaves beneath him. They had just reached the end, a cold spill of light coming down from above when the snow did give a minor fall, but enough to powder his face and clog the opening he had wriggled down through and leave him in darkness for a moment. His brain froze in utter panic, and he did not think. Then, as it from far off, he heard his daddy telling him that he must never play in the Stovington dump, because sometimes stupid people hauled old refrigerators off to the dump without removing the doors, and if you got in one of the door happened to shut on you, there was no way you could get out. You would die in the darkness. You wouldn't want a thing like that to happen to you, Now, would you, Doc? No, Daddy, but it had happened. His friends of mine told him it had happened. He was in the dark, he closed in, and cold as a refrigerator, and something isn't here with me. His breath stopped in a gasp, and almost drowsy terror sold through his veins. Yes, there was something in here with him. Some awful thing the Overlook had saved just for such a chance like this. Maybe a huge spider that had burrowed down under the dead leaves, or a rat. Or maybe the corpse of some little kid that had died here on the playground. Had that ever happened? Yes, he thought it might be. It had. Maybe it was a woman in the tubs of blood and brains on the wall of the presidential suite, or some little kid, its head split open from a fall from the monkey bars or a swing, crawling after him in the dark, grinning, looking for one final playmate and send its playground forever. In the moment, he could hear it coming. At the far end of the concrete ring, Danny heard the stealthy crackle of dead leaves as something came for him on his hands and knees. At any moment, he would feel its cold hand close over his ankle. The thought broke his paralysis. He was digging at the loose wall of snow that choked the end of the concrete ring, throwing it back between his legs in powdery bursts like a dog digging for a bone. Blue light filtered down from above, and Danny thrust himself up at it like a diver coming out of deep water. He scraped back on the lip of the concrete ring, one of his snowshoes twisted behind the other. Snow spilled down inside his ski mask into the collar of his parka. He dug at the snow, clawed at it. It seemed to be trying to hold him, to stuck him back down, back into the concrete ring, where that unseen leaf crackling thing was to keep him there forever. Then he was out, his face turning up into the sun, and he was crawling through the snow, crawling away from the half-buried cement ring, gasping harshly, his face almost comically white with powdered snow, a living fright mask. He hobbled over to the jungle gym and down to readjust his snowshoes and get his breath. He set them right and tied the straps again. He never took his eyes from the hole at the end of the concrete ring. He waited to see if something would come out. Nothing did, and after 3 or 4 minutes, Danny's breathing began to slow down. Whatever it was, he couldn't stand the sunlight. It was cooped up down there, maybe to come out when it was darker, when both ends of its circular prison were plugged with snow. But I'm safe, now I'm safe. I'll just go back, because now I'm in. Something thumped softly behind him. He turned around toward the hotel and looked, but even before he looked, can you see the Indians in this picture? He knew what he would see, because he knew what that soft thumping sound had been. It was the sound of a large clump of snow falling, the way it sounded when he slid off the roof of the hotel and fell to the ground. Can you see? Yes, he could. The snow had fallen off the hedgehog. When he came down, it had been a harmless lump of snow outside the playground. Now it stood revealed in incongruous splash of green and all of the eye-watering whiteness. It was sitting up as if to beg a sweet or a scrap, but this time he wouldn't go crazy. He wouldn't blow his cool, because at least he wasn't trapped in some dark hole. He was in sunlight, and it was just a dog. It's pretty warm out today. He thought hopefully maybe the sun had melted just enough snow of that dog to rest off a bunch in. Maybe that's all It is. Don't go near that place. Steer right clear. His snowshoe bindings were as tight as they ever going to be. Stood up and stared back at the concrete ring, almost completely submerged in the snow, and what he saw at the end had exited his froze his heart. There was a circular path of darkness at the end of it. Full of shadow that marked the hole he had just dug down inside. Now, in spite of snow dazzle, he thought he could see something there. Something moving, a hand, the waving hand of some desperately unhappy child, waving hand, pleading hand, drowning hand, save me, oh, please save me. If you can't save me, at least come play with me forever and ever and forever. No, Danny whispered huskily. The word fell dry and bare from his mouth, which was striped of moisture. He could feel his mind wavering now, trying to go away the way it had when the woman in the room had. No, better not think of that. He grasped at the strings of reality and then held them tightly. He had to get out of here. Concrete on that. Be cool like Agent Man. Would Patrick McGoohan be crying and peeing his pants? And the little baby? Would his daddy? That called him somewhat from behind. That soft flump sound of falling snow came again. He turned around, and the head of one of the hedge lions was sticking out of the snow, now snarling at him. It was closer than should have been, almost up to the gate of the playground. Terror tried to rise up again, and he quelled it. He was the secret agent man, and he would escape. He began to walk out of the playground, taking the same roundabout course his father had taken on the day the snow fell. He concrete on the uppering snowshoes, snow, flat strides. Don't twist your foot too high or you'll lose your balance. Twist your ankle and spill the snow off the crust lacings. It seemed so slow. He reached the corner of the playground. The snow was drifted high here, and he was able to step over the fence. He got halfway over and then almost fell flat when the snowshoe on his behind foot caught on one of the fence posts. He leaned on the outside edge of gravity, pinwheeling his arms, remembering how hard it was to get up once he fell down from his right. That soft sound again, falling clumps of snow. He looked over and saw the other two lions clear of snow, now down there, their forepaws side by side, about 60 paces away. The green indentations that were about eyes were fixed on him. The dog had turned its head. It only happens when you're not looking. Oh hey, his snowshoes had crossed, and he plunged forward into the snow, arms waving uselessly. The snow got inside his hood and down his neck and into the tops of his boots. He struggled out of the snow and tried to get the snowshoes under him, heart hammering crazily now. Secret Agent Man, remember the Secret Agent Man, and overbalanced backwards for a moment. He lay there looking at the sky, thinking it would be simpler to just give up. Then he thought of the thing in the concrete tunnel, and he knew he could not. He gained his feet and started at the library. All three lines were bunched together now, not 40 feet away. The dog had ranged off to their left as if to block Danny's retreat. They were bare of snow except for powdery ruffs around their necks and muzzles. They were all staring at him. His breath was racing now, and the panic was like a rat behind his forehead, twisting and gnawing. He found the panic, and he fought the snowshoes. Daddy's voice. No, don't fight them, Doc went on like they were on your feet. Walk on them, yes, Daddy. He began to walk again, trying to regain the easy rhythm he had practiced with his daddy. Little by little, it began to come, but with rhythm came an awareness of how tired he was. How much his fear had exhausted him. The tendons of his thighs and calves and ankles were hot and trembling. Ahead he could see the overlook, mockingly distant, seemed to stare at him with its many windows as if it were some sort of contest in which he was mildly interested. Danny looked back over his shoulder and he hurried, breathing caught for a moment and then hurried on even faster. The nearest line was only 20 feet behind, breasting through the snow like a dog paddling in a pond. The others were to its right and left, pacing it. They were like an army platoon on patrol. The dog still off to the left. The scout, the closest lion, had its head down. The soldiers bunched powerfully above its neck. The tail was up an instant before he turned to look at it. It was swishing back and forth, back and forth. He thought it would look like a great big house cat that was having a good time playing with the mouse before killing it, falling. No, he would fell dead. They would never let him get up. They would pounce. He pinwheeled his arms madly as he lunged ahead, his center of gravity dancing just beyond his nose. He caught it and hurried on, snapping glances back over his shoulder. The air whistled in and out of his dry throat like hot glass. The world closed down to dazzling snow, the green hedges, and the whispery sound of his snowshoes. And some thing else, a soft, muddled paddling sound. He tried to hurry faster and couldn't. He was walking over the buried driveway now, a small boy with his face almost buried in the shadows park a hood. The afternoon was still bright, and when he looked back, the pout lion was only 5 feet behind. It was grinning, its mouth open, its haunches tense down like clock spring behind it. And the others could see the rabbit, its head now sticking out of the snow bright green as if it had turned its horrid blank face to watch the end of the stalk. Now on the overlooked front lawn between the circular drive and the porch, he let the panic loose and began to run clumsily in the snowshoes, not daring to look back now. Tilting farther and farther forward, his arms out ahead of him like a blind man feeling for obstacles, his hood fell back, revealing his complexion paste white, giving way to hectic red blotches on his cheeks, his eyes bulging with terror. The porch was very close now. Behind him, he heard the sudden hard crunch of snow as if something leaped. He fell on the porch steps, screaming without sound and scrambling up them on his hands and knees, snowshoes clattering, and askew behind him there was a slashing sound in the air, sudden pain in his hot leg, the ripping sound of cloth, something else that must have been in his mind, bellowing, angry roar, smell of blood and evergreen. He fell full length on the porch, sobbing hoarsely, the rich metallic taste of copper in his mouth. His heart was thundering in his chest. There was a small trickle of blood coming from his nose. He had no idea how long he lay there before the lobby door flew open and Jack ran out wearing his jeans and just a pair of slippers. Wendy was behind him. "Danny," she screamed. "Doc, Danny, for Christ's sake, what's wrong? What's happened?" Daddy was Leah, helping him below his knee. His snow pants were ripped open inside. His woolen ski sock had been ripped open, and his calf had been shallowly scratched as if he would try to push his way through a closely grown evergreen hedge, and his branches had clawed him. He looked over his shoulder far down the lawn past the putting green where a number of vague snow-cowled humps, the hedge animals between them, and the playground between them and the road. His legs gave way. Jack caught him. He began to cry. After 35, the lobby, he had told them everything except what happened to him when the snow had blocked at the end of the concrete ring. He couldn't bring himself to repeat that, and he didn't know the right words to express the creeping, lassituous sense of terror he had felt when he heard the dead aspen leaves begin to crackle furtively down there in the cold darkness, but he told them about the soft sound of snow falling in clumps. About the lion with its head and its bunched shoulders working its way down up out of the snow to chase him. He even told them about how the rabbit had turned its head to watch near the end. The 3 of them were in the lobby. Jack had built a roaring blaze in the fireplace. Danny was bundled up in a blanket on the small sofa where once, a million years ago, 3 nuns had sat laughing like girls while they waited for in line at the desk to thin out. He was slipping hot noodle soup from a mug. Wendy sat beside him, stroking his hair. Jack had sat on the floor, his face seeming to grow more and more still, more and more set as Danny told his story. Twice he pulled his handkerchief out his back pocket and rubbed his sore looking lips with it. "They chased me," he finished. Jack got up and went over to the window and back to him. He looked at his mommy. "They chased me all the way up to the porch." He was struggling to keep his voice calm because he had stayed calm. Maybe they would believe him. Mr. Stenger hadn't stayed calm. He started to cry, and they hadn't been able to stop, so the men in the white coats had come and take him away. If you couldn't stop crying, it meant you had lost your marbles. And when would you be back? No one knows. His parka and snow pants and the cluttered snowshoes lay on the rug just inside the big double doors. "I won't cry, I won't let myself cry." And he thought he could do that, but he couldn't stop the shaking. He looked into the fire and waited for Daddy to say something. High yellow flames danced on the dark stone hearth. A pine knot exploded with a bang, and sparks rushed up the flue. "Danny, come over here." Danny, Jack turned around. His face had still pinched that deathly look. Danny didn't look at that. "Jack, I just wanted the boy over here for a minute." Danny slipped off the sofa and came over beside his daddy. "Good boy. Now what do you see?" Danny had known what he would see even before he got to the window. Below the clutter, boot tracks, sled tracks, and snowshoe tracks that marked their unusual exercise area, the snowfield that covered the overlooked lawn slope down to the topiary in the playground. Beyond it was married by 2 sets of tracks, one of them a straight line to the porch in the background, the other too long a looping line coming back up. Only my tracks, Daddy, but what about the hedges, Danny? Danny's lips began to tremble. He was going to cry. What if he couldn't stop? I won't cry. I won't cry. Won't. All covered in snow. He whispered it, but Daddy... What, I couldn't hear you. Jack, you're cross-examining him. Can't you see he's upset? He's... Shut up. Well, Danny, they scratched me, Daddy. My leg. You must have cut your leg on the crust of the snow. Then Wendy was between them, her face pale and angry. What are you trying to make him do? She asked him, confessed to murder. What's wrong with you? The strangeness in his eyes seemed to break them. I'm trying to help him find the difference between something real and something that was only hallucination. That's all. He squatted by Danny so they were eye to eye level, and he hugged him tight. Danny, it didn't really happen, okay? It was like one of those trances you have sometimes, that's all. Daddy, what's Dan? I didn't cut my leg on the crust. There isn't any crust. It's all powdery snow. It won't even stick together to make snowballs. Remember... We tried to have a snowball fight and couldn't. He felt his father sniffing against him. The porch stepped. Then Danny pulled away. Suddenly he had it. It flashed into his mind all at once, the way things sometimes did. The way it all about the woman wanting to be that gray man's pants. He stared at his father with widening eyes. You know I'm telling the truth, he whispered, shocked. Danny. Jack's face tightening. You know, because you saw the sound of Jack's open palm striking Danny's face was flat, not dramatic at all. The boy's head rocked back, the palm print reddening on cheeks. Wendy made a moaning noise for a moment. There were still the 3 of them, and Jack grabbed for his son and said, Danny, I'm sorry. You okay, Doc? You hit him, you bastard. Wendy, you dirty bastard. She grabbed the other arm, and for a moment, Danny was pulled between them. Oh, please stop pulling me, he screamed at them, and there was such agony in his voice that they both let go of him, and then the tears had come, and he collapsed weeping between the sofa and the window. His parents staring at him helplessly the way children might stare at a toy broken in a furious tussle over to whom it belonged. In the fireplace, another pine knot exploded like a hand grenade, making them all jump. Wendy gave him baby aspirin, and Jack slipped him unprotesting between the sheets of the cot. He was asleep in no time with a thumb in his mouth. I don't like that, she said. It's aggression. Jack didn't reply. She looked at him softly, without anger, without a smile. You want me to apologize for calling you a bastard? All right, I'll apologize. I'm sorry. You still shouldn't have hit him. I know, he muttered. I know that. I don't know what the hell came over me. You promised you'd never hit him again. He looked at her furiously, and then the fury collapsed. Suddenly, with pity and horror, she saw that what Jack would look like his old man. She never seen him look like that way before. What way? Defeated, she answered himself. He looks beaten, he said. I always thought I could keep my promises. She went over to him and put her hands on his arm. All right, it's over, and when the ranger comes to check us, we'll tell him we all want to go down. All right, Jack said. And at that moment, at least, he meant it the same way he had always meant it on those mornings after. Looking at his pale and haggard face in the bathroom mirror, I'm going to stop, going to cut it off flat. The morning gave way to afternoon, and in the afternoons he felt a little better. An afternoon gave way to night, and some great 12th century thinker had said, night must fall. He found himself wishing that Wendy would ask him about the hedges, would ask him what Danny meant when he said, you know, because you saw. If she did, he would tell her everything, the hedges, the woman in the room, everything about the fire hose that seemed to have switched positions. But where did confession stop? Could he tell her? He'd thrown the magneto away, and they could all be down inside. Wind her right now if he hadn't done that. And she was, do you want tea? Yes, a cup of tea would be good. She went to the door and paused there, rubbing her forearms through her sweater. It's my fault as much as yours, she said, what we're doing while he was going through that dream or whatever it was. Wendy, we were sleeping, she said, sleeping like a couple of teenage kids with their itch nicely scratched. Stop it, he said, it's over. No, Wendy answered it with a strange, restless scream. It's not over. She went to make tea, leaving him to make watch over the sun. Chapter 36, the elevator. Jack woke from a thin and uneasy sleep where huge and ill-defined shapes chased him through endless snow fields to what he first thought was another dream. Darkness, and in it a sudden mechanical jumble of noises, clicks and clanks, hummings, rattlings, snaps and whooshes. Then Wendy sat up beside him, and he knew it was no dream. What's that? Her hand, cold marble, gripped his wrist. He restrained an urge to shake it off. How in the hell was he supposed to know what it was? The illuminated clock on his nightstand said it was 5 minutes to 12. The humming sound again, loud and steady, varying the slightest bit, followed by a clank, and the humming ceased. A rattling bang, a thump, then the humming resumed. It was the elevator. Danny was sitting up. Daddy, his voice was sleepy and scared. Right here, Doc. Jack said, come on over and jump in, your mom's awake. The bed closed, rustled as Danny got on the bed between them. I think's the elevator, he whispered. That's right, Jack said. Just the elevator? What do you mean just? Wendy demanded. There's an ice skim of hysteria in a voice. It's the middle of the night. Who's running it? Hum, click, clank, and above them now, the rattle of gate out, according back, the bump of the doors opening and closing, then the hum of motors, and the cables again. Daddy began to whimper. Jack swung his feet out of the bed and onto the floor. It's probably a short, I'll check. Don't you dare. Go out of this room, don't be stupid, he said, pulling on his robe. It's my job. She was out of the bed moments later, pulling Danny with her. We'll go to Wendy. What's wrong, Danny asked somberly. What's wrong, Daddy? Instead of answering, he turned away, face angry and said he belted his robe around the door and opened it, a web in the dark hall. Wendy hesitated for a moment. She was actually Danny, who began to move first. She got up quickly, and they went out together. She hadn't bothered with the light. She fumbled over the switch that lit the floor. Spaced overheads in the hallway that led to the main corridor up ahead. Jack was already turning the corner. This time, Danny found the switch plate and flickered all 3 switches up the hallway leading down to the stairs, and the elevator shaft came alight. Jack was standing at the elevator station, which was flanked by benches and cigarette urns. He was standing motionless in front of the closed elevator door in his faded tartan bathrobe and his brown leather slippers with the rundown heels, his hair all in sleeve corkscrews and alfalfa cowlicks. He looked to her like an absurd 20th century Hamlet, an indecisive figure so mesmerized by onrushing tragedy that he was helpless to divert its course or alter it in any way. Jesus, stop. Think it's so crazy. Danny's hand had tightened painfully on her own. He was looking up at it intensely, his face strained and anxious. He began catching the drift of his thoughts. She realized just how much or how little of them he was getting. How it was impossible to say, but he flushed, feeling much the same as if he had caught her in a masturbatory act. Come on, she said as they went down the hall. To Jack, the hummings and clankings and thumpings were louder here, terrifying, in a disconnected, mumbled way. Jack was staring at the closed door with a feverish intensity through the diamond-shaped window. In the center of the elevator door, she thought she could make out the cables thumbing. Slightly, the elevator clanged to a slot below them. At the lobby level, they heard the doors thump open, and party, what had she thought party? The word had simply jumped into her head for no reason at all. The silence in the overlook was complete and intense, except for the weird noises coming up the elevator shaft. What must have been quite a party. What party? For a moment, her mind had filled with an image so real that it seemed to be a memory. Not just any memory, but the one of those you treasure, one of those you keep for the very special occasions and rarely mentions aloud. Lights, hundreds, maybe thousands of them, lights and colors. The pop of champagne corks, a 40-piece orchestra playing Glenn Miller's In the Mood, but Glenn Miller had gone down his bomber before she was born. How could she have a memory of Glenn Miller? She looked down at Danny and saw his head had clocked to one side as if he was hearing something she couldn't hear. His face was very pale. Thump. The door had slid down there. A humming whine as the elevator began to rise. She saw the engine rising on top of the car, first through the diamond-shaped window and the interior of the car seen through the farther diamond shapes made by the brass gate. Warm yellow light from the cars overhead. It was empty. The car was empty. It was empty, but on the night of the party, they must have crowded in the end. Dozens, but crowded by car way beyond its safety limit. But of course it had been. New then of, all of them wearing masks. What masks? The car stopped above them on the 3rd floor. She looked at Danny. His face was all eyes. His mouth was pressed into a frightened, bloodless slit above them. The brass gate rattled back. The elevator door thumped open. It thumped open because it was time. The time had come. It was time to say goodnight, goodnight. Yes, it was lovely. No, I really can't stay. For the unmasking, early to bed, early to rise. Oh, what was that? Sheila, the monk, isn't that witty? Sheila coming as a monk. Yes, good night, good thump. Gears clashed. The motor engaged, the car began to wind back down again. Jack, she whispered, what is it? What's wrong with it? A short circuit, he said. His face was like wood. I told you it was a short circuit. I keep hearing voices in my head. She cried, what is it? What's wrong? I feel like I'm going crazy. What voices? He looked at her with deadly blandness. She turned to Danny. Did you? Danny nodded slowly. Yes, and music, like from a long time ago in my head. The elevator car stopped outside. The hotel was silent, creaking, deserted outside. The wind whined around the eaves. Caves in the darkness. Maybe you both are crazy, Jack said conversationally. I don't hear a gosh darn thing except that elevator having a case of the electrical hiccups. If you two want to have duet hysterics, fine, but count me out. The elevator was coming down again. Jack stepped to the right, where a glass-fronted box was mounted on the wall. At chest height, he smashed his bare fist against it. Glass tinkled inward. Blood dripped from the two of his knuckles. He reached in and took a key with the long, smooth barrel. Jack, don't. I'm going to do my job. Now leave me alone, Wendy. He tried to grab it. She tried to grab his arm. He pushed her backward. Her feet tangled in the hem of her robe, and she fell to the carpet with an ungainly thump. Danny cried out, surely, and fell on his knees beside her. Jack turned back to the elevator and thrust the key into the socket. The elevator cables disappeared. At the bottom of the car came into view at the smart window. A second later, Jack turned a key hard. There was a grating, screeching sound as the elevator car came to an instant standstill. For a moment, the declutched motor in the basement whined even louder, and then its circuit breaker cut in, and the overlook went unearthly still. The night wind outside seemed very loud in comparison. Jack looked stupidly at the gray metal elevator door. There was splotches of blood below the keyhole from his serrated knuckles. He turned back to Wendy for a moment. She was sitting at Danny, had his arm around her. They were both staring at him carefully, as if he were a stranger had never seen before, possibly dangerous. When he opened his mouth, not sure what he was going to come out. It was, Wendy, it's my job, she said. Frick your job. He turned back to the elevator, worked his fingers into the crack that ran down the right side of the door and got it to open a little way. Then he was able to get his whole weight on it and threw the door open. The car stopped halfway its floor at Jack's chest level. Warm light still spilled out of it, contrasting with the oily darkness of the shaft below. He looked in for what seemed like a long time. It's empty, he said. Then a short circuit, like I said. He hooked his fingers into the slot behind the door and pulled the cord inside closed. Then her hand was on his shoulder, surprisingly strong, yanking him away. Wendy, he shouted, but she had already caught the card's bottom edge and pulled herself up enough so she could look in. Then with a convulsive heave of her shoulders and belly muscles, she tried to boost herself all the way up. For a moment, the issue was in doubt. Her feet tottered all the blackness out of the shaft, and one pink slipper fell from her foot and slipped out of sight. Mommy! Danny screamed. Then she was up, her cheeks flushed, her forehead as pale and shining as the brightest spirit lamp. What about this, Jack? Is this a short circuit? She threw something, and suddenly the hall was full of drifting confetti, red and white, blue and yellow. Is this a green party streamer faded to a pale pastel color with age? And this, she tossed it out, and it came to rest on the blue-back jungle carpet, a black silk cat's eye mask, dusted with sequins at the temples. Doesn't that look like a short circuit to you, Jack? She screamed at him. Jack stepped slowly away from it, shaking his head mechanically back and forth. The cat's eye mask stared up blankly at the ceiling from the confetti-strewn hallway. But carpet, chapter 37, the ballroom. It was the 1st of December. Danny was in the East Wing ballroom, standing on an overstuffed high-back wing chair, looking at the clock under glass. It stood in the center of the ballroom's high ornamental mantelpiece, flanked by 2 large ivory elephants. He almost expected the elephants would begin to move and try to gore him with their tusks as they stood there, but they were moveless. They were safe since the night the elevator had come to divide all things in the overlooked in 2 categories: the elevator, the basement, the playground, room 217, and the presidential suite. It was sweet, not sweet. He had seen the correct spelling in an account book Daddy had been reading at supper last night and had memorized it carefully. Those places were unsafe. Their quarters, the lobby, and the porch were safe. Apparently, the ballrooms was too. The elephants are anyway. He was not sure other places and so avoided them on general principle. He looked at the clock inside the glass dome. It was under glass because all its wheels and cogs when springs were showing. A chrome or steel train track ran along the outside of these works. And directly below the clock face, there was a small axis bar with a pair of meshing cogs at either end. The hands of the clock stood at quarter past XI, and although he didn't know Roman numerals, he could guess by the configuration of the hands at what time the clock had stopped. The clock stood on a velvet base in front of it, slightly distorted by the curve of the dome. He was a carefully carved silver key. He supposed that the clock was one of those things he wasn't supposed to touch, like a decorative hire tools in the brass round cabinet by the lobby fireplace, or the tall china high boy at the back of the dining room. A sense of injustice and a feeling of angry rebellion suddenly rose in him. And never mind, I'm not supposed to touch. Just never mind, touched me, hasn't it? Played with me, hasn't it? It had. It hadn't been particularly careful not to break him either. Danny put his hands out, grasped the glass dome, and lifted aside. He let one finger play over the works for a moment, and the pad of his index finger denting against the cogs, running smoothly all over the wheels. He picked up the silver key. For an adult, it would have been uncomfortably small, but it fitted his own hands perfectly. He placed it in the keyhole at the center of the clock face. It went firmly home with a tiny click, more felt than heard. It wound to the right, of course, clockwise. Danny turned the key until it would turn no more, and then removed it. The clock began to tick. The cogs turned. A large balance wheel rocked back and forth in semicircles. The hands were moving if you kept your head perfectly motionless and your eyes wide open. You could see the minute hand inching along its meeting some 45 minutes, and now, with the hour hand at XII and the Red Death held sway over all, he frowned and then shook the thought away. It was a thought with no meaning or reference for him. He reached his index finger out again and pushed the minute hand up to the hour, curious about what might happen. It obviously wasn't a cuckoo clock, but that steel rail had some purpose. There was a small, ratcheting series of clicks, and then the clock began to tinkle. Strauss's blue Danube waltz punch roll of cloth no more than 2 inches in width began to unwind. A small series of brass strikers rose and fell from behind the clock face. 2 figures glided into view for along the shield track. Ballet dancers. On the left, a girl in fluffy skirt and white stockings. On the right, a boy in black leotard and ballet slippers. Their hands were held in arches over their heads. They came together in the middle. In front of VI, Danny espied tiny grooves on their sides just below their armpits. The axis bar slipped into the 2 grooves, and he heard another small click. The cogs at either end of the bar began to turn. The blue knob tinkled. Its dancers' arms fell down at each other. The boy flipped the girl over its head and whirled over the bar. They were now lying prone, the boy's head beneath the girl's short ballet skirt, the girl's face pressed against the center of the boy's leotard. They writhed in mechanical frenzy. Danny's nose wrinkled. They were kissing peepees that made him feel sick. A moment later, the things began to run backwards. The boy whirled back over the axis bar. He flipped the girl into an upright position. They seemed to knowingly at each other, and each hands arched back over their heads. They retreated as they come, disappearing just as the blue Danube finished. The clock began to strike at a count, a silver chimes midnight, stroke of midnight, hooray for mass. Danny whirled on the chair, almost falling down. The ballroom was empty. Beyond the double cathedral window, he could see fresh snow beginning to sift down the huge ballroom rug, rolled up for dancing. Of course, a rich tangle of red and gold embroidery lay undisturbed on the floor. Spaced about it were small intimate tables for 2, the spidery chairs that went with each upended with legs pointing at the ceiling. The whole place was empty, but it wasn't really empty, because here in the Overlook, things were just on and on. Here in the Overlook, all times were one. There was an endless night in August of 1945 with laughter and drinks and a chosen shining few going up and down of the elevator, drinking champagne and popping party favors in each other's faces. It was not yet light morning. June. Some 20 years later, and the organization hitters endlessly pumped shotgun shells into torn and bleeding bodies of men who went through the aimless agony in the room of Laurelwood, and the Overlook all things had a sort of life. It was as if the whole place had wound up with Silver Key. The clock was running. He was the key. Danny thought sadly. Tony had warned him, and he had just let things go on. I'm just 5, he cried to some half-felt presence in the room. Doesn't it make any difference? Said I'm just 5. There was no answer. He turned reluctantly back to the clock he had been putting it off, hoping that something would happen to help him avoid trying to call Tony again, and that a ranger would come, or a helicopter, or the rescue team. They always came in time on his TV programs. The people were always saved on TV. The Rangers and the SWAT squad and the paramedics were a friendly white force, counterbalancing the confused evil that he perceived. In the world when people got in trouble, they were helped out of it. They were fixed up. They did not have to help themselves out of trouble, please. There was no answer. No answer. If Tony came, it would be the same nightmare. The booming, the hoarse and petulant voice, the blue-black rug of snakes, red rum, but what else, please, oh, please. No answer. With a trembling sigh, he looked at the clock face. Clocks turned and meshed with other clocks. The balance wheel rocked hypnotically back and forth, and if you held your head perfectly still, you could see the minute hand creeping inexorably down from XII to V. If you held your head perfectly, you could see that the clock face was gone. Its place around black hole, it led down forever. It began to swell, the clock was gone, the room behind it, Danny tottered, and then fell into the darkness that had been hiding behind the clock face all along. The small boy in the chair suddenly collapsed and lay in it at a crooked, unnatural angle, his head thrown back, his eyes staring sightlessly at the high ballroom ceiling, down and down and down to the hallway. Crouched in the hallway, and he had made a wrong turn trying to get back to the stairs, and he had made a wrong turn, and now he saw he was in the short dead-end corner that led only to the presidential suite, and the booming sound was coming closer, the rogue mallet whistling savagely through the air, the head of it embedding itself into the wall, cutting the silk paper, letting out small puffs of plaster dust. Gosh darn it, come out. Here, take yours. But there was another figure in the hallway, slouched nonchalantly against the wall just behind him, like a ghost. No, not a ghost, but dressed in white. I'll find you, you gosh darn you, or mastering runt. Danny cringed back from the sound, coming up the main third floor hall. Now soon the owner of that voice would round the corner. Come here, you little poop. The figure dressed in white straightened up a little, removed the cigarette from the corner of his mouth, and plugged a shred of tobacco from his lower lip. It was Halloran. Danny saw dressed in the cook's whites instead of blue suit he had been wearing on closing day. If there is trouble, Halloran said, you give a call, a big holler like the one you that knocked me back a few minutes ago. I might even hear you way down Florida. If I do, I'll come on the run. Come on then. Come on now. Come now. Oh, Dick, I need you. We all need you. Run. Sorry. I gotta run. Sorry. Danny, okay, old Doc, I gotta run. It's sure been fun. You son of a gun, but I gotta run. No, as he watched Dick Halloran turn, he put his cigarette back in the corner of his mouth and stepped nonchalantly through the wall, leaving him alone. And that was then the shadow figure turned the corner, turning in the hallway's gloom, only the reflected red of his eyes clear. There you are, now I've got you, you frick, now I'll teach you. It lurched toward him, a horrible shambling run, the rogue mallet swinging up and up and up. Danny scrambled backward, screaming, and suddenly he was through the wall and falling and tumbling over and over down the hole, down the rabbit hole into a land full of sick wonders. Tony was far below him and also falling. I can't come to anymore, Danny. He won't let me near you. None of them will let me near. Get Dick, Tony screamed, but Tony was gone, and suddenly he was in a dark room, but not entirely dark. Muted light spilling from somewhere. It was Mommy and Daddy's bedroom. He could hear Daddy's desk, but from the room dreadful shambles, he could hear the room. Mommy's record player overturned on the floor, her record scattered on the rug, the mattress, half the bed, pictures ripped from the walls, his cot lying on the side like a dead dog, the Violet Volkswagen crushed, the purple shards of plastic. The light was coming from the bathroom door, half open, just beyond it, and hand tangled limply, blood dripping from the tips of his fingers, and in the medicine cabinet mirror, the word red rum flashing off and on. Suddenly, a huge clock in the glass wall materialized in front of it. There was hands or numbers on the clock face, only a date written in red, December 2nd, and then, eyes widening, Horty saw the word red rum reflecting dimly from the glass dome, now reflected twice, and what he saw, it spelled murder. Danny tore and screamed, and wretched haired the date was gone from the clock face. The clock face itself was gone, replaced by a circular black hole that swelled like dilating iris. It blocked out everything, and he fell forward, beginning to fall. He was falling off the chair for a moment. He lay on the ballroom floor, breathing hard. Red rum murder. The red death held sway over all, unmasking beneath each glittering lovely mask, the azine set face, unsane face of the red shape that had faced him down these dark hallways, its red eyes widening, blank and homicidal. Oh, he was afraid of what might come to light when the time for unmasking came. Wrong at last, Dick, he screamed with all his might. His head seemed to shiver with the force of it. Oh, Dick, oh, help. Please, please come. Above him, the clock he had wound with the silver key continued to mark off the seconds and minutes and hours.
Hey, gamers, Napbox here again. I'm hiding in my bathroom because there's something very spooky going on in this spooky house that totally just isn't my house with all the lights turned off. Oh crap, I think I've just been found.
Oh god, oh frick, oh no, oh god, oh frick, oh no, 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 no, oh no, oh no, 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 frick, oh god, oh frick, oh man, oh frick, oh god. Hey wait, I don't think I locked the bathroom door.
Oh my god!
Oh god, oh frick, oh god, oh frick, oh god, oh frick, oh my god, oh my god, oh my god, oh my frick, oh my, oh my, oh my god, oh my, bruh. Huh?
Hi. My name is Stephen King.
What?
Shut up! You fucking dick!
I am going to sublet the audio now because I could not find the text-to-speech voice of Stephen King. Also, if you can't understand the bottom, read the subtitles at the bottom.
But why, Stephen King? Why torture me like this when I'm just trying to make a video based on your classic novel, The Shining?
I would be fine with that if you had used clips from our perfectly written 1997 miniseries. There is not The Shining to visually represent the book, but instead uses the news of the multi-race car track special. That is the 1980 film. Half of the stuff from that movie doesn't even happen in my book.
But you see, Mr. King, I didn't use clips from the 1997 miniseries version of The Shining directed by Mick Garrison starring Steven Weber because it sucks. In fact, it doesn't just suck, it sucks majorly.
It does not suck. It is very good and well written, right?
You're just saying that because you wrote the book. It's so long and boring. Half the stuff in that miniseries could have been taken out and it still would have been long and boring.
Just the guy who is making a 15-hour boring reading of a book.
Good point. Hey wait, I just remembered. How'd you get this place to be haunted anyway?
With the power which is a moment.
Wow, you have all that power, and you decide to waste it on some guy who didn't use clips from your crappy movie. You should have just let your story rest with the 1980 film version of The Shining directed by Stanley Kubrick and starring Jack Nicholson.
I hate Jack Nicholson, and now I hate you.
So long,
Bedbugs.
Ah, wait! Can I put on part 5 before you kill me and stuff?
Sure.
Okay, it's time for the final part of this story, part 5. Chapter 38, Florida. Mrs. Halloran's third son, Dick, dressed in his cook's whites, Lucky Strike parked in the corner of his mouth, backed with his reclaimed Cadillac limo out of its space behind the 1A Wholesale Vegetable Mart, and drove slowly around the building. Masterton, part owner now, but he's still walking with the patented shuffle he had adopted back before World War II, was pushing a bin of lettuces into the high, dark building. Halloran pushed the button that lowered the passenger side window and hollered, "Those avocados is too dang. Hi, you cheapskate." Masterton looked back over his shoulder, grinned widely, enough to expose all 3 gold teeth, and yelled back, "And I know exactly where you can put on my good buddy remarks like that. I keep a track of bro." Masterton gave him the finger. Halloran returned the compliment. "Get your cooks, did you?" Masterton asked. "I did. Do you come very early tomorrow? I give you some of the nicest new potatoes you ever seen. I send the boy." Halloran said, "You coming up tonight?" "He was supplying the juice, bro. That's a big 10-4. I be there. You keep that thing up the top and going home. You hear me? Every cop between here in St. Pete knows your name." "You know all about it, huh?" Halloran asked, grinning. "I know you more than you'll ever learn, my man. Listen you to this sassy N-word. Would you listen? Go on, get out of here for I start throwing these lettuces. Go on and throw them. I'll take anything for free." Masterton made as if to throw one. Halloran ducked, rolled up the window, and drove on. He was feeling fine for the last half hour or so. He had that smelling oranges. But he didn't feel that queer for the last half hour. He had been in a fruit and vegetable market. It was 4:30 p.m. EST, the first day of December. Old man winter setting his frostbitten run firmly under most of the country, but down here the men wore open-throated short-sleeve shirts, and a woman wore on light summer dresses and shorts. On the first top of the First Bank of Florida building, the third digital thermometer boarded with huge grapefruits was flashing 79 degrees over and over. Thank God for Florida, Halloran thought. Mosquitoes, and all in the back of the limo were 24 avocados, the crate of cucumber, ditto oranges, ditto grapefruit, the 3 shopping shacks filled with Bermuda onions, the sweetest vegetables a loving God ever created. Some pretty good sweet peas, which would be served with the entree and come back uneaten 9 times out of 10, and a single blue Hubbard squash that was strictly for personal consumption. Halloran stopped in the turn lane at the Vermont street light, and when the green arrow showed, he pulled out onto State Highway 219, pushing up to 40 and holding it there until the town began to trickle away into an exurban sprawl of gas stations, Burger Kings, and McDonald's. It was a small order today. He could have sent Bedecker after it, but Bedecker had been chapping for his chance to buy the meat, and besides, Halloran never missed a chance to bang it back and forth with Frank Masterton if he could help it. Masterton might show up tonight to watch some TV and drink Halloran's Bushmills, or he might not. Either way was alright, but seeing him mattered every time it mattered now, because they weren't young anymore. In the last few days, it seemed he wasn't thinking of that very fact a great deal. Not so young anymore. When you got up to your near 60 years old, or tell the truth and save a lie past it, you had to start thinking about stepping out. You could go anytime, and that was been on his mind for this week, not in a heavy way, but as a fact, Danny was part of living. You had to keep that. If you was expected a whole person. And if the fact of your own death was hard to understand, at least it wasn't impossible to accept. Why this should have been on his mind, he could not have said, but his other reason for getting this small order himself was so he could step upstairs to the small office over Frank's Bar and Grill. The lawyer was up there now. The dentist who had been there last year had apparently gone broke, a young black fellow named McLiver. Halloran had stepped in and told this McLiver that he wanted to make a will, and could McIver help him out? Well, McIver asked, "How soon do you want the document?" "Yesterday," said Halloran, and threw his head back and laughed. "Have you got anything complicated in mind?" was McIver's next question. Halloran did not. He had his Cadillac, his bank account, and some $9,000. A pitting checking account, and a closet of clothes. He wanted to go to his sister, and if your sister precedes you. And McIver asked, "Never mind," Halloran said. "If that happens, I'll make a new will." The document had been completed and signed in less than 3 hours. Fast work for a shyster, and now resided in Halloran's breast pocket, folded into a stiff blue envelope with the word "will" on the outside in old English letters. He could not have said why he had chosen this warm sunny day, when he felt so well to do something he had putting off for years, but the impulse had come on him, and he hadn't said no. He was used to following his hunches. He was pretty well out of town now. He cranked the limo up to an illegal 60 and let it ride there in left-hand lane, sticking up most of Petersburg-bound traffic. He knew from experience that the limo would still ride, as solid as iron on 90, and even at 120 it didn't seem to lighten up much, but his screaming days were long gone. The thought of putting the limo up to 120 on a straight stretch only scared him. He was getting old. Jesus, those oranges smell strong. Wonder if they gone over. Bugs splattered against the window. He dialed the radio to a Miami soul station and got the soft, wailing voice of Al Green. "What a beautiful time we had together. Now it's getting late and we must leave each other." He unrolled the window, pitched his cigarette butt out, and then rolled it farther down. To clear out the smell of the oranges, he tapped his fingers against the wheel and hummed along his breath. All hooked over the rearview mirror, his St. Christopher's medal swung gently back and forth, and suddenly a smell of oranges intensified, and he knew something was coming. Something was coming at him. He saw his own eyes in the rear view, widening, surprised, and then it came all at once. Came in a huge blast that drove out everything else, the music, the road ahead, his own absent awareness of himself as a unique human creature. It was as if something had put a psychic gun to his head and shot him with a .45 caliber scream. "Oh, Daco, please, 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 oh, come." The limo had just drawn even with the Pinto station wagon driver by a man in workman's clothes. The workman saw the limo drifting into his lane and laid on the horn. When the Cadillac continued to drift, he snapped a hook, and the driver and saw a big black man bolt upright behind the wheel, his eyes looking vaguely upward. Later, the workman told his wife that he knew it was one of those N-wordy hairdos they were all wearing these days, but at the time it looked just as if every hair on that, I shouldn't say that word's head was standing on end. He thought the black man was having a heart attack. The workman braked hard, dropping back into, luckily empty space behind him. The rear end of the Cadillac pulled ahead of him, still cutting in, and the workman stared with bemused horror as the long, rocket-shaped rear taillights cut into his lane, no more than a quarter of an inch in front of his bumper. The workman cut to the left, still laying on his horn, and roared. Around the drunkenly weaving limousine, he invited the driver of the limo to perform an illegal sex act on himself, to engage in oral congress with various rodents and birds. He articulated his own proposal that all persons of N-word blood return to their own native continent. He expressed a sincere belief in that position the limo driver's soul would occupy in the afterlife. He finished by saying that he believed that he had met the limo driver's mother in New Orleans' house of prostitution. Then he was out of danger and suddenly aware that he had wet his pants. In Halloran's mind, the clock kept repeating, come Dick please, but it faded away off to a radio station. As you approach the limits of its broadcasting area, he became fuzzily aware that the car was tooling along the soft shoulder at better than 50 miles an hour. He guided it back onto the road, feeling the rear end fishtail for a moment before regaining the composition surface. There was an A.W. root beer stand just ahead. Halloran signaled and turned in. His heart thudding painfully in his chest, a face a sickly gray color. He pulled into a parking slot, took his handkerchief out his pocket and mopped his forehead with it. Lord God, may I help you? The voice startled him again, even though it wasn't the voice of God. It was a cute little car hop standing by the open window with an order pad. Yeah, baby, a root beer float, 2 scoops of vanilla, okay? Yes, sir. She walked away, hips rolling nicely beneath her red nylon uniform. Halloran leaned back against the leather seat and closed his eyes. There was nothing left to be picked up. The last of it had faded out between pulling and here and giving the waitress his order. All that was left was a sick thudding headache, as if his brain had been twisted and wrung out and hung to dry, like the headache he'd gotten from letting that boy Danny shine up at him there at Ullman's Folly. But this had been louder than the boy had only been playing again with him. This had been pure panic. Each word screamed aloud in his head. He looked down at his arms. Hot sunshine lay on them, but I had still goosebumps. He had told the boy to call him if he needed help. He remembered that, and now the boy was calling. He suddenly wondered how he could have let that boy up there at all. Shining the way he did, there was bound to be trouble, maybe bad trouble. He suddenly keyed the limo, put it in reverse, and pulled back onto the highway. Peeling rubber, the waitress with the rolling hips stood in the A.W. stand archway, a tray with the root beer and a float in her hands. What is it with you, a fire? She shouted, but Halloran was gone. The manager was a man named Queems. When Halloran came in, Queems was conversing with his bookie. He wanted the 4-horse at Rockaway. No parlay, no quinella, no exacta, no gosh darn futura, just a little fool, or $600 on the nose and Jets on Sunday. What did he mean? The Jets were playing the Bills. Didn't he know who the Jets were playing? 506-point spread when Queems hung up, looking pulled out. Halloran understood how a man could make $50,000 a year running the little spa and still wear suits with shiny seats. He regarded Halloran with an eye and was still bloodshot from too many glances into last night's bourbon bottle. Problem, Dick? Yes, sir, Mr. Queems. I guess so. I need 3 days off. There was a package of hints in the breast pocket of Queems' shears yellow shirt. He reached out on one of the pockets without removing the pack, tweezing it out, and he bit down morsely on the patented micronite filter. He lit it with the desktop cricket. So do I, he said. But what's on your mind? I need 3 days. Halloran repeated. It's my boy. Queem's eyes dropped to Halloran's left hand, which was ringless. I've been divorced in 1964, Halloran said patiently. Dick, you know what the weekend situation is. We're full to the gunnels. Even the cheap seats were even filled up with the Florida room on a Sunday night. So take my watch, my wallet, my pension fund. Hell, you can even take my wife. If you can stand the sharp edges, please don't ask for time off. What is he sick? Yes, sir, Halloran said. He shot. Queen said he put down his cat down in an ashtray, which bore the emblem of Old Miss, in which he was a business admin. Graduate? Yes, sir, Halloran said somberly. Hunting accident? No, sir, Halloran said, and he let his voice drop to a lower, huskier voice. Jenna, she's been living with the truck driver, a white man. He shot my boy. He's in a hospital in Denver, Colorado, critical condition. How in the heck did you find out? I thought you went buying vegetable. Yes, sir, I was. He stopped at the Western Union office just before coming here to reserve an Avis car at Stapleton Airport. Before leaving, he had swiped a Western uniform. Flimsy. Now he took the folded and crumpled blank form from his pocket and flashed it before Queem's bloodshot eyes. He put it back in his pocket and, allowing his voice to drop another notch, that Jana sent it. It was waiting in my letterbox when I got just back now. Jesus Christ, Queem said. There was a peculiar, tight expression of concern on its face when Halloran was familiar with. It was close to an expression of sympathy as a white man who thought of himself as good with the colors could get when the object was a black man or his mythical black son. Yeah, okay, you get going, Queem said. Baedecker can take over for 3 days, I guess. The pot boy can help you out, Halloran nodded, letting his face get longer still, but the thought of the pot boy helping out Baedecker made him grin inside even on a good day. Halloran doubted if the pot boy could hit the urinal on the first shirt. I want to rebate this back this week's pay. Halloran said, the whole thing I know. What a bind this putting you in, Mr. Queem, sir. Queem's expression got tighter still. It looked as if we might have a fishbone caught in his throat. We can talk about that later. You go and pack. I'll talk to Baedecker. Want me to make you a plane reservation? No, sir, I'll do it. All right. Queem stood up, leaned sincerely forward, and inhaled a wrath of ascending smoke from his Kent. He coughed heartily, his thin white face turning red. Halloran struggled hard to keep his somber expression. I hope everything turns out. Dick, call when you get the word. I'll do that. They shook hands over the desk. Halloran made himself get to the ground floor and across the tired cell compound before bursting into rich, head-shaking laughter. He was grinning and mopping his streamer eyes with his handkerchief when the smell of oranges came, thick and gagging, and the bullet followed it, striking him in the head, sending him back against the pink stucco wall in a drunken stagger. Please come, Dick. Please come quick. He recovered a little at a time, and he felt least capable of climbing the outside stairs to his apartment. He kept the latchkey under a rush-painted doormat, and when he reached out to get it, something fell in his inner pocket, and he fell to the second floor decking with a flat thump. His mind was still so much on that voice that shivered through his head. For a moment, he could only look at the blue envelope blankly, not knowing what it was. Then he turned it over, and the word Will stared up at him in black spidery letters. Oh my god, is that like that? He didn't know, but it could be all week long. The thought of his ending had been on his mind like go on, say it, like a premonition. Death for a moment his whole life seemed to flash before him, not in a historical sense, no topography of the ups and downs that Mrs. Halloran's third son, Dick, had lived through, but his life as it is now. Martin Luther King had told him not long before the bullet took his own down to his martyr's grave that he had been to the mountain. Dick could not claim that, no mountain, but he had reached a sunny plateau. After years of struggle, he had good friends. He had all the references. He wouldn't ever need any job when he wanted. Frick, why couldn't he could find a friendly one with no questions asked and no big poopy struggle about what it all meant. He had come to terms with his blackness, happy terms. He was up past 60, and thank God he was cruising. Was he gonna to change the end? What's gonna chance the end of that? The end of him for 3 white people he didn't even know, but that was a lie, wasn't it? He knew the boy. They had shared each other the way good friends can, even after 40 years of it. He knew the boy, and the boy knew him because they each had a kind of searchlight in their heads. It was something they hadn't asked for, something they had just been given. Now you got a flashlight, he the one with the searchlight, and sometimes that light, that shine, seemed like a pretty nice thing. You could pick the horses, or the boy had said you could tell your daddy where his truck was. When it turned up missing, that only the dressing, the salad on the salad, and down below there was a much bitter vetch in the salad, as there was a cool cucumber. You could taste pain and death and tears. And now the boy was stuck in that place, and he would go for the boy because, speaking to the boy, they had only been different colors when they used their mouths, so he would not go. He would do what he could, because if he had did it, the boy was going to die right inside his head, but because he was human, he could not help a bitter wish that the cup had never been passed his way. She had started to come out and came after him. He had been dumping a change of clothes into an overnight bag when the thought came to him, freezing him with the power of memory as it always did. When he thought of it, he tried to think of it as seldom possible. The maid, Dolores Vickery, her name was, had been hysterical. She had said some things to the other chambermaids, and worse still, to some of the guests when the word got back to Ullman, as the silly quiff should have known it would do. He fired her out of hand. She had come to Halloran in tears, not about being fired, but about the things she had seen in that second floor room she had gone into 217 to change a towel, she said, and there had been Miss Massey lying dead in the tub. That, of course, was impossible. Miss Massey had been discreetly taken away the day before and was even then winging her way back to New York in the shipping hold instead of the first class she'd been accustomed to. Halloran hadn't liked Dolores much, but he had gone up to look that evening. The maid was an olive, complicated girl of 23 who waited tables near the end of the season when things slowed down. She had a small, shining, Halloran judged really not more than a twinkle. A mousy-looking man and his escort wearing a faded cloth coat would come in for dinner, and Dolores would trade one of her tables for theirs. The mousy little man would leave a picture of Alexander Hamilton under his plate, bad enough for the girl who had made the trade, but worse, Dolores would crow over it. She was lazy goof-off in an operation run by a man who allowed no goofs-off. She would sit in a linen closet reading a confession magazine and smoking. But whenever Ullman went on one of his unscheduled prowls in woe to the girl he caught resting her feet, he found her working industriously, her magazine hidden under the sheets on a high shelf or ashtray, tucked safely in her uniform pocket. Yeah, Halloran thought she'd been a goof-off and a sloven, and the other girls had resented her, but Dolores had that little twinkle. It had always greased the skids for her, but what she had seen in 217 had scared her badly enough, so she was more than glad to pick up the walking papers for Ullman and ensued her to go. Why had she come to him? The shine knows the shine, Halloran thought, grinning at the pun. So he had gone up that night and let himself into the room, which was to be reoccupied the next day. He had used the pass key to get in. If Ullman had caught him with that key, would have joined Dolores Vickery on the unemployment line. The shower curtain around the tub had been drawn. He had pushed it back, and even before he did, he'd had a premonition of what he was going to see. Miss Massey swollen and purple lay soggingly in the tub, which was half full of water. He had stood looking down at her, a pulse beating thickly in his throat. There had been other things at the Overlook. A bad dream that recurred at irregular intervals, some sort of costume party, and he was catering in the Overlook's ballroom. And at the shot to unmask everybody, exposed faces, and those were riding insects, and there had been hedge animals twice, maybe 3 times he had, or thought he had, seen them move ever so slightly. The dog would seem to change from his sitting posture to a slightly crouched one, and the lion seemed to move forward, as if menacing the little tykes on the playground last year in May. Ullman had sent him to the attic to look at the ornate set of fire tools that stood beside the lobby fireplace. Well, it had been up there. 3 light bulbs strung overhead had gone out, and he lost his way back to the trapdoor. He had stumbled around for none no length of time, closer and closer to panic, barking his shins on boxes and bumping into things, with a stronger and stronger feeling that something was stalking him in the dark, something great and frightening creature that had just oozed out of the woodwork when the lights went out. And when he had literally stumbled over the trapdoor's ring bolt, he had hurtled down as fast as he could, leaving the trap open, sooty and undeceived. And with the feeling of disaster barely averted later, Ullman had come down to the kitchen personally to inform them that he let the trapdoor open and the lights burning up there. Did Halloran think the guests wanted to go up there and play treasure hunt? Did he think electricity was free? And he suspected no, was nearly positive that several guests had seen or heard things too. In the 3 years he had been there, the presidential suite had been booked 19 times. 6 of the guests who had been put up there left the hotel early. Some of them looked markedly ill. Some other guests had left other rooms with the same abruptness. One night in August of 1974, near dusk, a man who had won the bronze and silver stars in Korea. That man now sat on the boards of 3 major corporations and was said to have personally pink-slipped a famous TV news anchorman. Unaccountably went into a fit of screaming hysterics on the pudding green, and there had been a dozen of children during Halloran's association with the Overlook who simply refused to go into the playground. One child had a convulsion while playing in the concrete rings, but Halloran didn't know if that could be attributed to the Overlook's deadly siren song or not. Word had gone around among the help that the children only had daughter of a handsome movie actor was a medically controlled epilepsy who had simply forgotten her medicine that day, and so, staring down at the corpse of Miss Massey, he had not been frightened, but not completely terrified. It was not completely unexpected. Terror came when she opened her eyes to disclose blank silver pupils and began to grin at him. Horror came when she had started to get out and come after him. He had fled, heart racing, and had not felt safe even with the door shut and locked behind him. In fact, he admitted to himself now as he zipped the flight bag shut, he had never felt safe anywhere in the Overlook again. And now the boy calling, screaming for help. He looked at his watch. At 5:30 p.m. He went to the apartment store, remembered it would be heavy winter now in Colorado, especially up in the mountains, and went back to his closet. He pulled his long sleeve sheepskin lined overcoat on his polyurethane dry cleaning bag and put it over his arm. It was the only winter garment he owned. He had turned off all the lights and looked around. Had he forgotten anything? Yes, one thing. He took the will out of his breast pocket and slipped it into the margin of the dressing table mirror. When luck, he would be able to get it back in. Sure, with luck, he left the apartment, locked the door behind him, put the key under the rush mat, and ran down to the outside steps in the converted Cadillac. Halfway to Miami International, comfortably away from the switchboard where Queems as toadies were known to listen in, Halloran stopped at a shopping center laundromat and called United Airlines flight to Denver. There was one due out at 6:36 p.m. Could the gentleman make that? Halloran looked at his watch, which showed 6:02, and said he could. What about vacancies on the flight list? Let me check. Clunking sound in his ear, followed by Saturn Montavani, which was supposed to make being on hold more pleasant. It didn't. Halloran danced from one foot to the other, alternating glances between his watch and a young girl with a sleeping baby in a hammock on her back, unloading a coin-op Maytag. She was afraid she was going to get home later than she planned, and the roast would be burned, and her husband, Matt, would be mad. A minute past 2, he had just about made up his mind to drive ahead and take his chances when the canned-sounding voice of the flight reservations clerk came back on. There was an empty seat, a cancellation. It was in first class. Did that make any difference? No. He wanted it. Would that be cash or credit card? Cash, baby, cash. I gotta fly. And the name was Halloran. 2 L's, 2 N's. Catch you later. He hung up and hurried toward the door. The girl's simple thought, worried for the rush, broadcast at him over and over until he thought he would go mad. Sometimes it was like that for no reason at all. You would catch a thought completely isolated, completely pure and clear, and usually completely useless. He almost made it. He had the limo cranked up to 80 and the airport was actually in sight. When one of Florida's finest pulled him over, Halloran unrolled the electric window and opened his mouth to the cop who was flipping up pages in his citation book. I know, the cop said comfortably. It's a funeral in Cleveland, your father. It's a wedding in Seattle, your sister. A fire in San Jose that wiped out your Gramps candy store. Some really fine Cambodian red just waiting in a terminal locker at New York City. I love this piece of road. just outside the airport. Even as a kid's story hour was my favorite part of school. Listen, officer, my son is the only part of the story I can never figure out until the end. The officer said, finding the right page in his citation book is a driver's license number of the offending motorist / storyteller and his registration information. So be a nice guy, let me peek. Halloran looked in the cops, calm blue-eyed, debated, telling my son is in critical condition story anyway. Then he decided he would make things worse. His Smokey was now Queems. He dug out his wallet. Wonderful, the cop said. Would you take them out for me, please? I have to see where it's all going to come out at the end. Silently, Halloran took out his driver's license and his Florida registration and gave them to the traffic cop. That's very good. That's so good. You win a present. What? Halloran asked. Hopefully, when I finish writing down these numbers, I'm going to let you blow up a little balloon for me. Oh, Jesus. Halloran moaned. Officer, my flight. Shh. The traffic cop said, don't be naughty. Halloran closed his eyes. He got to the United desk at 6:49, hoping against that. Hope that the flight had been delayed. He didn't even ask. To the departure monitor over the incoming passenger's desk told the floor story. Flight 901 for Denver. Due out at 6:36 EST, had left at 6:49 minutes before. Oh, poop, Dick Halloran said. And suddenly the smell of oranges, heavy and cloying, had just come in time to reach the men's room before it came. Deafening, terrified, come please, come, Dick, please come. Chapter 39. On the stairs, one of the things they had sold to swell their liquid assets a little before moving to Vermont to Colorado with Jack's collection of 200 old rock and roll and R&B albums. They had gone at the yard sale for $1 a piece. One of these albums, Danny's personal favorite, had been Eddie Cochran, double record set with 4 pages of bound-in liner notes by Lenny Kaye. Wendy had often been struck by Danny's fascination for this one particular album by a man boy who had lived fast and died young, had died, in fact, when she herself had only been 10 years old. Now at 7:15 Mountain Time, as Dick Halloran was telling Queems about his ex-wife's white boyfriend, as she came upon Danny sitting halfway in the stairs between the lobby and the first floor, tossing a red rubber ball from hand to hand and singing one of the songs from that album. His voice was low and tuneless, so I climbed 1, 2 flights, 3, flight 4. Danny sang 5 flight, 6 flight, 7 flight more. When I get to the top, I'm too tired to rock. She came around him, sat down on one of the stair risers, and saw that his lower lip had swelled twice its size and that there was dried blood on his chin. Her heart took a frightened leap in her chest, and she managed to speak neutrally. What happened, Doc? She asked him, although she was sure she knew Jack had hit him. Well, of course, that came next, didn't it? The wheels of progress. Sooner or later, they took you back to where you started from. I called Tony, Danny said. In the ballroom, I guess I fell off the chair. It doesn't hurt anymore, just feels like my lip's too big. Is that what really happened? She asked, looking at him troubled. Daddy didn't do it, he answered, not today. She gazed at him, feeling eerie. The ball traveled from one hand to the other. He had read her mind. Her son had read her mind. What did Tony tell you, Danny? It doesn't matter. His face was calm, his voice chillingly indifferent. Danny, she gripped his shoulder, trying harder than she had intended, but he didn't wince or even try to shake her off. Oh, we are wrecking this boy. It's not just Jack, it's me too, and maybe it's not even us. Jack's father, my mother, are they here too? Sure, why not? This place is lousy with ghosts anyway. Would I not a couple more? Oh, Lord. In heavens, he's like one of those suitcases they show on TV run over a drop from planes going through factory crushers, or Timex watch takes a licking and keeps on ticking. Oh, Danny, I'm so sorry. It doesn't matter, he said again. The ball went from hand to hand. Tony can't come anymore. They won't let him. He's licked. Who won't? The people in the hotel, he said. He looked at her then, and his eyes were indifferent at all. They were deep and scared, and the things in the hotel, there's all kinds of in the hotel stuff with them you can't see. I don't want to see, he said in a low, and then looked back at the rubber ball arching from hand to hand. But I can hear them sometimes late at night. They're like the wind, all singing together in the attic, the basement, the rooms all together. I thought it was my fault because of the way I am. The key, the little silver key. Danny, don't upset yourself this way. It's him too. Danny said it's Daddy, and it's It wants all of us. It's tricking Daddy. It's fooling him. It wants to make him think it wants him the most. It wants him the most. But it will take all of us. If only that snowmobile, they wouldn't let him. Danny said in that same low voice. They made him throw a part of it away into the snow. Far away, I dreamed it, and he knows that woman. It really isn't 217. He looked at her with dark, frightened eyes. It doesn't matter whether you believe me or not. She slipped an arm around him. I believe you, Danny. Tell me the truth. Is he going to try and hurt us? They'll try to make him. Danny said, I've been calling for Mr. Halloran. He said if I ever needed him to just call, and I have been, but it's awful hard. It makes me tired, and the worst part is I don't know if he's hearing me or not. I don't think he can call back because it's too far for him. I don't know if he's too far from me or not. Tomorrow? What about tomorrow? He shook his head. Nothing. Where is he now? She asked. Your daddy. He's in the basement. I don't think he'll be up tonight. She stood suddenly. Wait right here for me 5 minutes. The kitchen was cold and deserted under the overhead fluorescent bar. She went to the rack where the carving knives hung from the magnetized strips. She took the longest and sharpest, wrapped it in a dish towel, and left the kitchen, turning off the lights as she went. Danny sat on the stairs, his eyes following the course of his red rubber ball from hand to hand. He sang, she lives on the 20th floor uptown. The elevator is broken down, so I walked down. 1, 2, flight 3, flight 4. Lulu skipped to him, Lou. His singing woke off. He listened, sip to him, Lou, my darling. The voice was in the head, so much part of him, so frighteningly close that it might have been part of his own thoughts. It was soft and infinitely sly, mocking him suddenly to say, oh yes, you'll like it here, try it, you'll like it, try it, you'll like it. Now his ears were open, and he could hear them again, the gathering ghosts or spirits, or maybe the house itself, the dreadful front house where all the sideshows ended in death, where all the specially painted boogies weren't really alive, where hedges walked, where small or silver key could start the obscenity, soft and sighing, rustling like the endless winter wind that played under the caves at night, the deadly lulling wind the summer tourists never heard. It was like a solemnly term of summer wasps in a ground nest, sleepy, deadly beginning to wake up. They were 10,000 feet high, wise a raven like a riding dust. The higher the viewer, of course, have another cup of tea. It was living sound, but not voices, not breath. A man of a philosophical bent might have called it the sound of souls. Dick Halloran's Nana, who had grown up in the southern roads in the year before the turn of the century, would have called it the haunts. A psychic investigator might have called it a long name for its psychic echo, psychokinesis, a talismanic sport. But to Danny, it was only the sound of the hotel, the old monster creaking steadily and ever more closely. There around them, the halls now stretched back through time as well as distant, hungry shadows unquiet. Guess who did not rest easy in the darkened ballroom? The clock under glass struck 7:30. With a single musical note, a hoarse voice made brutal with drink shouted, unmask and let's frick. When you halfway across the lobby jerked to a standstill. She looked at Danny on the stairs, still tossing the ball from hand to hand. Did you hear something? Danny only looked at her and continued to toss the ball from hand to hand. There would be a little sleep for them that night, although they slept together behind a locked door. And in the night, his eyes opened. Danny thought he wants to be one of them and live forever. That's what he wants. When he thought, if I have to, I'll take him farther up. If we're going to die, I'd rather do it in the mountains. She had let the butcher knife still wrapped in the towel under the bed. She kept her hand close to it, the dazzled off. And on the hotel creaked around them. Outside, snow had begun to spit down from the sky like lead. Chapter 40 in the basement. The boiler, the gosh damn boiler. The thought came to Jack Torrance's mind, full-blown, edge and bright, warning, red on its heels. The voice of Watson, if you forget it'll creepin'. It's not like in your family. We'll end up on the frickin' moon. She's rated for 250, but she'd blow long before that now. I'd be scared to come down and stand next to her at 180. He'd been down here all night, poring over the boxes of old records, possessed by a frantic feeling that time was getting short and he would have to hurry still. The vital clues, the connections that would make everything clear, eluded him. His fingers were yellow and grimy with crumbling old paper, and he became like a seashore absorbed to Zek the boiler once more. He dumped it in the previous evening around 6 o'clock when he first came down. It was now. He looked at his watch and jumped up, kicking over a stack of olden voices. Clarence, it was 4:45 in the morning. Behind him, the furnace kicked on. The boiler made a groaning, whistling sound. He ran to it. His face, which had become thinner in his last month or so, was now heavily shadowed with beard stubble, and he had a hollow concentration camp look. The boiler pressure gauge stood at 210 pounds per square inch. He fancied he could almost see the sides of the old patched and welded boiler heaving out with needless strain. She creeps. I'd be scared to come down, stand next to her at 180. Suddenly, cold and tempting. Inner voice spoke to him. Let it go. Go get Wendy and Danny. Get the frick out of here. Let it blow sky high. He could visualize the explosion, a double thunderclap that would first rip the heart from this place, and then the soul. The boiler would go with an orange violet flash that would rain hot and burning shrapnel all over the cellar. In his mind, he could see the red-hot trinkets of metal careening from room to walls and ceiling like strange billiard walls. The whistling, jagged death through the air. Some of them surely would whiz right through the stone arch, right on the old papers on the other side, and they would burn merrily. Hell, destroy the secrets, burn the clues. It's a mystery no living hand would ever solve. Then the gas explosion, a great rumbling crackle of flame, a giant pilot light that would turn the whole center of the hotel into a broiler, stairs and hallways and ceilings and rooms aflame like the castle in the last reel of a Frankenstein movie. The flames spreading light into the wings, hurrying up the black and blue twin carpets like eager guests, the silk wallpaper showering and curling. There were no sprinklers, only those outmoded hoses and no one to use them, and there wasn't a fire engine in the world that could get here before late March. Burn, baby, burn. In 12 hours there would be nothing left but the bare bones. The needle on the gauge had moved up to 212. The boiler was creaking out and groaning like an old woman trying to get out of bed. Hissing jets upstream had begun to play around the edges of old patches. Beads of solder had begun to sizzle. He didn't see, he didn't hear, frozen with his hand on the valve that would dump off the pressure and damp. The fire jack's eyes glittered from their sockets like sapphires. It's my last chance. The only thing not cashed in now was life insurance and policy had taken out jointly with Wendy in the summer between his first and second year at Sovington. $40,000 death benefit, double indemnity if he or she died in a train crash, a plane crash, or a fire. 7 come 11 die the secret death and win $100 a fire, $80,000. They would have time to get out even if they were sleeping. They would have time to get out. He believed that, and he didn't think the hedges or anything else would try to hold them back if the overlook was going up in flames. The needle inside the greasy, almost opaque dial had danced up to 250 pounds per square inch. Another memory occurred to him, a childhood memory. There had been a wasp nest in the lower branches of their apple tree behind the house. One of his older brothers, he couldn't remember which one now, had been strung while swinging in the old tire Daddy had hung from one of the tree's lower branches. It had been late summer when wasps tend to be at the ugliest. Their father just home from work, dressed in his whites. The smell of beer hanging around his face in a fine mist had gathered all three boys, Brett, Mike, and little Jackie, and told them that he was going to get rid of the wasp. Now watch, he had said, smiling, staggering a little. He had been using the cane then. The collision with the milk truck was years in the future. Maybe you'll learn something. My father showed me this. He had raked a big pile of rain, dampened leaves under the branch where the wasp nest wrestled the deadliest fruit. Then the shrunken but tasty apples their tree usually produced in late September, which was then still a half a month away. He lit the leaves. The day was clear and windless. The leaves smoldered but didn't really burn, and they made a smell of fragrance that had echoed back to him each fall when men in Saturday pants and light windbreakers rake leaves together and burned them. A sweet smell with a bitter undertone, rich and evocative. The smoldering leaves produced great rafts of smoke that drifted up to obscure the nest. Their father had let the leaves smolder all that afternoon, drinking beer on the porch and dropping the empty black label cans into his wife's plastic floor bucket while the two older sons flanked him and little Jackie sat on the steps at his feet. playing with his bolo bouncer and singing monotonously over and over. Your cheering heart will make you weep. Your cheering heart is gonna tell on you. 6:15. Just before his supper, Daddy had gone out to the apple tree with his sons grouped carefully behind him. In one hand, he had a garden hoe. He knocked the leaves apart, leaving little clots spread around to smolder and die. Then he reached the hoe handle up, weaving and blinking, and after 2 or 3 tries, he knocked the nest to the ground. The boys fled for safety on the porch, but Daddy only stood over the nest, swaying and blinking down at it. Jackie crept back to see. A few wasps were crawling sluggishly over the paper terrain of the property, but they were not trying to fly from inside the nest. The black and alien place came a never-to-be-forgotten sound, a low, solemn net buzz, like the sound of high-tension wires. "Why don't they try to sting you, Daddy?" he asked. "The smoke makes them drunk, Jackie. Go get my gas can." He ran to fetch it. Daddy doused the nest with amber gasoline. "Now step away, Jackie, unless you want to lose your eyebrows." He had stepped away. From somewhere in the voluptuous folds of his white overblouse, Daddy had produced a wooden kitchen match. He lit it with his thumbnail and flung it onto the nest. There had been a white-orange explosion, almost soundless to its ferocity. Daddy had stepped away, cackling wildly. The wasp nest had gone up in no time. "Fire," Daddy had said, turning to Jackie with a smile. "Fire will kill anything." After supper, the boys had come out in the day's waning light to stand solemnly around the charred and blackened nest. From the hot interior had come the sound of wasp bodies popping like corn. The pressure gauge stood at 220. A low iron wailing sound was building up in the guts of the thing. Jets of steam stood out erect in 100 places like porcupine quills. "Fire will kill anything," Jack suddenly started. He had been dozing off, and he had almost dozed himself right into the kingdom come. What in God's name had he been thinking of? Protecting the hotel was his job. He was the caretaker. A sweat of terror sprang to his hand so quickly that he missed his grip on the large valve. Then he curled his fingers around its spokes. He whirled it on. 1, 2, 3. There was a giant hiss of steam dragging on's breath. The warm tropical mist rose from beneath the boiler and enveloped him. For a moment he could no longer see the dial, but thought he must have waited too long. The groaning, clanking sound inside the boiler increased, followed by a series of heavy rattling sounds and the retching screech of metal. When some of the steam blew away, he saw that the pressure gauge had dropped back to 200 and was still sinking. The jets of steam escaping around the soldered patches began to lose their force. The retching, grinding sounds began to diminish. 190, 190, 175. He was going downhill, going 90 miles an hour. When the whistle broke into scream, but he didn't think it would blow now. The press was down to 160. They found him in the wreck with his hand on the throttle. He was scalded to death by the steam. He stepped away from the boiler, breathing hard trembly. He looked down at his hands and saw that blisters were already rising in his palms. Hell with the blisters, he thought, and laughed shakily. He had almost died with his hands on the throttle, like Casey the engineer in the wreck of the old 97. Worse still, he would have killed the Overlook, the final crashing failure. He had failed as a teacher, a writer, a husband, and a father. He had even failed as a drunk, but you couldn't do much better in the old failure category than to blow up the building you were supposed to be taking care of, and this was no ordinary building by no means. Christ, but he needed a drink. The press had dropped down to 80 psi, cautiously wincing a little at the pain in his hands. He closed the dump valve again, but from now on, the boiler would have to be watched more closely than ever. It might have been seriously weak, and he wouldn't trust it at more than 100 psi for the rest of the winter. And if they were a little chilly, they would just have to grin and bear it. He had broken 2 of the boiler's blisters. His hand throbbed like rotten teeth. A drink would fix him up. And there wasn't a thing in the gosh darn house besides cooking sherry at this point. A drink would be medicinal, and there was just by God anesthetic. He had done it by his duty, and now he could use a little anesthetic, something stronger than Excedrin, but there was nothing. He remembered bottles glittering in the shadows. He had just saved the hotel the hotel would want to reward him. He felt sure of it. He took his handkerchief out of his back pocket and went to the stairs. He rubbed at his mouth just a little drink, just one, to ease the pain. He had served the Overlook, and now the Overlook would serve him. He was sure of it. His feet on the stair rises were eager and eager. The hurrying steps of a man who had come home from a long and bitter war. It was 5:20 a.m. MST. Chapter 41, Daylight. Danny awoke with a muffled gasp from a terrible dream. There had been an explosion of fire. The Overlook was burning up. He and his mommy were watching it from the front lawn. Mommy had said, "Look, Daddy." Danny, look at the hedges. He looked at them. They were all dead. Their leaves had turned a suffocant brown, and their tightly packed branches showed through like the skeletons of half-dismembered corpses. And then his daddy had burst out of the Overlook's big double doors, and he was burning like a torch. His clothes were in flames, and his skin had acquired a dark and sinister tan that was growing darker by the moment, and his hair was burning brush. That was when he woke up, his throat tight with fear, his hands clutching at the sheet and blankets. He screamed. He looked over at his mother. Wendy lay on her side, the blankets up to her chin, a sheaf of straw-colored hair lying against her cheek. She looked like a child herself. No, he hadn't screamed. Lying in bed, looking upward, the nightmare began to drain away. He had a curious feeling that some great tragedy, fire explosion, had been averted by inches. He let his mind drift out, searching for his daddy, and found him standing somewhere below in the lobby. Danny pushed a little harder, trying to get inside his father. It was not good, because Daddy was thinking about the bad thing. He was thinking about how good just one or two, I don't care if the sun's over the yard, somewhere in the world. Remember how we used to say that, Al? Gin and tonic bourbon with just a dash of bitter scotch and soda, rum and coke. Tweedly dumb and Tweedly dee, a drink for me and a drink for thee, and Martians have landed somewhere in the world, Princeton or Houston or Stokely or Carmichael, some freaking place. After all, 'tis the season and none of us are. Get this out of my mind, you. Get out of his mind, you little poop. He recoiled in terror at the mental voice, his eyes widening, his hands signing in a closet of counterpane. It had been the voice of his father, though but a clever mimic, a voice he knew, hoarse, brutal, yet underpointed, with a vacuous sort of humor, was its own ear. Then he threw the covers back and swung his feet out to the floor. He kicked his slippers out from under his bed and put them on. He went to the door and pulled it open and hurried out to the main corridor, his slipper feet whispering on the nap of his carpet runner. He turned the corner. There was a man on all fours halfway down the corridor between him and the stairs. Danny froze. The man looked up at him. His eyes were tiny and red. He was dressed in some sort of silvery spangled costume, a dog costume. Danny realized protruding from the rump of this strange creation was a long and floppy tail with a puff on the end. A zipper ran up the back of the costume to the neck. To the left of him was a dog's or wolf's head. Blank eye sockets above the muzzle. The mouth was in a meaningless snarl that showed the rug's black and blue pattern between the fangs that appeared to be paper mache. The man's mouth and chin cheeks were smeared with blood. He began to growl at Danny. He was gritting, but the growl was real. It was deep in his throat, a chilling, primitive sound. Then he began to bark. His teeth were also stained red. He began to crawl toward Danny, dragging his boneless tail behind him. The costume dog head lay unheeded on the carpet, glaring vacantly over Danny's shoulder. "Let me by," Danny said. "I'm going to eat you, little boy," the dog man answered, and suddenly a fusillade of barks came from his grinning mouth. They were inhuman imitations, but the savagery in them were real. The man's hair was dark, greased with sweat from his confiding costume. There was a mixture of scotch and champagne on his breath. Danny flinched back but didn't run. "Let me by, not by the hair of my chinny chin chin," the dog man replied. His small red eyes were fixed attentively on Danny's face. He continued to grin. "I'm going to eat you up, little boy, and then I think I'll start with your plump little cock." He began to prance skittishly forward, making little leaps and snarling. Danny's nerve broke. He fled back into the short hallway that led into their corridors. There, looking back over his shoulder, there was a series of mixed howls and barks and growls, broken by slurred mutterings and giggles. Danny stood in the hallway. "Get it up!" the drunken dog man cried from around the corner. His voice was both violent and despairing. Get it up, Harry, you bruh bastard. I don't care how many casinos and airlines and movie companies you own. I know what you like in the privacy of your own home. Get it up, I'll huff and I'll puff. Until Harry Derwent's all blown down, he ended a long, shilling howl that seemed to turn into a scream of rage and pain just before it dwindled off. Danny had apprehensively turned the closed bedroom down the end of the hallway and walked quietly down to it. He opened it up and poked his head through. His mommy was sleeping in exactly the same position. No one was hearing him but this. He closed the door softly and went back up to the intersection of the corridor and the main hall, hoping the dog man would be gone. The way the blood on the walls of the presidential suite had been gone, he peeked around the corner carefully. The man in the dog costume was still there. He had put his head back on, was now prancing on all fours in the stairwell clay, chasing his tail. He occasionally leaped off the rug and came down, making dog grunts in his throat. Woof woof. Bow, wow, 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 grr. These sounds came hollowly out of the masked, stylized, snarling mouth, and among them were sounds that might have been sobs or laughter. Danny went back to the bedroom and sat down on his cot, covering his eyes with his hands. The hotel was running things now. Maybe at first the things that had happened had only been accidents. Maybe at first the things that had seen were really just such scary pictures that couldn't hurt him. But now the hotel was controlling those things and they could hurt. The Overlook hadn't wanted him to go to his father. That might spoil all the fun, so it had put the dog man in his way, just as he had put the hedged animals between them and the roads. But his daddy could come here, and sooner or later his daddy would. He began to cry, the tears rolling silently down his cheeks. It was too late. They were going to die, all three of them, and when the Overlook opened next late spring, they would be right here to greet the guests, along with the rest of the spooks, the woman in the tub, the dog man, the horrible dark thing that had been in the cement tunnel. That would be stop, and now he knuckled the tears furiously from his eyes. He would try as hard as he could to keep that from happening, not himself, not to his mommy and daddy. He would try hard as he could. He closed his eyes and sent his mind ahead. Hard crystal ball, Dick, please come. We're in bad trouble, Dick, we need. And suddenly, in the darkness behind his eyes, the thing had chased him down the hall. It overlooks dark halls. Dreams was there. Right there, a huge creature dressed in white and prehistoric club raised over his head. I'll make you stop it. You gosh darn puppy, I'll make you stop it, because I am your father. No, he jerked back to the reality of his bedroom, his eyes wide and staring, the screams tumbling helplessly from his mouth, and his mother bolted away, clutching the sheet to her breast. No, daddy, no, no, no. And they both heard the vicious descending swing of the invisible club, cutting the air somewhere very close, then fading away to silence. He ran to his mother and hugged her, trembling like a rabbit in a snare. The Overlook was not going to be let him call Dick that much. Well, fun too. They were alone. Outside, the snow came harder, curtaining them off from the wind. Chapter 42. Mid-air, Dick Halloran's flight was called at 6:45 a.m. EST, and the boarding clerk held by Gate 31, shifting his flight bag nervously from hand to hand until the last call at 6:55. They were both looking for a man named Carl Becker, the only passenger at TWA's flight 196 to Miami to Denver, who hadn't checked in. Okay, the clerk said, and issued Halloran a blue first-class boarding pass. So you lucky it out, you can board, sir. Halloran hurried up the enclosed boarding ramp and let it mechanically grin. Stewardess tear his pass off and give him the stub. We're serving breakfast on the flight, the stew said. If you'd like just coffee, babe, he said, and went down the aisle to a seat in the smoking section. He kept expecting the no-show Vector to pop through the door like a jack-in-the-box at the last second. The woman in the seat by the first window was reading You Can Be Your Own Best Friend with a sour, unbelieving expression on her face. Halloran buckled his seat belt and wrapped his large black hands around the seat's armrest and promised the absent Carlton Becker it would take him around 5 strong TWA flight attendants to drag him out of his seat. He kept his eyes on his watch. It dragged off the minutes to the 7 o'clock takeoff time with maddening slowness. At 7:05, the stewardess informed them there would be slight delay when the ground crew rechecked one of the latches on the cargo door. Shit for brains, Dick Halloran muttered. The sharp-faced woman turned her sour, unbelieving expression on him and then went back to her book. He had spent the night at the airport, going from the counter to counter. United American, TWA, Continental, Braniff haunting the ticket clerks sometime after midnight, drinking the 8th or 9th cup of coffee in the canteen. He had decided he was being a poop hole, and to have to a butthole to have taken this whole thing from his own shoulders. There were authorities. He had gone to the nearest bank of telephones, and after talking to 3 different operators, he had gone to the emergency number of the Rocky Mountain National Park Authority. The man who had answered the telephone sounded utterly worn out. Halloran had given a false name, and there was trouble at the Overlook Hotel west of Sidewinder. Bad trouble. He was put on hold. The ranger, Halloran assumed he was a ranger, came back on in about 5 minutes. They've got a CB, the ranger said. Sure, they've got a CB. Halloran said, we haven't had a Mayday call from them, man, that don't matter. They exactly what kind of trouble are they in, Mr. Hal? Well, they're a family. The caretaker and his family. I think maybe he's gone a little nuts, you know. I think maybe he might try to hurt his wife and little boy. May I ask how you've come by this information, sir? Halloran closed his eyes. What's your name, fellow? Tom? Staunted, sir. Well, Tom, I know. Now, I'll just be straight with you as I can. There's bad trouble up there. Maybe killing bad. You dig what I'm saying, Mr. Hal? I really have to know how you know. Look, Halloran had said, I'm telling you, I know. A few years back, there was this fellow up there named McGrady. He killed his wife and 2 daughters and put them string on herself. I'm telling you, it's going to happen again if you guys don't haul your asses out there and stop it, Mr. Hal. You're not calling from Colorado? No, but what difference? If you're not in Colorado, you're not in the CB range of the Overlook Hotel. If you're not in the CB range, you can't possibly have been in contact with the fate. Rattling the papers, the Torrance family. While I had you on hold, I tried the telephone, it's out, which is nothing unusual. There are still 25 miles of above-ground telephone lines between the hotel and Sidewinder stitching station. My conclusion is that you must be in some sort of crank. Oh man, you stupid, but his despair was too great to find a noun with the adjective suddenly illumination. Call them, he cried. Sir, they got the CB, so call them. And asked them what's up. There was a brief silence and the humming of long distance. Why, you tried that too, didn't you? Halloran asked. That's why you had me on hold so long. You tried the phone and you tried the CB and you didn't get nothing, and you don't think there's nothing wrong. What are you guys doing up there, sitting on your asses and playing gin rummy? No, we are not. Staunton said angrily. Halloran was relieved at the sound of anger in his voice. For the first time, he was speaking to a man on a recording. I'm the only man here, sir. Other ranger in the park, plus game wardens, plus volunteers. They're up in nasty notch. They're risking their lives because 3 stupid buttholes with 6 months experience decided to trade the north face of the King's Ram. They're stuck halfway up there, and maybe they'll get down and maybe they won't. There are 2 choppers up there, and the men who are flying them are risking their lives because it's night there and still starting to snow. So if you're still having trouble putting it all together, I'll give you a hand with it. Number 1, I don't have anybody to send to the Overlook. Number 2, the Overlook isn't a priority here. What happens in the park is a priority. Number 3, by daybreak, neither one of those choppers will be able to fly because it's going to snow like crazy, according to the National Weather Service. Do you understand the situation? Yeah, Halloran said softly. I understand. Now my guess as to why I couldn't raise them on the CB is very simple. I don't know what time it is where you are, but out here it's 9:30, I think. They may have gone and turned it off and gone to bed. If now, for you, good luck with your climbers, man, Halloran said. But I want you to know that they are not the only ones that are stuck up high because they didn't know what they were getting into. He had hung up the phone at 7:20 a.m. The TWA 747 hacked lumberingly out of its stall, turned and rolled out toward the runway. Halloran had let out a long soundless exhale. Carlton, Becker, or whatever you are, eat your heart out. Flight 196 parted company with the above ground at 7:28 and at 7:31 as it gained altitude. The thought pistol went off and Dick Halloran's head again. The shoulders hunched uselessly against the smell of oranges and then jerked spasmodically. His forehead wrinkled, his mouth drew back in a grimace of pain. Dick, please come quick, we're in a bad trouble, Dick, we need. And this time, that was all, and suddenly gone, no fading at this time. The communication had been chopped off clearly, as if with a knife. It scared him, his hand still clutching with the sate rest. He had gone almost white, his mouth was dry. Something had happened to the boy, he was sure of it. If anyone had hurt the little child, do you always react so violently to takeoffs? He looked around, it was the woman in the horn-rimmed glasses. It wasn't that. Halloran said, I've got a steel plate on my head from Korea every now and then. It gives me a twinge, vibrates, don't you know? Scrambles the signal, is that so? Yes, ma'am, is it? The line soldier weldomly pays for any foreign intervention, the sharp-faced woman said grimly. Is that so? It is. This country must swear off its dirty little wars. The CIA has been on the roof of every dirty little war America has fought in this country. The CIA and dollar diplomacy. She opened her book and began to read. The no smoking sign went off. Halloran watched the receding land and wondered if the boy was all right. He had developed an affectionate feeling for that boy, although his folks hadn't seen him all that much. He hoped to God they were watching out for Danny. Chapter 43, Drinks on the House. Jack stood in the dining room just outside the Batwing doors leading into the Colorado Lounge. His head cocked, listening, and he was smiling faintly around him. He could hear the Overlook Hotel coming to life. It was hard to say just how he knew. He guessed it wasn't greatly different from the preceptions Danny had from time to time, like his father, like son. Wasn't that how it was popularly expressed? It wasn't a perception of sight and sound, although it was very near to those things. Separated from those senses, it was the flimsiest of perceptual curtains. It was as if another overlook now lay scant inches beyond this one, separated from the real world, if there is such a thing as a real world. Jack thought, but gradually coming into balance with it, he was reminded of the 3D movies he'd seen as a kid. If you looked at the screen without the special glasses, you saw the double image, a sort of thing he was feeling now, but when you put the glasses on, it all made sense. All the hotels eras were together now. Oh, but this current one, the Torrance era, it would be together with the rest very soon. Now that was good. That was very good. He could almost hear the self-important ding-ding of the silver-plated bell on the registration desk, summoning morning bellboys to the front as men in the fashionable flannels of the 1920s checked in, and men in fashionable 1940s double-breasted pinstripes checked out. There would be 3 nuns in front of the fireplaces. They waited for the check, outlined to thin, and standing behind them, Natalie, dressed with diamond stick pins, holding their blue and white figure ties. Charles Grant and Vito Ginelli discussed Provident lost life and death. There was a double dozen trucks in the loading bays out back and laid one over the other like a bad time. Exposures in the East Wing ballroom. A dozen different business conventions were going on at the same time. Within temporal centimeters of each other, there was a costume ball going on. They were so rare. Wedding receptions, birthday and anniversary parties, men talking about Neville Chamberlain and the Archduke of Austria, music, laughter, drunkenness, hysteria, little love. Not here, not a steady undercurrent of a serious sensuousness, and he could almost hear all of them together drifting through the hotel and making graceful cacophony in the dining room where he stood. Breakfast, lunch, and dinner for 70 years were all being served simultaneously just behind him. He could almost hear no strike. He could hear them faintly as yet, but clear the way one can hear a thunder miles off on a hot summer's day. He could hear all of them, the beautiful strangers. He was becoming aware of them, as they must have been aware of him from the very start. All the rooms of the Overlook were occupied this morning, a full house, and beyond the Batwings, a low murmur of conversation drifted and swirled like lazy cigarette smoke, more sophisticated, more private, low, throaty female laughter, the kind that seems to vibrate in a fairy ring around the viscera and the genitals, the sound of a cash register, the window softly lighted in the warm half-dark, ringing up the price of gin, Ricky of Manhattan, a depressed bomber, a slow gin viz, a zombie, the jukebox pouring out its drinkers' melodies, each one had overlapping the other time. In time, he pushed the Batwings open and he stepped through. Hello, boys, Jack Torrance said softly. I've been away, but now I'm back. Good evening, Mr. Torrance, Lloyd said, genuinely pleased. It's good to see you. It's good to be back, Lloyd, he said gravely, and hooked his leg over a stool behind a man in a sharp blue suit and beady-eyed woman in a black dress who was peering through the depths of a Singapore sling. What will it be, Mr. Torrance? Martini, he said with great pleasure. He looked at the back bar with rows of dimly gleaming bottles capped with their silver siphons, Jim Beam, Wild Turkey, Gilbey's, Sherrod's, Private Label, Toro, Seagrams, and Horse Again. Home Again, all one large martini if you please. He said they've landed somewhere in the world, Lloyd. He took his wallet out and laid a 20 carefully on the bar as Lloyd made his drink. Jack looked over his shoulder. Every booth was occupied. Some of the occupants were dressed in costumes, a woman in gauzy harem pants and a rhinestone sparkled brassiere, a man with a fox head rising slyly out of his evening dress, a man in a silvery dog outfit who was tickling the nose of a woman, sarong with the puff of the end of his long tail to the general amusement of all. No charge to you, Mr. Torrance, Lloyd said, putting the drink down on Jack's 20. Your money is no good here. Orders from the manager. A faint unease came over him, and nevertheless he picked up the martini glass and swirled it, watching the olive at the bottom bob slightly in the drink. Chilly depths. Of course, the manager, Lloyd's smile broadened, but his eyes were socketed in the shallow of his skin was horribly white, like the skin of a corpse later expects. You see, you and your son, well, being himself, is very interested in your son. Danny is a talented boy. The juniper fumes of gin were pleasantly maddening, but they also seemed to be blurring his reason. Danny, what of all about Danny, and what was he doing in the bar with a drink in his hand? He had taken the pledge, he had gone in the wagon, he had flown off. What could they want with his son? What could they want with Danny? Wendy and Danny weren't in it. He tried to see into Lloyd's shadowed eyes, but it was too dark. It was like trying to read emotion in the empty orzo skull. It's me they want, isn't it? Am I the one? Not Danny, not Wendy. I'm the one who loves it here. They wanted to leave. I'm the one who take care of the snowmobile. They went through the old records. They dumped the press on the boiler, lied, practically sold my soul. What can they want with him? Where's the manager? He tried to ask it casually, but his words seemed to come out between his lips already numbered by the first drink, like words from a nightmare, rather than a sweet dream. Lloyd only smiled. What do you want with my son? Danny's not in this, is he? He heard the naked plea of his voice. Lloyd's face seemed to be running, changing, becoming something pestilent. The white skin becoming a pathetic yellow, cracking, red scores erupting on the skin, bleeding, foul-smelling liquid, droplets of blood sprang out on Lloyd's forehead. Like sweating in sourware, a silver chime was striking a quarter hour. Unmasked, drink your drink, Mr. Torrance, Lloyd said softly. It isn't a matter that concerns you. Not at this point. He picked his drink up again, raised it to his lips, and hesitated. He heard his heart. Horrible snap as Danny's arm broke. He saw the bicycle flying brokenly up over the hood of Al's car, staring the windshield. He saw a single wheel lying in the road, twisted, smokes pointing into the sky like jags of piano wire. He became aware of that all conversation had stopped. He looked back over his shoulder. They were all looking at him expectantly. Silently, the man beside the woman in his sarong had removed his fox head, and Jack saw that it was Horace Derwent, his pallid blonde hair spilling across his forehead. Everyone at the bar was watching too. The woman beside him was looking at him closely as if trying to focus. Her dress had slipped off one shoulder and was looking down. He could see a loosely puckered nipple caping one sagging breast. He looked back at her face to think that this might be the woman from 217. The woman had tried to strangle Danny. On the other hand, the man in the sharp blue suit had removed a small pearl-handed .32 from his jacket pocket, was idling, spinning it on the bar like a man with a Russian roulette on his mind. He realized the words were not passing through his frozen vocal cords and tried again. I want to see the manager. I think he understands my son is not part of this. Mr. Torrance, Lloyd said, his voice coming with hideous gentleness from inside the plague-ridden face. You will meet the manager in due time. He has in fact decided you will make his agent in this matter. Now drink your drink. Drink your drink, they all echoed. He picked it up from with a badly trembling hand. It was raw gin. He looked at it, and looking at it was drowning. The woman beside him was beginning to sing in a flat, dead voice. Roll out the barrel, and we'll have a barrel of fun. Lloyd picked it up. The man in a blue suit, the dog man, joined in, thumping one paw against the table. Now the time to roll the barrel. Derwent added his voice to the rest. The cigarette was cocked in one corner of his mouth at a jaunty angle. His right arm was around the shoulders of a woman in the sarong, and his right hand was gently and absently stroking her right breast. He was looking at the dogman with amused contempt as he sang, "Because the gang's all here." Jack brought the drink to his mouth and downed it in all 3 long gulps. The gin, highballing down his throat like a moving fan in a tunnel, exploding in his stomach, rebounding up to his brain in one leap where it seized hold of him, and a final convulsion fit of the shakes. When he passed off, he felt fine. "Do it again, please," he said, and pushed the empty glass toward Lloyd. "Yes, sir," Lloyd said, taking the glass. Lloyd looked perfectly normal again. The olive-skinned man had put his .32 away. The woman on his right was staring into her Singapore sling again. One breast was wholly exposed now, leaning on the bar's leather buffer. A vacuous, crooning noise came from their slack mouth. The loom of conversation had begun again, weaving and weaving. His new drink appeared in front of him. "Muchas gracias, Lloyd," he said, picking it up. "Always a pleasure to serve you, Mr. Torrance." Lloyd smiled. "You were always the best of them, Lloyd." "Why, thank you, sir." He drank slowly this time, letting it trickle down his throat, tossing a few peanuts down the chute for good luck. The drink was the Gonan. No time, and he ordered another. "Mr. President, I have met another Martians, and am pleased to report they are friendly." While Lloyd fixed another, he began searching the pockets for a quarter to put his jukebox. He thought of Danny again, but Danny, and his face was pleasantly fuzzed and nondescript now. He had heard Danny once, and that had been before he learned how to handle his liquor. Those days were behind him now. He would never hurt Danny again, not for the world. Chapter 44, Conversations at the Party. He was dancing with a beautiful woman. He had no idea what time it was, how long he had been spent in the Colorado Lounge, or how long it had been here in the ballroom. Time had ceased to matter. He had vague memories listening to a man who had once been a successful radio comic, then variety star in TV's infancy days, telling a very long and very hilarious joke about incest between Siamese twins, seeing the woman in the harem pants a sequin bra do a slow and sinuous striptease in some bumping and grinding music from the jukebox. It seemed to have been David Russ's theme from the stripper crossing the lobby as one of the 3. The other 2 men in evening dress that predated the 20s. All of them singing about the stiff patch of Rosie O'Grady's knickers. All he seemed to resemble looking out the double blue doors and seeing Japanese lanterns strung in graceful curving arcs that followed the sweep of the driveway. They gleamed thus in soft pastel colors like dusky jewels. The big glass globe on the porch ceiling was on the night in. Sex bumped and flittered against it, and part of him, perhaps the last tiny spark of sobriety, had tried to tell him that it was 6 a.m. on a morning in December, but time had been canceled. The arguments against insanity fall with a soft shrinks on layer on layer. What was that? Some poet he had read an undergraduate, some undergraduate poet was now selling washers in Washua or insurance in Indianapolis. Perhaps the original thought didn't matter. The night is dark, the stars are high, and disembodied custard pie is floating in the sky. He giggled helplessly with funny honey. And here he was again in the ballroom. The chandelier was lit, and couples were circling all around them. Some in costumes, some not, but the smooth sounds. And some post-war band, but which war? Can you be certain? No, not of course. He was certain of only one thing. He was dancing with a beautiful woman. She was tall and auburn-haired, dressed in clinging white satin, and she was dancing close to him. Her breasts pressed softly and sweetly against his chest. Her white hand was intertwined in his. She was wearing a small and sparkly cat's eye mask, and her hair had been brushed over to one side in a soft and gleaming fall that seemed to pool in the valley between her touching shoulders. Her dress was full-skirted, but he could feel her thighs against his legs from time to time, and had become more and more sure that she was smooth and powdered naked under her dress. The better to feel your erection with, my dear. And he was sporting a regular rail spike if it offended her. She concealed it well. She snuggled even closer to him. Not funny, honey. he said, and giggled again. I like you, she whispered, and he thought that her scent was like Lily's Sirguna hidden in the cracks filled with green moss, places where sunshine is short and the shadows long. I like you too. We could go upstairs if you want. I'm supposed to be with Harry, but he'll never notice. He's too busy teasing poor Roger. The number ended. There was a spatter of applause, and then a band swung into Mood Indigo. With scarcely a pause, Jack looked over her bare shoulders and saw Derwent standing beside the refreshment table. The girl in the sarong was with him. There were bottles of champagne and ice buckets arranged along the white lawn covering the table, and Derwent held a foaming bottle in his hand. A knot of people had gathered laughing in front of Derwent and the girl in the sarong. Roger capered grotesquely on all fours, his tail dragging limply behind him. He was barking. It was "Speak, boy, speak." Harry Derwent cried, "Row, row." Roger responded. Everybody clapped. A few of the men whistled. "Now sit up, doggy." Roger clambered up on his haunches. The muzzle of the mask was frozen in an eternal snarl. Inside the eye holes, Roger's eyes rolled frantic, sweating hilariously. He held his arms out, dangling the paws. Rough. Derwent upended the bottle of champagne, and it fell in foamy Niagara onto the upturned mask. Roger made frantic slurping sounds, and everybody applauded again. Some of the women screamed with laughter, and he carried a card. His partner asked him, pressing close again. Everyone says he's AC/DC, you know. Poor Roger's only DC. He spent the weekend with Harry in Cuba months ago. Now he follows Harry everywhere, wagging his little tail behind him. She giggled. The shy scent of lilies drifted up, but of course Harry never goes back for seconds, not on his DC side anyway, and Roger's just wild. Harry told him if he came to the masked ball as a doggy, a cute little dog he might consider, and Roger is such a little silly that the number ended. There was more applause. The band members were filing down for break. "Excuse me, sweetness," she said. "There's someone. Yeah, I must meet. I'm Darla, you dear girl. Where have you been?" She wove her way into the eating-drinking throng, and she escaped her stupidly, wondering how they hadn't happened to be dancing together in the first place. He didn't remember. Incidents seemed to have occurred with no connections. First here, then there, and everywhere. His head was spinning. He smelled like lilies and just juniper berries up by the refrigerator table. Derwent was now holding a tiny triangular sandwich over Roger's head and was urging him to the general merriment of the onlookers to do a somersault. The dog mask was turned upwards. The silver sides of the dog costume bellowed in and out. Roger suddenly leaped, tucking his head under, and tried to roll in midair. His leap was too low and too exhausted. He landed awkwardly on his back, wrapping his head smartly on the tiles. A hollow groan drifted out from the dog master when let the applause. "Try again, doggy, try again." The onlookers took up the chant, try again, and Jack staggered off the other way. Feeling vaguely ill, he almost fell over the drinks cart that was being wheeled by a low-browed man in a white mesh jacket, his foot wrapped against the lower chrome shelf on the cart. The bottles and siphons on top clattered together musically. "Sorry," Jack said thickly. He suddenly felt closed in and claustrophobic. He wanted to get out. He wanted the overlook back to the way it had been, free of these unwanted guests. His place was not honored as a true opener of the way. He was only another 10,000 cheering extras, doggy rolling over and sitting up on command. "Quite all right," the man in the white mesh jacket said. The polite clip English coming from that thug's face was surreal. "A drink." "Martini," from behind him. Another cumber of laughter broke. Roger was howling to the tune of Home on the Range. Somebody was picking out accompaniment on the Steinway. "Baby grand who you are." The frosty cold glass was pressed in his hand. Jack drank gratefully, feeling the gin hit and crumble away in his first inroads of sobriety. "Is it all right, sir?" "Fine, thank you, sir." The cart began to roll again. Jack suddenly reached out and touched the man's shoulder. Yes, sir, pardon me, but what's your name? The other showed no surprise to Grady. Sir, Delbert Grady, but you, I mean that. The bartender was looking at him politely. Jack tried again, although his smooth mouth was mushed by gin and unreality. Each word felt large as ice cube. Weren't you once the caretaker here when you went? But he couldn't finish, he couldn't say it. Why, no, sir. I don't believe so, but your wife, your daughters, my wife is helping in the kitchen, sir. The girls are asleep. Of course, it's too late for them. You were the caretaker, say it, you killed them. Grady's face remained blankly polite. I don't have any recollection of that. Oh, sir, his glass was empty. Grady plucked it from Jack's unresisting fingers and set about making another drink for him. There was a small white plastic bucket on his cart that was filled with olives. For some reason, that reminded Jack of tiny severed heads. Grady speared one deftly, dropped it into another glass, and handed it to him. But you're the caretaker, sir, Grady said mildly. You've always been the caretaker, I should know. Sir, I've been always here. The same manager hired us both at the same time. Is that all right? Sir, Jack gulped his drink. His head was swirling. Mr. Ullman, I do not know anyone by that name, sir, but he the manager. Grady said, the hotel, sir. Surely you realize who hired you, sir? No, he said thickly. No, I must believe you must take it further with your son. Mr. Torrance, sir, he understands everything, although he hasn't enlightened you. Rather naughty of him. If I may be so bold, sir, in fact, he's crossed you at almost every turn, hasn't he? And him not yet 6. Yes, Jack said, he has. There was another wave of laughter from behind him. He needs to be corrected, if you don't mind me saying so. He needs a good talking to, and perhaps a bit more. My own girl, sir, didn't care for the overlook at first. One of them actually stole a pack of my matches and tried to burn it down. I corrected them most harshly, and when my wife tried to stop me from doing my duty, I corrected her. He offered Jack a bland, meaningless smile. I find it a sad but true fact that women rarely understand a father's responsibility to children. Husbands and fathers do have a certain responsibilities, don't they, sir? Yes, Jack said. They don't love the overlook as I did. Grady said, beginning to make him another drink. Silver bubbles rose in the upended gin bottle, just as your son and wife don't love it that at present, but anyway. But they will come to love it. You must show them the error of their ways. Mr. Torrance, do you agree? Yes, I do. He did see he had been too easy with them. Husbands and fathers did have certain responsibilities. Father knows best. They did not understand that in itself was no crime, but they were willfully not understanding. He was not an ordinarily harsh man, but he did believe in punishment, and if his son and his wife had willingly set themselves against his wishes, against the things he knew were best for them, then didn't he have a certain duty? A thankless child is sharper than a serpent's tooth, Grady said, handing him his drink, and I do believe that the manager could bring your son into line, and your wife would shortly follow. Do you agree? Sir, he was suddenly uncertain. But if they could leave, after all, it's me, the manager, wants it. Because why? He should know suddenly, but he didn't. Oh, his poor brain is swimming. Bad dog, Derwent was saying loudly, to a counterpoint of laughter. Bad dog to piddle on the floor. Of course you don't. Grady said, leaning confidently off the cart. Your son is attempting to bring an outside party into it. Your son has a very great talent, one that the manager could use even further to improve the overlook, to further enrich it, shall we say. But your son is attempting to use that willful talent against us. Teased willfully. Mr. Torrance, sir, willfully. Outside party, Jack asked. Stupidly, Grady nodded. Who, an N-word? Grady said, an N-word cook. Halloran, I do believe that is his name, sir. Yes. Another burst of laughter from behind them was followed by Roger saying something in a whining, protesting voice. Yes, yes, yes. Derwent began to chant. The others around him took it up, but before Jack could hear what they wanted Roger to do now, the band began to play again. The tune was Tuxedo Junction, with a lot of mellow sax in it, but not much soul. Soul hasn't even been invented yet, or has it? N-word cook. He opened his mouth to speak, not knowing what might come out, but what did was, I was told you hadn't finished high school, but you don't look like an uneducated man. It's true that I left unorganized education very early, sir, but the manager takes care of his help. He finds that it pays. Education always pays. Don't you agree, sir? Yes, Jack said dazedly. For instance, you show a great interest in learning more about the Overlook. Very wisely, sir. Very noble. A certain scrapbook was left in the basement for you to find. By whom? Jack said eagerly. By the manager. Of course, certain other materials could be used to your disposal if you wish them. I do. Very much. He tried to control the eagerness in his voice, and failed miserably. You're a true scholar, Grady said. Pursue the topic to the end, exhaust all sources. He dipped his low brown head, pulled out the lapel of his white mesh jacket, and buffed his knuckles at the spot of dirt that was invisible to Jack, and the manager puts no strings on Lagarce. Grady went on, not at all. Look at me, a 10th grade dropout. Look how much further than yourself could go in the Overlook's organizational structure, perhaps in time, to the very top. Really, Jack whispered, but that's really up to your son to decide, isn't it? Grady asked, raising his eyebrows. The delicate gesture went oddly with the brows themselves, which were bushy and somehow savage. Up to Danny. Jack frowned at Grady. No, of course not. I wouldn't allow my son to... I wouldn't allow my son to make decisions concerning my career, not at all. What do you take me for, a dedicated man? Grady said warmly. Perhaps I put it badly, sir. Let us say that your future is contingent upon how you decide to deal with your son's waywardness. I make my own decisions, Jack whispered, but you must deal with him. I will, firmly, I will. A man who cannot control his own family controls very little interest for a manager. A man who cannot guide the courses of his own wife and son can hardly be expected to guide himself, let alone assume the possibility of responsibility in operation of this magnitude. I said I'll handle him, Jack shouted suddenly enraged. Tuxedo Junction he had just concluded with the new tune had begun. His shout fell perfectly into the gap, and conversation suddenly ceased behind him. His skin suddenly fell hot all over. He became fixedly positive that everyone was staring at him. They had finished with Roger, and now it would commence with him. Rock over, sit up, play dead. If you play a game with us, we'll play the game with you. Position of responsibility. They wanted him to sacrifice his son. Now he follows Harry everywhere, wagging his little tail behind him. Roll over, play, dead chest, as your son, right this way. Grady was saying something that might interest you. The conversation had begun again, lifting the dropping in his own rhythm. Weaving in and out of the band now doing a swing version of Lennon and McCartney's Ticket to Ride. I've heard better over supermarket loudspeakers. He giggled foolishly. He looked down at the left hand and saw there was another drink in it, half full. He emptied it at a gulp. Now he was standing in front of the mantelpiece, the heat from the crackling fire that had been laid in the hearth warming his legs afire. In August, yes and no. All times are one. There was a clock under a glass dome flanked by two carved ivory elephants. His hand stood at a minute to midnight. He gazed at it blearily. Had this been what Grady wanted him to see? He turned around to ask, but Grady had left him halfway through. Ticket to Ride. The band went up in a brassy flourish. The hour is at hand. Harrister went, proclaimed a midnight, unmask. He tried to turn again to see what the famous faces were, hidden behind the glitter and the paint and mask, but he was frozen, now unable to look away from the clock. Its hands had come together and pointed straight up. Unmask. The chant went up. The clock began to chime delicately along the steel runner below the clock face. From the left and right, two figures advanced. Jack watched, fascinated. The unmasking forgotten. Clockwork whirred, cogs turned, and meshed brass formed warmly underglowing. The balance wheel rocked back and forth precisely. One of the figures was a man standing on tiptoe with what looked like a tiny club clasped in his hands. The other was a small boy wearing a dunce cap. The clockwork figures glittered fantastically precise across the front of the boy's dunce cap. He could read the engraved words, "Fool." The two figures slipped onto the opposing ends of a steel access bar. Somewhere tinkling on and on were the strains of a Strauss waltz. An insane commercial jingle began to run through his head and his mind. Buy dog food, rough, buy dog food. The steel mallet in the clockwork daddy's hands came down on the head boy's head. The clockwork sun crumbled forward. The mallet rose and fell. The boy's outstretched, protesting hands began to falter. The boy sagged from his crotch to a prone position, and still the hammer rose and fell to the light, tinkling air of the Strauss melody. It seemed he could see the man's face working and nodding and constricting, could see the clockwork daddy's mouth opening and closing as he berated the unconscious bludgeoning figure of his son. The spot of red flew up against inside the glass dome. Another followed, 2 more splattered beside it. Now the red liquid was spraying up like an obscene rain shower, striking the glass sides of the dome and running, obscuring what was going on inside. And flecked through the scarlet were tiny gray ribbons of tissue, fragments of bone and brain. And still he could see the hammer rising and falling as the clockwork continued to turn and cogs continued to mesh the gears and teeth, and this cunningly made machine unmasked herder was shrieking behind him, and somewhere a dog was howling in human tones. But clockwork can't bleed, the entire dome was splashed with blood. He could see clotted bits of hair, but nothing else, thank God. He could see nothing else, and still he thought he would be sick, because he could hear the hammer blows still falling. He could hear them through the glass that as just as could hear the phrases of the blue Danube, but the sounds were no longer the mechanical tink-tink-tink noises of a mechanical hammer striking a mechanical head, but the soft squash and thudding sounds of a real hammer slicing down and whacking into a spongy, muddy ruin. A ruin that had once been. Unmasked, the red death held swayed over all, though with a miserable rising scream he turned away from the clock, his hands outstretched, his feet stumbling against one shoulder like wooden blocks as he begged them to stop, to take him, Danny, Wendy, to take the whole world if they wanted it, but only to stop and leave him a little sanity, a little light. The ballroom was empty. The chairs with their spindly legs were upended on tables covered with plastic dust drops. The red rug, with its gold tracings, was back on the dance floor, protecting the polished hardwood surface. The bandstand was deserted except for a disassembled microphone stand and a dusty guitar leaning stringless against the wall. Cold morning light, winter light fell languidly through the high windows. His head was still reeling, but he still felt drunk, and when he turned back to the mantelpiece, his drink was gone. There was only the ivory elephants and the clock. He stumbled back across the cold, shadowy lobby and through the dining room. His foot honked around a table leg, and he fell full length, upsetting the table with a clatter. He struck his nose hard on the floor, and it began to bleed. He got up stuffing black blood and wiping his nose with the back of his hand. He crossed to the Colorado lounge and shoved through the batwing doors, making them fly back and bang into the walls. The place was empty, but the bar was fully stocked. God be praised. Glass and silver edging on the labels glowed warmly in the dark. Once he remembered a very long time ago, he had been angry that there was no back bar mirror. Now he was glad. Looking into it, he would have seen just another drunk, fresh off the wagon, bloody nose untucked, hair rumpled, cheeks stubbly. This is what it's like to stick your whole hand to the nest. Loneliness surged over him. Suddenly and completely he cried out with sudden wretchedness and honestly wished he were dead. His wife and son were upstairs with the door locked against him. The others had all left. The party was over. He lurched forward again and reaching to the bar. Lloyd, where the frick are you? He screamed. There was no answer in this well-padded cell room. His words did not even echo back to give the illusion of company. Grady, no answer. Only the bottles standing stiffly at attention. Roll over. Play dead. Fetch. Play dead. Sit up. Play dead. Never mind. I'll do it myself. Gosh darn it. Halfway over the bar, he lost his balance and pitched forward, hitting his head a muffled blow on the floor. He got up on his hands and knees, his eyeballs moving disjointedly from side to side, fuzzy, muttering noises coming from his mouth, and he collapsed. His face turned to one side, breathing in harsh snores. Outside, the wind wooed louder, driving the thickened snow before it was 8 a.m. Chapter 45, Stapleton Airport, Denver, at 8:31 a.m. MST, a woman on TWA's Flight 196 burst into tears and began to bungle her own opinion, which was perhaps not shared among the other passengers, or even the crew for that matter, that the plane was going to crash. The sharp-faced woman next to Halloran looked up from her book and offered a brief character analysis ninny, and went back to her book. She had down 2 screwdrivers during the flight, but they seemed not to have thought her at all. It's going to crash, the woman was crying out surely. Oh, I just know it is. The stewardess hurried to her seat and squatted beside her. Halloran thought to himself that only stewardess was very young, and housewives seemed able to squat with any degree of grace. It was rare and wonderful talent. He thought about this while the stewardess talked softly and soothingly to the woman, quieting her bit by bit. Halloran didn't know anyone else on 196, but he personally was almost scared enough to poop peach pits. Outside the window there was nothing to be seen but a buffeting curtain of white. The plane rocked sickeningly from side to side with gusts and steam from everywhere. The engines were cranked up to provide partial compensation and result. The floor was vibrating under their feet. There were several people moaning. In tourists behind them, one Stu had gone back with a handful of fresh airsick bags, and a man through 3 rows in front of Halloran had whooshed into his National Observer and grinned apologetically at his stewardess who came to help him clean up. "That's alright," she comforted him. "That's how I feel about the Reader's Digest." Halloran had flown enough to be able to surmise what had happened. They'd been flying against bad headwinds for most of the way. The wind over Denver had worsened suddenly and expectedly, and now it was just a little late to divert for someplace where the weather was better. "Beats, don't fail me now, buddy boy. This is some fricked up cavalry cars." The stewardess seemed to have succeeded in curbing the worst of the woman's hysterics. She was snuffling and honking into a lace handkerchief, but had ceased broadcasting her opinions about the flight's possible conclusion to the cabin at large. The stew gave her a final pat on the shoulder and stood up just as the 747 gave its worst lurch yet. The stewardess stumbled backward and landed in the lap of a man who had whooshed into his paper, exposing a lovely length of nylon thigh. The man blinked and then patted her kindly in the shoulder. She smiled back, but Halloran thought the strain was showing. It had been one hell of a hard flight this morning. There was a little ping on the no smoking light reappeared. "This is Captain speaking," a soft, slightly southern voice informed them. "We're ready to begin our descent to Stapleton International Airport. It's been a rough flight, for which I apologize. The landing may be a bit rough also. We anticipate no real difficulty. Please observe the fasten seatbelts and no smoking signs, and we hope you enjoy your stay in the Denver metro area. We also hope." Another hard bump rocked the plane and then dropped her with the sickening elevator plunge. Halloran's stomach did a queasy horn pipe. Several people, but not all women by any means, screamed that "We'll see you again on another TWA flight real soon." "Not bloody likely," someone behind Halloran said. "So silly," the sharp-faced woman next to Halloran remarked, putting a matchbook cover into her book and shutting it as the plane began to descend. "When one has seen the horrors of a dirty little war, as you have, or sensed the degrading mortality of a CIA dollar diplomacy intervention, as I have, a rough landing pales into insignificance." "Am I right, Mr. Halloran?" "As rain, ma'am," he said, and looked bleakly out of the window. "How's your steel plate racked into all this, if I might inquire?" "Oh, my head's fine," Halloran said. "It's just my stomach. That's a mild queasy shame." She reopened her book. As they descended through the impenetrable clouds of snow, Halloran thought of a crash that had occurred at Boston's Logan Airport a few years ago. The conditions had been similar, only fog instead of snow had reduced visibility to zero. The plane had caught its undercarriage on a retaining wall near the end of the landing strip. What had it been left on? The 89 people aboard hadn't looked much different from a hamburger helper casserole. He wouldn't mind so much if it was just himself. He was pretty much alone in the world now, and attendance at his funeral would be mostly held down to the people who had worked with that and that old renegade Mesterton, who would at least drink to him. But boy, the boy was depending on him. He was maybe of the help that child could expect, and he didn't like the way the boy's last call had been snapped off. He kept thinking of the way those hedge animals did seem to move. A thin white woman's hand appeared over his face. The woman with the sharp face had taken off her glasses. Without them, her features seemed much softer. "It will be all right," she said. Halloran made a smile, then nodded. As advertised, the plane came down hard, reunited with the earth, forcefully enough to knock most of the magazines off the rack and the front to send plastic trays cascading out of the gallery like oversized playing cards. No one screamed, but Halloran heard several sets of teeth clicking violently together like gypsy castanets. Then the turbine engines rose to howl, breaking the plane. And as they dropped in volume, the pilot's soft southern voice, perhaps not completely steady, came over the intercom system. "Ladies and gentlemen, we have landed at Stapleton Airport. Please remain in your seats until the plane has come to a complete stop at the terminal. Thank you." The woman beside Halloran closed her book and uttered a long sigh. "We live to fight another day. Mr. Halloran, ma'am, we aren't done with this one yet." "True, very true. Would you care to have a drink in the lounge with me?" "I would, but I have an appointment to keep." "Pressing, very pressing," Halloran said gravely. "Something that will improve the general situation in some small way, I hope." "I hope so, too," Halloran said and smiled. She smiled back at him, 10 years dropping silently from her face as she did so, because he had only the flight bag he'd carried for luggage. Halloran beat the crowd to the Hertz desk on the lower level. Outside the smoke glass windows, he could see the snow was still falling steadily. The gusting wind drove white clouds of it back and forth, and the people walking across the parking area were struggling against it. One man lost his hat, and Halloran could conversate with him as he whirled high and wide and handsome. The man stared after it, and Halloran thought, "Oh, forget it, man, that Hamburg ain't coming back until it gets to Arizona." On the heels of that thought, if it's bad in Denver, what's it gonna be like west of Boulder? Best not to think about that, maybe. "Can I help you, sir?" A girl in Hertz yellow asked him. "If you got a car, you can help me," he said with a big grin. For a heavier than average charge, he was able to get a heavier than average car, a silver and black Buick Electra. He was sick of the winding mountain roads rather than style. He would still have to stop somewhere along the way and get chains put on. He wouldn't get far without them. "How bad is it?" he asked as he handed the rental agreement signed to. They say it's the worst storm since 1969, and answer brightly, "Do you have far to drive, sir?" "Farther than I'd like, if you like, sir. I can phone ahead to Texaco Station on Route 270 Junction. They'll put chains on for you. That would be a great blessing, dear." She picked up the phone and made the call. "They'll be expecting you. Thank you so much." Leaving the desk, he saw the sharp-faced woman standing on one of the queues that had formed in front of the luggage carousel. She was still reading her book. Halloran winked at her as she went by. As she looked up, smiled at him, and gave a peace sign shine. He turned up to the overcoat collar, smiling, and shifted his flight back to the other hand, only a little one, but it made him feel better. He was sorry he told her that fish story about having a steel plate in his head. He mentally wished her well, and he went out to the howling wind and snowy shod. She wished him the same in return. The charge for putting on the chains at the service station was a modest one, but Halloran slipped the man at work in the garage bay an extra 10 to get moved up a little way on the waiting list. It was still 10:15 before he was actually on the road. The windshield wipers clicking and the chains clinking with tuneless monotony on the Buick's big wheels. The turnpike was a mess even with the chains. He could go no faster than 30 cars had gone off the road at crazy angles, and on several of the grades, traffic was barely struggling along, summer tires spinning helplessly on the drifting powder. It was the first big storm of the winter down here in the lowlands, if you could call a mile above sea level low, and it was a mother. Many of them were unprepared, common enough, but Halloran still found himself cursing them as he inched around them, peering into the snow clogged outside windows to be sure nothing was dashing through the snow. Coming up in the left lane of his cream, his black, but there was a more bad luck waiting for him at the Route 36 entrance ramp. Route 36, the Denver Boulder Turnpike, also goes west to Estes Park, where it comes next with Route 7 Road, also known as the Upland Highway, goes through Sidewinder, passes the Overlook Hotel, and finally winds down the western slope and into Utah. The entrance ramp had been blocked by an overturned semi. Bright burning flares had been scattered around it like birthday candles on some idiot's child's cake. He came to a stop and rolled his window down. A cop with the fur Cossack hat jammed down over his ears, gestured with one gloved hand toward the flow of traffic moving north on I-25. "You can't get up here," he bawled to Halloran. "Over the wind, go down 2 exits, get on 91 and connect with 36 at Broomfield. I think I could get all around on them on the left." Halloran shouted back, "That's 20 miles out of my way. What you rapping?" "I'll wrap your friggin' head," the cop shouted back. This ramp's closed. Halloran backed up, waited for the break in traffic, and continued on his way to Route 25. The signs informed him it was only 100 miles to Cheyenne, Wyoming. If he didn't look out for his ramp, he'd wind up there. He inched up his speed up to 35 and dared no more. Already snow was threatening to clog his wiper blades, and the traffic patterns were decidedly crazy. 25-mile detour, he cursed him. The feeling that time was growing shorter for the boy, welled up in it again, nearly suffocating with its urgency at the same time. He felt the fantastic certainty that he would not be coming back from the trip. He turned on the radio dial past Christmas ads and found a weather forecast 6 inches already, another foot is expected in the Denver metro area by nightfall. Local and state police urge you not to take your car into the garage unless it's absolutely necessary, and warn that most mountain passes have already been closed to stay home and wax up your boards and keep tuned to Thanks Mother. Halloran set and tuned the radio off savagely. Chapter 46. Wendy. Around noon, after Danny had gone into the bathroom to use the toilet, Wendy took the towel wrap knife from under the pillow, put it in the pocket of her bathrobe and went over to the bathroom door. Danny, what? I'm gonna go make us some lunch. Okay, do you want me to come down? No, I'll bring it up. How about a cheese omelet and some soup? Sure, she hesitated outside the closed door a moment longer. Danny, are you sure it's okay? Yeah, he said. Just be careful. Where's your father? Do you know? His voice came back curiously flat. No, but it's okay. She stifled an urge to keep picking around the edges of that thing. The thing was there. They knew it was what it was picking at. It was only going to frighten Danny more and herself. Jack had lost his mind. They had sat together on Danny's cot as the storm began to pick up clout and meanness around 8 o'clock this morning, and had listened to him downstairs bellowing and stumbling from one place to another. Most of it had seemed to come from the ballroom. Jack was singing tuneless bits of song, Jack holding one side of the argument, Jack screaming loudly at the point of freezing both of their faces as they stared into each other's eyes. Finally, they had heard him stumbling back across the lobby when he thought she had heard a loud banging noise as he fallen down or pushed the door violently. Since 8:30 or so, 3.5 hours now, there had been only silence. She went down the short hall, turned into the main first floor corridor, and went to the stairs. She stood on the first floor landing, looking down into the lobby. It appeared deserted, but the gray and snowy day had left much of a long room in the shadow. Danny could be wrong. Jack could be behind a chair or a couch, maybe down the registration desk, waiting for her to come down. She wet her lips. Jack, no, answered her hand, found the handle of the knife, and she began to go down. She had seen the end of her marriage many times. In divorce, in Jack's death at the scene of a drunken car accident, a regular vision in the dark 2 o'clock of Stovington mornings, and occasionally in daydreams of being discovered by another man, a soap opera galad who would sweep Danny and her onto the saddle of his snow-white charger and take them away, but she had never envisioned herself prowling hearths and staircases like a nervous felon with a knife clasped in one hand to use against Jack. A wave of despair struck through her at the thought, and she had to stop halfway down the stairs, holding the railing, afraid her knees would buckle. Admit it isn't Jack. He's just the one solid thing in all of this. You can hang other things on the things you can believe, and yet are being forced to believe the things about the hedges, the party favor in the elevator, the mask, and she tried to stop them, but it was too late, and the voices, because from time to time it had not seemed that there was a solitary crazy man below them, shouting at and holding conversations with the phantoms in his own crumbling mind from time to time, like a radio signal fading in and out. She had heard or thought she had heard other voices and music and laughter. At one moment, she would hear Jack holding a conversation with someone named Grady. The name was vaguely familiar to her, but she had made no actual connection, making statements and asking questions in silence, yet speaking loudly, as if to make himself heard over a steady background racket, and then eerily sounds. Others would be there, seeming to slip into place. A dance band, people clapping, a man with a amused yet authoritative voice, who seemed to trying to persuade someone to make a speech for 30 periods of 30 seconds to minute. She would hear this long enough to grow faint with terror, and then it would be gone again. She would only hear Jack talking in that commanding yet slightly slurred way she remembered as his drunk speak voice, but there was nothing in the hotel to drink except cooking sherry. Wasn't that right? Yes, if she could imagine that the hotel was full of voices and Jack couldn't imagine that he was drunk. She didn't like that thought, not at all. Wendy reached the lobby and looked around. The velvet rope that had cornered off the ballroom had been taken down. The steel post had been clipped and been knocked over as if someone had carelessly bumped it. Going by, mellow light fell through the open door into the lobby rug. From the ballroom's high, narrow windows to start thumping. She went into the open ballroom doors and locked in. It was empty and silent. The only sounds curious, subnaural echo that seems to linger in all large rooms, from the largest cathedral to smallest homeroom, bingo parlor. She went back to the registration desk and stood undecided for a moment, listening to the wind howl outside. It was the worst storm so far, and it was still building up for somewhere. On the west side, a shutter latch had broken, and the shutter banged and back and forth with a steady, flat, crackling sound, like a shooting gallery with only one customer. Jackie really should take care of that before something gets in. What would she do if he came right at her right now? She wondered. He would pop up from behind the dark, varnished registration desk with its pile of triplicate forms with silver plated bell like some murderer. Jack in the Box, pun intended, grinning Jack in the Box with a clever in one hand and no sense at all left behind his eyes. Would she stand frozen with terror, or was there enough of the primal mother in her to fight him for a son until one of them was dead? She didn't know. The very thought made her sick. She made her feel that her whole life had been long and easy dream to her, full leprosy into the waking nightmare. She was soft. When trouble came, she slept. Her past was now unremarkable. She had not been tried into fire. Now the trial was upon her, not fire, but ice, and she would allow to sleep through this. Her son was waiting for her upstairs. Clutching the haft of the knife tighter, she peered over the desk. Nothing there. Her relief's breath escaped her in a long, hitching sigh. She put the gate up and went through, pausing to glance into the inner office before going in herself. She fumbled through the next door in the bank of kitchen light switches, coldly expecting a hand to close over hers at any second. Then the fluorescents were coming on with minuscule ticking and humming sounds as she could see Mr. Halloran's kitchen, her kitchen now, for better or worse. Pale green tiles gleaming, formica, spotless porcelain, glowing chrome edgings. She had promised him she would keep the kitchen clean, and she had. She felt as if it was one of Danny's safe places. Dick Halloran present seemed to enfold and comfort her. Danny had called for Mr. Halloran upstairs, sitting next to Danny in fear as her husband ranted and raved below. That had seemed like the faintest of all hopes. But standing here in Mr. Halloran's place, it seemed most possible. Perhaps he was on his way now, intent on getting them to, regardless of the storm. Perhaps it was so. She went all across to the pantry, shut the bolt back, and stepped inside. She got a can of tomato soup and closed the pantry door again and bolted it. The door was tight against the floor. If you kept it bolted, you didn't have to worry about a rat or mouse droppings in the rice or flour. Sugar, she opened the can and dropped the slightly jelly contents onto a saucepan. Plop, she went to the refrigerator and got eggs and milk for the omelet, then to the walk-in freezer for cheese. All these actions so common and so part of her life before. The overlook had been part of her life. It helped to calm her. She melted the butter in the frying pan, diluted the soup with milk, and then poured the beaten eggs into the pan. A sudden feeling that someone was standing behind her reached for her throat. She wheeled around, clutching the knife. No one there. Get a hold of yourself, girl. She created a bowl of cheese and added it to the omelet, flipping it. Turned the gas ring down, a bare blue flame. The soup was hot. She put the pot on a large tray with silverware, 2 bowls, and 2 plates. The salt and pepper shakers. When the omelet had puffed slightly, Wendy slid off onto one of the plates and covered it. Now, back the way you came. Turn off the kitchen lights. Go through the under office, through the desk gate. Collect $200. She stopped on the lobby side of the registration desk and set the tray down beside the silver bell. In reality, would stretch only this so far. It was this summer-real game of hide and seek. She stood in the shadowy lobby, frowning in thought. Don't push the facts away this time, girl. There are certain realities. This lunatic as a situation may seem. One of them is that you may be the only responsible person left in this grotesque pile. You have a 5 going on 6 son to look out for, and your husband, whatever has happened to him, and no matter how dangerous he may be, he's part of your responsibility too, and even if he isn't, consider this. Today is December 2nd. You could be stuck up here another 4 months if a ranger doesn't happen by, even if they do start to wonder why they haven't heard from us in the CB. No one is going to come today or tomorrow, maybe not for weeks. Are you going to spend a month sneaking down to get meals in with the knife in your pocket and jumping at every shadow? Do you really think you can avoid Jack for a month? Do you think you can keep Jack out of the upstairs quarters? If he wants to get in, he has the pass key, and one hard kick would snap the bolt, leaving the tray on his desk. On the desk, she walked slowly to the end of the dining room and looked in. It was deserted. There was only one table with chairs set around it. The table had been tried eating at the dining room's emptiness before. Again, to freak them out, Jack, she had called hesitantly. At that moment, the wind rose in gusts, driving snow against the shutters, but it seemed to her that there had been something, a muffled sort of groan. Jack, no returning sound this time, but her eyes fell onto something beneath the bat-wing doors of the Colorado Lounge, something that gleamed faintly in the subdued light. Jack's cigarette lighter plucking up her courage. She crossed to the batwings and pushed them open. The smell of gin was so strong that her breath snagged in throat. It wasn't even right to call it a smell. It was a positive reek, but the shelves were empty. Where in God's name had he found it? A bottle hidden at the back of one of the cupboards, where there was another groan, low and fuzzy. but perfectly audible this time. Wendy walked slowly to the bar. Jack, no answer. She looked over the bar, and there he was, sprawled against the floor with stupor, drunk as a lord by the smell. He must have tried to go right over the top and lost his balance. A wonder he hadn't broken his neck, and a little old proverb recurred to her: God looks after drunks and little children. Amen. She was not angry with him. Looking down at him, she thought he looked like a horribly overtired little boy who had tried too much and fallen asleep in the middle of the living room. He had stopped drinking, and it was not Jack who had made the decision to start again. There had been no liquor for him to start with. So where did it come from? Resting at every 5 or 6 feet away from the horse-shaped bar, there was wine bottles wrapped in straw, their mouths plugged with candles, supposed to look bohemian. She supposed to pick one up and shook it, half expecting to hear the slush of gin inside, new wine in all bottles, but there was nothing. She set it back down. Jack was stirring. She went around for the bar, found the gate, and walked back inside to where Jack lay. Pausing only to look at the gleaming chromium taps, she could smell beer, wet and new like fine mist, and she reached for Jack. She rolled over, opened his eyes, and looked at her. For a moment, his gaze was utterly blank, and then it cleared. Wendy asked, "That you?" "Yes," she said. "Do you think you can make it upstairs if you put your arms around me?" "Jack, where did you?" His hand closed brutally around her ankle. "Jack, what are you doing?" "Gotcha," he said, began to grin. There was a stale odor of gin and olives that seemed to set off an old terror in her. A worse terror than any hotel could have provided by herself. A distant part of her thought that the worst thing had happened to her after all this, she and her drunken husband. "Jack, I want to help." "Oh yeah, you and Danny only want to help." The grip on Angle was crushing now, still holding her. Jack was getting shakily to his knees. "You wanted to help us, all right out of here, but now I got you." "Jack, you're hurting my ankle." "I hurt you more than you ankle, you bruh." The word stunned her so completely that she made no effort to move when he let go of her ankle and stumbled from her knees to his feet. When he stood swaying in front of her, "You never loved me," he said. "You want us to leave because you'll know that by the end of this." "Did you ever think about my responsibilities?" "No, I guess you do." "Frick, you didn't. All you ever think about is a way to drag me down. You just like my mother, you milksop." "Bruh, stop it," she said, crying. "You don't know what you're saying. You're drunk. I know, don't how, but you're drunk. Oh, I know now. You and him, that little pup upstairs. The two of you planned together, isn't that right?" "Well, no, we never planned anything. What are you? You liar," he screamed. "Oh, I know how you do it. I guess I know that. When I say we're going to stay here and I do my job, you say yes, dear, and he says yes, daddy, and then you lay your plans. You plan to use the snowmobile. You planned that, but I knew I figured it out." "Did you think I wouldn't figure it out? Did you think I was stupid?" She stared at him, unable to speak now. He was going to kill her, and then he was going to kill Danny. Then maybe the hotel would be satisfied and allow him to kill himself just like the other caretaker, just like Grady. With almost swooning horror, she realized at last who it was that Jack had been conversing with in the ballroom. "You turned my son against me. That was the worst." His face sagged into lines of self-pity. "That my little boy, now he hates me too. You saw that it was your plan all along, wasn't it? You've always been jealous, haven't you? Just like your mother. Couldn't you be satisfied unless you had cake? All could you? She could talk. We'll fix that," he said, and he turned his hands around her throat. He took a step backward, then another, and he stumbled against her. She remembered the knife in the pocket of her robe and groped for it, but now his left arm had swept around her, pinning her arm against her side. She could smell sergeant, sour, odorous sweat. Have to be punished. He was grunting, chastised harshly. His right hand found her throat. As her breath stopped, her panic took over. Her left hand joined his right, and now the knife went free to her own hand. But she forgot about it. Both of her hands came up and began to yank helplessly at his larger, stronger ones. "Mommy!" Danny shrieked from somewhere. "Daddy, stop. You're hurting Mommy," he screamed piercingly, a high and crystal sound that she heard from far off. Flashes of light she leaped in front of her eyes like ballet dancers. The room were darker. She saw her son clamber up the bar and throw himself against Jack's shoulder. Suddenly, one of the hands that had been crushing her throat was gone as Jack cuffed Danny away. With a snarl, the boy fell back against the empty shelves with a drop on the floor. Dazed, the hand was on her throat. Again, the red flashes began to turn black. Danny was crying weakly. Her chest was burning. Jack was shouting in her face, "I'll fix you. Gosh darn you. I'll show you who the boss around here. I'll show you." But all sounds were fading from a long dark corridor. Her struggles began to weaken. One of their hands fell away from his and dropped slowly until the arm was stretched out at right angles to her body, the hand dangling limply from wrist like the hand of a drowning woman. It touched the bottle one of the straw-wrapped wine bottles that served as decorative candle holders. Slightly, with the last of her strength, she groped for the bottle's neck and found it, feeling the greasy head of wax against her hand, and oh god, if it slips, and she brought it down and then down, praying for aim, knowing that if it only struck her shoulder or upper arm, she was dead. But the bottle came down squarely on Jack's head, the glass shattering violently against the straw. The base of it was thick and heavy, and it made a sound against his skull like a medicine bottle dropped on a hardwood floor. He rocked back on his heels, his eyes rolling up into their sockets. The pressure on his throat loosened, then gave way entirely. He put his hands out as if to steady himself, then crashed out onto the floor. When he drew a long sobbing breath, she almost fell herself. Clutched the end of the bar, she managed to hold herself up. Consciousness waved in and out. She could hear Danny crying, but she had no idea where he was. It sounded like crying in an echo chamber. Dimly, she saw dimes, sized drops of blood falling into the dark surface of the bar from her nose. She thought she cleared her throat and spat onto the floor. It sent a wave of agony on the column of her throat. Just agony subsided to steady, dull passes of pain, just bearable. Little by little, she managed to get a crawling shoulder herself. She let go of the bar, turned around, and saw Jack lying full length, the shattered bottle beside him. He looked like a felled giant. Danny was crouched below the lounge cash register, both hands in his mouth, staring at his unconscious father. Wendy went to him unsteadily and touched his shoulder. Danny cringed away from her. "Danny, no, listen to me. No," he muttered, husky, old man's voice. "Daddy hurt you. You hurt Daddy. Daddy hurt you. I want to go sleep. Daddy wants to go sleep." Danny, sleep, nighty-night. No, pain ripping up in her throat again. She winced against it, but he opened his eyes. They looked at her warily from black shadow with sockets. She made herself speak calmly as his eyes were leaving his. Her voice was low and husky, almost a whining whisper. It was her talk. "Listen to me, Danny. It wasn't your daddy trying to hurt me, and I wouldn't want to hurt him. The hotel has gotten to him, Danny. The overlook has gotten to your daddy. Do you understand?" Some kind of knowledge came slowly back into Danny's eyes. "The bad stuff there was none of it here before, but was there? No, the hotel put it here. She broke off in a fitting of coughing and spat out more blood. Her throat already fell to puffing to his slightest size. The hotel made him drink. Do you remember those people he was talking to this morning? Yes, the hotel people. I heard them too. That means the hotel is getting stronger. It wants to hurt us all. But I hope that it can only do that through your daddy. He was the only one it could catch. You understand me? Danny, it's desperately important that you understand. The hotel caught Daddy." He looked at Jack and groaned helplessly. "I know you love your daddy. I do too. We have much to remember that the hotel is trying to hurt us as much as it is us." And she was convinced that it was true. More that she thought that Danny might be the one the hotel really wanted. The reason it was going so far, maybe. The reason it was able to go so far, maybe. Even if it was unknown fashion, it was Danny's shine that was powering it. The way a battery powers the electrical equipment in a car, the way a battery gets to a car to start. If they got out of here, the overlook might subsidize its old sentinel state, able to do no more than present penny. Had dreadful horror slides into the more psychologically aware guests who entered it. Without Danny, it was not much more than an amusement park haunted house where a guest or two might hear rappings or the phantom sounds of masquerade party. You're seeing occasional disturbing thing, but it absorbed Danny's shine, or life force, spirit, whatever you wanted to call it, into itself. What would it be then? The thought made it over. I wish Danny was all better. Danny said, then the tears began to flow again. "Me too," she said, and hugged Danny tightly. "And honey, that's why you've got to help me put your daddy somewhere that the hotel can't make him hurt us. And where he can't hurt himself, then if your friend Dick comes or a park ranger, we can take him away. And I think he might be alright. All of us might be alright. I think there's still a chance for that. You at first strong and brave, like you were. When you jumped on his back, you understand." She looked at him pleadingly and thought how strange it was. She had never seen him when he looked so much like Jack. Yes, he said and nodded. "I think if we can get away from here, everything will be like it was. Where could we put in the pantry? There's food in there and a strong bolt on the outside. It's warm and we can eat up the things from the freezer, refrigerator in the freezer. There will be plenty of us. For the three of us, until help comes. Do we do it now?" "Yes, right now, before he wakes up." Danny put the bar gate up while she folded Jack's hands on the chest and listened through his breathing for a moment. It was slow but regular. For the smell of him, she thought he must have drunk a great deal, and he was out of the habit. She thought it might be liquor as much as the crack on his head with the bottle that she had put him. She picked up his legs and began to drag him along the floor. She had been married to him for nearly 7 years. He had lain on top Of her countless time in the thousands, she had never realized how heavy he was. His breathing whistled painfully in and out in her throat. Nevertheless, she felt better than she had in the days she was alive, having just brushed so closely that was precious, and Jack was alive too by blind luck rather than planned. They perhaps found the only way that would bring them all out safely out. Panting harshly, she paused a moment, holding Jack's feet against her hips. The soundings reminded her of the old seafaring captain's cry in Treasure Island after Old Blind Pew had passed out. The black spot will do it again. And then she remembered uncomfortably that the old sea dog had dropped dead mere seconds later. "You alright, Mommy? Is he too heavy? I'll manage." She began to drag him again. Danny was beside Jack. One of his hands had fallen off his chest, and Danny replaced it gently with love. "Are you sure, Mommy?" "Yes, it's the best thing, Danny. It's like putting him in jail only for a while." "Okay then, are you sure you can do it?" "Yes, but it was a near thing at that." Danny had been cradling his father's head when they had went over the door to stills, but the lid slipped and grabbed Jack's greasy hair. As they went into the kitchen, the back of his head struck the tiles, and Jack began to moan and stir. "You've got to see the smoke," Jack murmured quickly. "Now run and get me the gas can." Wendy and Danny exchanged tight, fearful glances. "Help me," she said in a low voice. For a moment, Danny stood as if paralyzed by his father's face, and then he moved jerkily to her side and helped her hold the left leg. They dragged him across the kitchen floor in a nightmare kind of a slow motion. The only sounds, the faint insectile buzz of the fluorescent lights as they labored breathing. When they reached the pantry, Wendy put Jack's feet down and turned to fumble with the bolt. Danny looked down at Jack, who was lying limp and relaxed again. The shirt tail had pulled out of the back of his pants as they dragged him, and Danny wondered if Daddy was too drunk to be cold. It seemed wrong to lock him in the pantry like a wild animal, but he had seen what he had tried to do to Mommy, even upstairs. He had known Daddy was going to do that. He had heard them arguing in his head. "If only we could all be out of here," or "It was a dream I was having back in Stovington." If only the boat was stuck. Wendy pulled at it as hard as she could, but it wouldn't move. She couldn't retract the gosh darn bolt. It was stupid and unfair. She had opened it with no trouble at all, but when she had gone on to get the can of soup, now it wouldn't move, and what was she going to do? They couldn't put him in the walk-in refrigerator. He would freeze and smolder to death, but if they let him out, if he woke up, Jack stirred again on the floor. "I'll take care of it," he muttered. "I understand. He's waking up, Mommy," Danny warned, sobbing. Now she yanked at the bolt with both hands. "Danny," there was something soft, menacing, if still blurry, in Jack's voice. "That'll, you old dog, go to sleep, Daddy," Danny said nervously. "It's bedtime, you know." He looked up at his mother, still struggling with the bolt, and saw what the wrong. Immediately, she had forgotten to rotate the bolt before trying to withdraw it. The little catch was struck in his notch here. He said in a low, his brushed her trembling hands aside. His own were shaking almost as badly. He knocked the catch loose with the heel of his hand, and the bolt drew back easily. "Quick," he said. He looked down. Jack's eyes had fluttered open again, and this time Daddy was looking directly at him, his gaze strangely flat and speculative. "You copied it," Daddy's told him. "I know you did, but it's here somewhere, and I'll find it. That I promise you, I'll find it." His words slurred off again when he pushed the pantry door open with her knee, hardly noticing that the pungent odor of dried food that wafted out. She picked up Jack's feet again and dragged him, and she was gasping harshly now at the limit of her own strength, and she yanked the chain pull that turned on the light. Jack's eyes fluttered open again. "What are you doing, Wendy? What are you doing?" She stepped over him. It was quick, amazingly quick. One hand lashed out, and she was to side step, nearly fall out of the door to avoid his grasp till he had caught a handful of her bathrobe, and he was heavily purring noise as it ripped. He was up on the hands and knees now, his hair flanging in his eyes like some heavy animal, a large dog or a lion. "Dang, you both, I know what you want, but you're not gonna get me. This hotel, it's mine. It's me they want. Me, the door, Danny," he screamed. "Shut the door," he pushed the heavy wooden door with the lamp. Just as Jack leaped, the door latched, and Jack thudded uselessly against it. Jack's daddy's small hands groped the bolt. Wendy was too far away to help. The issue of whether he would be locked in or free was going to be decided in 2 seconds. Danny missed his grip, found it again, and shot the bolt across. Just the latch began to jiggle madly up and down, and it stayed up, and there was a series of thuds as Jack slammed his shoulder against the door. The bolt, a quarter-inch of steel in diameter, showed no signs of loosening. Wendy let her breath out slowly. "Let me out of here." Jack raged. "Let me out, Danny, doggone it. This is your father, and I want to get out. Now do what I tell you." Danny's and moved automatically toward the bolt when he caught it and pressed it between her breasts. "Oh, you mind your daddy, Danny. Do what I say. You do it or I'll give you a hiding you'll never forget. Open this door or I'll bash your freaking brains in." Danny looked at her, pale as a window glass. Then he could hear breath tearing in and out behind the half-inch of solid oak. "Wendy, you let me out. You let me out right now. You cheap nickel-plated cold, let me out. I mean it. You let me out of here. I'll go let you go. If you don't, I'll mess you up. I mean it. I'll mess you up so bad your mother would pass you on the street. Now open this door." Danny moaned. Wendy looked at him and saw he was coming to faint moment. "Come on, Doc," she said, surprised at the calmness of her own voice. "It's not your daddy talking. Remember, it's the hotel. Come back here and let me out right now." Jack screamed. There was a scraping, breaking sound as he attached the inside of the door with his fingernails. "It's the hotel," Danny said. "It's the hotel, I remember." But he looked back over his shoulder and his face was crumpled and terrified. Chapter 47. Danny, it was 3 in the afternoon. A long day. Long day. They were sitting in the big bed of their quarters. Danny was turning the purple VW model with his monster sticking out of the sunroof over and over in his hands compulsively. They heard Daddy's batterings at the door all the way across the lobby. Batterings and his own voices hoarse and petulantly angry in a winking sort of way. Vomiting promises of punishment and vomiting profanity, promising both of them they would live to their regret their betraying him after he slaved his guts out for them over the years. Danny thought they would be no longer able to hear it upstairs, but the sounds of his rage carried perfectly out the dumbwaiter shaft. Mommy's face was pale, and there were horrible brownish bruises on her neck where Daddy had tried to. He turned the model over and over and over in his hands. Daddy, surprised for having learned his own reading lessons, where Daddy had tried to hug her too tight. Mommy put some of the music on the little record player, scratchy and full of horns and flues. She smiled, and Tim tiredly. He tried to smile back and failed. Even with the volume turned up loud, he could still hear Daddy screaming at them and battered the pantry door like an animal in a zoo cage. What if Daddy had to go to the bathroom? What would he do then? Danny began to cry when he turned the volume down on the record player. At once held him, locked him at his lap. "Danny, love it. Will do right. It will. If Mr. Holland didn't get your message, someone else will. As soon as the storm is over, no one could get up here until them anyway. Mr. Holland or someone else, but when the snow is over, everything will be all right. Again, we'll leave here. All you know, we'll do spring the next 3 of us." Danny shook his head against her breast. It didn't know. It seemed they would never be spring again. "We'll go fishing. We'll rent a boat and go fishing like we did last year on Chatterton Lake, you and me and your daddy. And maybe you'll catch a bass for our own supper, and maybe we won't catch anything. But we're sure to have a good time. I love you, Mommy," he said and hugged her. "Oh, Danny, I love you too." Outside, the wind whooped and screamed around 4:30. Just as daylight began to fail, the screams ceased. They had begun dozing uneasily, Wendy still holding Danny in her arms, and she didn't wake. But Danny did. Somehow the silence was worse, more ominous than the screams and blows against the strong pantry door. Was Daddy asleep again or dead? Or what did he get out? 15 minutes later, the silence was broken by a hard, grating, metallic rattle. There was heavy grinding, then a mechanical bumming. When he came awake with a cry, the elevator was running again. They listened to it wide-eyed. Hugging each other, went from floor to floor. The grate rattling again, the brass door slamming open. There was laughter, drunken shouts, occasional screams, and sound of breakage. The overlook was coming to life around them. Chapter 48, Jack sat on the floor of the pantry with the legs out in front of him, a box of Triscuit crackers between them. Looking at the door, he was eating the crackers one by one, not tasting them, only eating them because he had to eat something when they got out of here. He was going to need the strength, all of it as precise instant. He thought he had never felt quite so miserable in his entire life. His mind and body together had made a large scrapture of pain. His head ached terribly, the throb of a hangover. The attendant symptoms were there too. Mouth tastes like a manure rack. Taking a swig through it, his ears rang. His heart had an extra heavy thudding beat like a tom-tom. In addition, both shoulders ached fiercely from throwing himself against the door, and his throat felt raw and peeled from useless shouting. He had cut his right hand on the door latch, and when he got out of there, he was going to kick some, but he munched the Triscuits one by one, refusing to give in to his wretched stomach which wanted to vomit up everything. He thought of the Excedrin in his pocket and decided to wait until his stomach had quieted a bit. No sense of swallowing a painkiller if you were going to throw it right back up. Have you used your brain? They celebrated Jack Torrance's brain. Weren't you the fellow who was going to live by his witch, Jack Torrance? Best-selling author Jack Torrance acclaimed. playwright and winner of the New York Critics Circle Award. Jack Torrance, one of many, esteemed thinker, winner of the Pulitzer Prize, the 70th trenchant book of my memoirs, The Life of the 20th Century. That poop boiled down to living by your wits. Living by your wits is knowing where the wasp are. He put another Triscuit man in his mouth and crunched it up. What it really came down to, he supposed, was their lack of trust in him. Their failure to believe that he knew what was best for them and how to get it. His wife had tried to usurp him by fair sort of means. Then my foul, when her little hints and winning objections had been overturned, his own arguments and arguments, she had turned his boy against him, tried to kill him with a bottle, then had locked him, of all places, into the gosh darn freaking pantry. Yet, still ulterior voice nagged him, yes, but where did the liquor come from? Isn't that really the central point? You know exactly what happens when you drink, you know what? From bitter experience, when you drink, you lose your wits. He hurled the box of Triscuits across the small room. They struck a shelf of canned goods and fell on the floor. He looked at the box, wiped his lips with his hands. Then looked at his watch. It was almost 6:30. He had been in here for hours. His wife had locked him in here, but he had been here for freaking hours. He could sympathize with his father. The thing he'd never asked himself, Jack realized now, was exactly what drew his daddy to drink in the first place. And really, when you came down to it, his old students had been pleased to call the nitty-gritty. Had it been the woman he was married to, a milk-sop sponge of a woman, always dragging silently across the house with an expression of doom, martyrdom on her face, a ball and chain around Daddy's ankle. No, not a ball and chain. She had never actively tried to make Daddy a prisoner the way Wendy had done to him. For Jack's father, it must have been more like a fate of Mateague at the dentist at the end of Frank Norris's great novel, handcuffed to a dead man in the wasteland. Yes, that it was better. Mentally and spiritually dead. His mother had been handcuffed to his father by matrimony. Still Daddy had tried to do it right by it. He dragged her rotting corpse through life. He had tried to bring the 4 children up by know right from wrong, to understand discipline, and above all, to respect their father. Well, they had been integrates, all of them, himself included, and now he's paying the price. His own son had turned out to be integrate too, but there was hope. He would get out of here somehow. He would chastise them both, and harshly he would set Danny an example, so when the day would come when Danny was grown, a day when Danny would know what to do better than himself, he had known. He remembered the Sunday dinner when his father had canned his mother at the table, how upright he'd been, the others had been. Now he could see how necessary that had been. His father had only been feigning drunkenness, and how his wits had been sharp and alive underneath all along, watching the slightest sign of disrespect. Jack crawled after the Triscuits and began to eat them again. Sitting by the door, he had so treacherously bolted. He wondered exactly how his father had seen, and how he'd seen him play acting. Had she been snickering behind his head, sticking her tongue out, making obscene finger gestures, or only looking at them insolently and arrogantly, convinced that he was too stupid to drunk to see whatever it had been. He had caught her at acting, chastised her sharply, and now, 20 years later, he could finally appreciate Daddy's wisdom. Of course, he could see Danny was foolish to marry such a woman, to have handcuffed himself to that corpse in the first place, and disrespectful corpse at that. But when the young marry in haste, they must repent in leisure, and perhaps Daddy's daddy had married the same type of woman, and so unconsciously Daddy's daddy had also. Jack said he had married one too, and Jack himself had, except that his wife, instead of being satisfied with the passive role of having wrecked one career and crippled another, had opted into her poisonally active task to try and destroy his last and best chance to become a member of the Overlook staff, possibly to rise all the way to the position of manager. In time, she was trying to deny him Danny, and Danny was the ticket to admission. That foolish, of course. Why would they want a son when they could have his father? Let employees often foolish ideas, and that was the condition that had to be made. He was going to be able to reason with her. He could see now that he had tried to reason with her in the Colorado lounge, and she had refused to listen to him, but hit him over the head with a bottle for his pains, and there would be another time, then soon he would get out of here, and suddenly he smelled his breath, and cocked his head. Somewhere pianos playing boogie woogie, and somewhere people were laughing, clapping along. The sound was muffled through the heavy wooden door, but audible the sound was. There'll be hot time in the old town tonight. His hands curled helplessly in a fist. He had restrained himself from battering the door with them. The party had begun again. The liquor would be flowing freely somewhere. Dancing with someone else would be the girl he had felt maddeningly nude under, so I'll drown. You'll pay for this, he howled. Gosh darn you too, you'll pay. You'll take your gosh darn medicine for this, I promise you, you. Here now, my voice just said outside the door. No need to shout, old fellow, I can hear her perfectly well. Jack lurched to his feet. Great, is that you? Yes, sir, indeed it is. You appear to have been locked in. Let me outgrade it quickly. I see you can hardly have taken care of business. We discussed, sir, the correction of your wife and son. They're the ones who locked me in. Pull the bolt for gosh sake. You let them lock you in. Grady's voice registered, well-bred surprise, oh dear. A woman half your size and a little boy hardly sets you off as being top managerial. Timber does it. A pulse began to beat in the clock's spring veins. Said Jack's right temple, let me out. Grady, I'll take care of them. Will you indeed, sir? I wonder. Well-bred surprise was replaced by well-bred regret. I'm pained to say that I doubt it. And others have really come to believe that your heart is not in this, sir. That you haven't the belly for it. I do, Jack shouted. I do, I swear. I would bring us your son. Yes, your wife would object to that very strongly, Mr. Torrance. And she appears to be somewhat stronger than we had imagined, somewhat more resourceful. She certainly seems to have gotten the better of you, Grady Tinter. Perhaps, Mr. Torrance, we should have been dealing with her all along. I'll bring him, I swear it, Jack said. His face was against the door now. He was sweating. She won't object, I swear she won't. She won't be able to. You won't have to. You would have to kill her, I fear. Grady said coldly. I'll do what I have to do. Just let me out. You'll give your word on it, sir, Grady persisted. My word, my promise. I sacred vow, whatever. In the heck you want. If you... There was a flat snap as the bolt was drawn back. The door shivered open a quarter of an inch. Jack's words and breath halted. For a moment, he felt that death itself was outside that door. The feeling passed. He whispered, thank you, Grady. I swear you won't regret it. I swear you won't. There was no answer. He became aware that all the sounds had stopped except for the cold swooping of the wind outside. He pushed the pantry door open. The hinges squealed faintly. The kitchen was empty. Grady was gone. Everything was still and frozen beneath the cold white glare of the fluorescent bars. His eyes caught on the large chopping block where the three of them had eaten their meals. Standing on top of it was a martini glass, a fifth of gin, and a plastic dish filled with olives. Leaning against it was one of the rogue mounts from the equipment shed. He looked at it for a long time. And then a voice much deeper and more powerful than Grady spoke from somewhere everywhere. Keep inside him, from inside him. Keep your promise, Mr. Torrance. I will, he said. He heard falling fervently in his own voice, but he was unable to control it. I will. He walked to the cropping block and put his hands on the hand of the metal. He's helped it, swung it hissed viciously through the air. Jack Torrance began to smile. Chapter 49. Halloran going up the country. It was 1:45 in the afternoon, and according to the snow-clotted signs and the Hertz Buick odometer, he was less than 3 miles from Estes Park when he finally went off the road. In the hills, the snow was falling faster and more furiously than Halloran had ever seen, which was perhaps not to say a great deal, since Halloran had seen as little snow as he could imagine in his lifetime. When the wind was blowing a capricious gale, now from the west, now backing around to the north, sending clouds of powdery snow across his field of vision, making him coldly aware again and again that if he missed a turn, he might well plunge 200 feet off the road, the electric car wheeling his butt over a teapot as it went down, making it worse was his own amateur status as a winter driver. It scared him to have the yellow center line buried under swirling, drifting snow, and scared him when the heavy gust of wind came unpitiably through the notches in the hills and actually made the heavy Buick slew around. It scared him that the road information signs were mostly massive snow, and you could flip a coin as to whether this road was going to break right or left. Up ahead, the white drive-ins with movie screen seemed to be driving through. He was scared all right. He had driven in a cold sweat since climbing into the hills of the Boulder and Lyons, handling the accelerator and brake as if they were Ming bases beyond rock and roll tunes on the radio. The disc jockey constantly adjourned motorists to stay off the main highways,
And under no conditions to go into the mountains, because many roads were impassable and all of them were dangerous. Scores of minor accidents had been reported, and 2 serious ones. A party of skiers in a VW microbus and a family that had been bound for Albuquerque through the Sangre de Cristo Mountains. The combined score on both was 4 dead and 5 wounded, so stay off those roads and get into the good music here at KTLK, the jock concluded cheerily, and then compounded Halloran's misery by playing Seasons in the Sun. We had joy, we had fun, we had Terry Jacks gibberly, happily.
and Halloran snapped the radio off viciously, knowing he would have it back on in 5 minutes, no matter how bad it was. It was better than riding alone through this white madness, admitted. This black boy has got at least one long stripe of yaller, and it runs right up this ever lubber and back. It wasn't even funny. He would have backed off before. He could have even cleared Boulder if it hadn't been for his compulsion that the boy was in terrible trouble even now. Small voice in the back of the skull. More the was the reason than Cordis. He thought was telling him to blow a hole in Estes Park motel for the night and wait for the applause to at least expose the center stripe. Again, that voice keep reminding him of the just shaky landing at Stapleton, of that sinking feeling that it was going to come in nose first, delivering its passengers to gates of hell rather than gate 39, concourse B, but reason would not stand against the compulsion. It would have to be today. The snowstorm was his own bad luck. He would have to cope with it. He was afraid that if he didn't, he might have something much worse to cope with in his dreams. The wind gusted again, this time from the northeast, a little English on the ball, if you please, and he was cut off again from the vague shapes of the hills and even from the embankments on either side of the road. He was driving through the white knoll, and then the high-sodium lights of the snowplow loomed out of the soup, bearing down to his horror. He saw that instead of being one side, the Buick's nose was pointed directly between those headlamps. The plow was none too choosy about keeping its own side of the road, and Halloran had allowed the Buick to drift. The grinding roar of the plow's diesel engine intruded over the bellow of the wind, and then the sound of the air horn, hard and long, almost deafening. Halloran's testicles turned into two small wrinkled sacks filled with shade. The ice's gut seemed to have been transformed into a large mass of silly putty. Color was materializing out of the white now. Snow color orange. He could see a high cap, even the gesticulating figure of the driver behind the single long wiper blade. He could see the V shape of the plow swinging blades, spewing more snow. Up onto the road left-hand embankment like pallid, smoking exhaust. Wow, the air horn bellowed indignantly. He squeezed the accelerator like the breast of a much-loved woman, and the Buick scooted forward and turned to the right. There was no embankment over here. The plow set it up instead of down, and only pushed the snow directly over the top. The drop, yes, the drop. The wing blades on Halloran's left, fully 4 feet thin. The Electra's roof flirted by no with more than an inch or two to spare, until the plow had actually cleared him. Halloran had thought a crash inevitable, a prayer which was half an inarticulate apology to the boy fitted through his mind like a torn rag. Then the plow was past, its revolting blue lights glinting and flashing in Halloran's rear view mirror. He jockeyed the Buick steering wheel back to the left end, nothing doing. The scoot had turned into a skid, and the Buick was floating dreamily toward the lip of the drop as spumming snow from its under mudguards. He flipped the wheel back and the other way. The skid's direction and the car's front and rear began to swap places. Panicked snow. He pumped the brake hard and felt a hard bump. In front of him, the road was gone. He was looking into bottomless chasm of swirling snow and vague greenish-gray pines far away and far below. I'm going, holy mother Jesus, I'm going off. And that was when the car stopped, canting forward at a 30-degree angle. The left fender jammed against a guardrail. The rear window wheels nearly fell off the ground. When Halloran tried to reverse, the wheels only spun helplessly. His heart was doing a Gene Crumpa drum roll. He got out very carefully. He got out and went round to the Buick's back deck. He was standing there, looking at the back wheels helplessly, when a cheerful voice behind him said, "Hello there, fella. You must be right out of your mind." He turned around and saw the plow 40 yards farther down the road, obscured in the blowing snow except for the rafter dark brown streak of its exhaust and the revolving blue lights on top. The driver was standing just behind him, dressed in a long sheepskin coat and slicker over it. A blue and white paint-striped engineer's cap was perched on its head, and Halloran could hardly believe it was staying on the teeth of the wind. Glue, sure, God must be glue high, he said. Can you pull me back onto the road? Oh, I guess I could, the plow driver said. What the heck you doing here, way? Here, mister, a good way to kill your butt. Urgent business, nothing is that urgent, the plow driver said. If slowly and kindly speaking, if you'd get hit that post a little mite harder, nobody would have gotten you out to all fools. They don't come from these parts, do you know? And I wouldn't be here unless my business was as urgent as I say that. So the driver shifted his stance companionably, as if they were having desultory chat on the back steps. Instead of standing in a blizzard halfway between Hoot and Holler with Halloran's car balanced 300 feet above the trees of the tops below, where you headed SD's Noah place called the Overlook Hotel. Halloran said it's a little way above Sidewinder, but the driver was shaking his head dolefully. I guess I know well enough where that is, he said. Mister, you'll never get up to the old Overlook. Roads between SD's Park and Sidewinder is bloody dang heck. It's drifting right behind us. No matter how hard we push, I come through drift so few miles back. That was dang near 6 feet through the middle, and even if you could make it, and it's a Sidewinder, why? The road's closed up from there all the way to Buckland, Utah. Nope, he shook his head. Never make it, Mr. Make It at all. I'll have to try, Halloran said, calling his last reservoirs of patience to keep his voice normal. There's a boy up there, boys. Nah. The Overlook closes down at the last end of September. No percentage keeping it open longer. Too many poop storms like this. He's the son of the caretaker. He's in trouble. How would you know that his patient snapped? For Christ's sake, are you gonna stand there and flap your jaw at me the rest of the day? I know now. Are you going to pull me back on the road or not? Kind of testy, aren't you? The driver observed. Not particularly perturbed, I'm sure. Get back in there, I got a chain behind the seat. Halloran got back on the wheel, but there was a shake and delay reaction. Now his hands were almost clear through. He had forgotten to bring his gloves to plow back up to the rear of the Buick, and he saw the driver get out with a long coil of chain. Halloran opened the door and shouted, "What can I do to help? Stay out of the way is all." The driver shouted back, "This ain't gonna take a blink," which was true. A shudder ran through the Buick's frame as the chain pulled tight. A second later, it was back on the road. It pointed more or less toward SD's Park. The plow driver walked up beside the window and knocked a safety glass. Halloran rolled down the window. "Thanks," he said. "I'm sorry I shouted at you before. I've been shouted at before," the driver said with a grin. "I guess you're sort of strung up. You take these, a pair of bulky blue mittens dropped into Halloran's lap. You'll need them when you get off the road again. I guess it's cold out. You wear them unless you want to spend the rest of your life picking your nose with a crochet hook, and you send them back. My wife knitted them, and I'm partial to 'em. Name and address is sewed right into the linen. I'm Howard Correll. By the way, you just send them back when you don't need them anymore, and I don't want to have to go paying no postage. Do mind?" "All right," Halloran said. "Thanks one hell of a lot. You'll be careful. I'd take you myself, but I'm busy as a cat in this mess of guitar strings. That's okay. Thanks again." He rolled up the window, but Cottrell stopped him. "When you get to Sidewinder, if you get to Sidewinder, you can go to Durkin's Kanoko. It's right next to the library. You can't miss it. You ask for Larry Durkin. Tell him Howie Cottrell sent you and want to rent one of his snowmobiles. You mention my name and show those mittens. You'll get a cut rate." "Thanks again," Halloran said. Cottrell nodded. "It's funny. Ain't no way you could know someone's in trouble. Up there at the Overlook, the phone's out. Sure as heck, but I believe you. Sometimes I got feelings." Halloran nodded. "Sometimes I do too." "Yeah, I know you do, but you take care." "I will." Cottrell disappeared into the blowing mist with the final wave, his engineer cap still mounted perkily on his head. Halloran got going again, the chains flailing at the snow cover on the road, finally digging in enough to start the Buick moving behind him. Howard Cottrell gave a final good luck blast on the plow's air horn, although it was really unnecessary. Halloran could feel him wishing him good luck. That's two shines in one day, he thought, and that ought to be a kind of good omen, but he just trusted omens, good or bad, and needing to be able with the shine in one day when he usually didn't run across more than 4 or 5 in the course of a year might not mean anything. That feeling of finality, a feeling like things are all wrapped up, he could not completely define, was still very much with him. It was the Buick wanted to skin sideways around a tight curve, and Halloran jockeyed it carefully, hardly daring to breathe. Turned on the radio again, and it was Aretha, and Aretha was just fine. He'd share his Hertz Buick with her any day. Another gust of wind struck the car, making it rock and slip around. Halloran cursed it and hunched more closely over the wheel. Aretha finished her song, and then Jock was over again, telling that the driving day was good and to kill off. Halloran snapped the radio off. He did make it to Sidewinder, although he was 4.5 hours on the road between Estes Park and there. But the time he got up to Upland Highway, it was full dark, and the snowstorm showed no sign of abating. Twice he'd had to stop in front of drifts that were high as his car's hood and wait for plows to come along and knock holes in them. At one of the drifts, the plow had come up on this side of the road and there had been another close call. The driver had merely swung around his car, not getting to chew the fat, but he did deliver one or two finger gestures that all Americans above the age of 10 recognized, and it was not the peace sign. It seemed that he drew closer to the overlook. He needed to hurry because more and more compulsive, he found himself glancing at his watch almost constantly. The hands seemed to be flying along. 10 minutes later, he had turned onto the upland. He passed 2 signs. The whooping wind had cleared both of those snowpack, so he was able to read them. Side 110, the first had said the second road closed 12 miles ahead during winter month. Larry Durkin, Howler muttered to himself. His dark face was strained and tense in the muted green glow of the dashboard instruments. It had been 10 after 6. The Kanoko by the library, Larry, and there was struck in full force the smell of oranges and the thoughtful force, heavy and hateful murderers. Get out of here, you dirty N-word. This is none of your business, you N-word. Turn around, nutter around, it will kill you. You'll hang from a tree limb, you freaking jungle bunny coo. I shouldn't say the word, and then burn the body. That's what we do with N-words, so turn around, do right now. Halloran screamed in close confines of the car. The message did not come to him in words, but a series of robust-like images that were slammed into his head with terrible force. He took his hands from the steering wheel to blot the pictures out. Then the car smashed broadside into one of the embankment, rebounded, sued halfway around, and came to a stop. The rail spinners understandably. Halloran snapped the gear shift into park and then covered his face with his hands. He did not precisely cry. What escaped him was an unseen ha-ha-ha sound. His chest heaved. He knew if that blast had taken him off a stretch of road with a drop-off on one side or the other, he might as well be dead by now. Maybe that had been the idea, and it might hit him again. At any time, he would have to protect against it. He was surrounded by a red force of immense power that might have been memory. He was drowning in instinct. He took his hands away from his face and opened his eyes cautiously. Nothing if there was trying to scare him off. Again, it wasn't going through. He was closed off. Had that happened to the boy, dear God? Had that happened to the little boy? And all of the images, the one that bothered the most was that dull whacking sound like a hammer splatting into thick cheese. What did that mean? Jesus, not that little boy. Jesus, please. He dropped the gear shift lever onto the low range and fed the engine gas a little at a time. The wheel spun, caught, spun, and spun again. The Buick began to move, its lights cutting weakly through the swirling snow. He looked at his watch, almost 6:30 now, and he was beginning to feel that was very late indeed. Chapter 50 read, Rum. Wendy Torrance stood indecisively in the middle of the bedroom, looking at her son, who had fallen fast asleep. Half an hour ago, the sounds had ceased, all of them, all at once. The elevator, the party, the sound of room doors opening and closing. Instead of easing her mind, it made the tension that had been building in her even worse. It was like a malefic hush that before the storm's final brutal push. But then he had dozed off almost at once, the first into a light twitching doze, and in the last 10 minutes or so, a heavier sleep, even looking directly at him. She could barely see the slow rise and fall of his narrow chest. She wondered when he had gotten a full night's sleep, one without tormenting dreams or long periods of dark wakefulness. Listening to revels that had only become audible and visible to her in the last couple of days, but as the overlook's grip on the three of them tightened, real psychic phenomenon or group hypnosis, she didn't know and didn't think it mattered. What had been happening was just as deadly either way. She looked at Danny and thought, God grant he lies still, that if it was undisturbed, he might sleep the rest of the night through. Whatever talent he had, he was still a small boy and needed to rest. It was Jack she had begun to worry about. She grimaced with sudden pain, took her hand away from her mouth, and saw she had torn off one of her fingernails, and her nails were the one thing she'd always tried to keep nice. They weren't long enough to be called hooks, but still were nicely shaped, and for what you worrying about your fingernails for? She laughed a little, and it was a shaky sound, without amusement. First Jack had stopped howling and battering at the door, then the party had begun again. Or did it ever stop? It had sometimes just drifted into a slightly different angle of time, where they weren't even meant to hear it, counterpointed by the crashing, banging elevator that had stopped, and in that new silence as Danny had been falling asleep, she had fancied she heard low conspiratorial voices coming from the kitchen almost directly below them. At first, she had dismissed it as the wind, which could mimic many human voices, Vocal ranges from a papery deathbed whisper around the doors and window frames to a full-out scream around the eaves. The sword of a woman fleeing a murderer in a sheathed melodrama, yet sitting stiffly beside Danny. The idea that it was indeed voices became more and more convincing. Jack and someone else discussing his escape from the pantry, discussing the murder of his wife and son. It would be nothing new inside these walls. Murder had been done here before. She had gone to the heating vent and placed her ear against it, but at that exact moment, the furnace had come on, and any sound was lost in the rush of warm air coming up from the basement. When the furnace had kicked off again 5 minutes ago, the place was completely silent, except for the wind, the gritty spatter of snow against the building, and the occasional groan of a board. She looked down at her ripped fingernails. Small beads of blood were oozing from beneath it. Jack's gotten out. Don't talk nonsense. Yes, he's out. He's got a knife from the kitchen, or maybe the meat cleaver. He's on his way up here right now, waking up along the stairs up the riser so the stairs won't creak. You're insane. Her lips were trembling. For a moment it seemed that she must have cried the words out loud, but the silence held. She felt watched this world around and stared at the night, blackened window and a hideous white face with circles of darkness for eyes was gibbering at her. The miserous lunatic had been hiding in these groaning walls all along. It was only a pattern of frost on the outside of the glass. She let her breath out long, a serrating whisper of fear, and it seemed to her she heard quite clearly this time, amused titters from somewhere. You're jumping at shadows, it's bad enough without that. By tomorrow morning, you'll be ready for the rubber room. There was only one way to allow those fears, and she knew what it was. She would have to go down and make sure Jack was still in the pantry. Very simple. Go downstairs, have a pee, come back up. Oh, by the way, stop and grab the tray on the registration counter. The omelet would be a washout, but the soup could be reheated on the hot plate by Jack's typewriter, oh yes. And don't get killed if he's down there with a knife. And she walked to the dresser, trying to shake off the mantle of fear that lay on her scattered across the dresser's top. Was a pile of change, a stack of gasoline chips for the hotel truck, a two-pipe Jack brought with him everywhere but rarely smoked, and his key ring. She picked it up, held it in her hand for a moment, and then put it back down. The idea of locking the bedroom door was behind her occurred, but it didn't appeal. Danny was asleep. Vague thoughts of fire passed through her mind, and something else nibbled more strongly, but she let it go. When he crossed the room, stood indecisively by the door for a moment, then took the knife from the pocket of her robe and curled her right hand around the wooden haft. She pulled the door open. The short corridor leading to their quarters was bare. The electric wall flambeau all shone brightly as their regular intervals, showing out the rug's blue background and sinuous weaving pattern. See no boogies here? No, of course not. They want you out. They want you to do something silly and womanish. That is exactly what you are doing. She hesitated again, miserably caught not wanting to leave Danny in the safety of the apartment, and at the same time needing badly to reassure herself that Jack was still. She safely packed away. Of course he is, but the voices, there were no voices. It was your imagination. It was the wind. It wasn't the wind. The sound of her own voice made her jump, but the deadly certainty in it made her go forward. The knife was swung by her side, catching angles of light and throwing again against the silk wallpaper. Slippers whispered against the carpet snap. Her nerves were singing like wires. She reached the corner of the main corridor and peered around. Her mind stiffened for whatever she might see there, and there was nothing to see. After a moment, hesitation, she rounded the corner and began down the main corridor. Each step toward the shadowy stairwell increased her dread and made her aware that she was leaving her sleeping son behind, alone and unprotected. The sound of her slippers against the carpet seemed louder and louder in her ears. Twice she looked back over her shoulders to convince herself that someone wasn't creeping up behind her. She reached the stairwell and put her hand on the cold newel post on the top of the railing. There were 19 wide steps down the lobby. She had counted them enough times to know 19 carpeted stair risers, and nary a Jack crouching on any one of them. Of course not. Jack was locked in the pantry behind a hefty steel bolt in a thick wooden door, but the lobby was dark and so full of shadows. Her pulse thudded steadily and deeply in her throat, ahead and slightly to the left. The brass yaw of the elevator stood mockingly open, inviting her to step in and take the ride of her life. No thank you. The inside of the car had been draped with pink and white crepe streamers. Confetti had burst from two tubular paper party favors. Lying in the rear left corner was an empty bottle of champagne. She sensed movement above her and wheeled to look up the 19 steps leading to the dark second floor. Landing and saw nothing yet. There was a disturbing corner in the eye sensation that things had leaped into the deeper darkness of the hallway. Up there just before her eyes could register them, she looked down the stairs again. Her right hand was sweating against the wooden handle of the knife. She switched it to her left, swiped the palm right against the pink terry cloth of her robe, and switched the knife back, almost unaware that her mind had given her body the command to go forward. She began down the stairs, left foot then right, her free hand trailing lightly on the banister. Where's the party? Don't let me scare you away, you bunch of moldy sheets. No one's scared, woman with the knife. Let's have a little music around here. Let's have a little life. 10 steps down. A dozen of baker's dozen. The light from the first floor. Oh, left. Dull yellow down here. And she remembered that she would have to turn the lobby lights either beside the entrance to the dining room or the manager's office. Yet there was a light coming from somewhere else. White and muted the fluorescence, of course, in the kitchen. She paused on the 13th step, trying to remember she had turned them off or left them on. When she and Danny left, she couldn't remember. Below her in the lobby, high-back chairs zogged in pools of shadow. The glass in the lobby doors was pressed white with uniform, blanket of drifted snow. Brass studs in the sofa cushions gleamed faintly like cat's eyes. There was 100 places to hide. Her legs tilted with fear. She continued down, now 17, now 18, now 19. Lobby level, madame. Step out carefully. The ballroom doors were thrown wide, only blackness spilling out. From within came a steady ticking like a bomb. She stiffened, then remembered the clock on the mantel, the clock under the glass. Jack or Danny must have wounded, or maybe it had wounded up like everything in the overlook. She turned around toward the reception desk, meaning to go through the gate and the manager's office and into the kitchen, gleaming dull silver. She could see the intended lunch tray. Then the clock began to strike little tinkling notes. Wendy stiffened, her tongue rising to the roof of her mouth. Then she relaxed. It was striking 8. That was all. 8 o'clock, 5, 6, 7. She continued the strokes, and suddenly it seemed wrong to move again until the clock had stilled. 8, 9, 9, 10, 11. Suddenly, belated, it came to her. She turned her back clumsily for the stairs, knowing she was too late, but how could she have known? 12, all of the lights in the ballroom went on. There was a huge, shrieking flourish of breasts. Wendy screamed aloud, the sound of her cry insignificant against the blare issuing from those break-in lungs. Unmasked, the cry echoed, unmasked, unmasked. Then they faded as if long corridor of time. Leaving her alone? No, not alone. She turned, and it was coming for her. It was Jack, and yet not Jack. His eyes were lit with a vacant, murderous glow. His familiar mouth now wore a quivering, joyless grin. He had a rogue mallet in one hand. Thought you'd lock me in? Is that what you thought you'd do? The mallet whistled through the air. She stepped backward, tripped over a hassock, fell to the lobby rug. Jack, you bruh, he whispered. I know what you are. The mallet came down with whistling, deadly velocity and buried itself into her soft stomach. She screamed suddenly, submerged in an ocean of pain. Dimly she saw the mallet rebound. It came to her with sudden numbing reality that he meant to beat her to death with the mallet he held in his hands. She tried to cry out to him again, to beg him to stop for Danny's sake, but her breath had been knocked loose. She could only force out a weak whimper, hardly sound at all. Now, by Christ, he said, grinning. He kicked the hassock out of the way. I guess you'll take your medicine. Now the mallet whacked her down. Wendy rolled to her left, her robe tangling above the knees. Jack's hold on the mallet was jarred loose. When it hit the floor, he had to stoop and pick it up. And when he did, she ran for the stairs, the breath at last sobbing back to her. Her stomach was a bruise of throbbing pain. Bruh, he shed through his grin. I began to come after you stinking bruh. I guess it's what you're coming for you. I guess you will. She heard the mallet whistle through the air, and then an agony exploded on her right side as the mallet head took her just below the line of her breast, breaking two ribs as she fell forward on the steps, and new agony ripped her as she struck on the wounded side. Yet instinct made her roll over, roll away, and the mallet whizzed past the side of her face, missing by a naked inch. It struck the deep pile of the stair carpeting with a muffled thud. That was when she saw the knife which had been jarred out of her hand by the fall. It lay glittering on the 4th stair. Riser, bruh, he repeated. The mallet came down. She shoved herself inward, and it landed above her, just below her kneecap. Her lower leg was suddenly on fire. Blood began to trickle down her calf, and then the mallet was coming down again. She jerked her head away from it, and it smashed into the stair. Riser in the hollow between her neck and shoulder, scraping away the flesh from her ear. He brought down the mallet down again, and this time she rolled toward him. Down the stairs inside the arc of a swing, a shriek escaped her as her broken ribs thumped and grated. She struck his shins with her body while he was off balance, and he fell backward with a yell of anger and surprise, his feet jiggling to keep their purchase on the stair riser. Then he thumped to the floor, the mallet left flying from his hand. He sat up staring at her for a moment with shocked eyes. "I'll kill you for that," he said. He rolled over and stretched hand for the handle of the mallet. Wendy forced herself to her feet. Her left leg sent bolt after bolt of pain all the way up to her hip. Her face was ashy pale, but said she leaped onto his back as his hand closed over the shaft of the rogue mallet. "Oh dear God," she screamed, to the overlooked shadowy lobby, and buried the kitchen knife in his lower back up to the handle. He stiffened beneath her and then shrieked. She thought she had never heard such an awful sound in her whole life. It was as if the very boards and windows and doors of the hotel had screamed. It seemed to go on while he remained bored stiff beneath her weight. They were like a parlor charade of horse and rider, except that the back of his red and black checkered flannel shirt was growing darker, sodden with spreading blood. Then he collapsed on his face, buckling her off for her side, making her groan. She lay breathing harshly for a time, unable to move. She was an excruciating throb of pain from one end to the other every time she inhaled. Something stabbed viciously at her, and her neck was wet with blood from her gashed ear. There was only the sound of her struggle to breathe, the wind ticking a clock in the ballroom. At last she forced herself to her feet and hobbled across the stairway, and when she got there she clung to the newel post, head down, waves of faintness washing over her. When it passed a little, she began to climb, using her unhurt leg and pulling with her arms on the banister. Once she looked up, expecting to see Danny there, but the stairway was empty. Thank God he slept through it. Thank God, thank God. 6 steps up, she had to rest her head down, her blood hair coiled on and over the banister. Air whistled painfully through her throat as if it had grown barbs. Her right side was swollen hot mass. "Come on, Wendy. Come on, old girl. Get a locked door behind you. And then look at the damage. 13 more. Not to go so bad. And when you get up the stairs corridor, you can crawl. I give my permission." She drew in as much breath as sheer broken ribs would allow, and half pulled, half fell up another riser and another. She was on the 9th, almost halfway up, when Jack's voice came up from behind and below her. He said thickly, "You, bruh, you killed me." Terror as black as midnight swept through her. She looked over her shoulder, and Sheila Jack getting slowly up to his feet. His back was bowed over, and she could see the handle of the kitchen knife sticking out of it. His eyes seemed to contracted almost to have lost themselves in the pale, sagging folds of the skin around them. He was grasping the rogue mallet loosely in his left hand. The end of it was bloody. A scrap of her pink terry cloth robe stuck almost in the center. "I'll give you your medicine," he whispered, and began to stagger toward the stairs, whimpering with fear. She began to pull herself upward again. 10 steps, a dozen, a baker's dozen, but still the first floor hallway looked as far above her as an unattainable mountain peak. She was panting, now her side shrieking in protest. Her hair swung wildly back and forth in front of her face. Sweat stung her eyes. The ticking of the dome clock in the ballroom seemed to fill her ears, and counterpointing at Jack's panting, agonized grasp as he began to mount the stairs. Chapter 51, Halloran arrives. Larry Durkin was a tall and skinny man with Moreau's face overtopped with a luxuriant mane of red hair. Halloran had caught him just as he was leaving the Konako station, the Moreau's face buried deeply inside an army-issued parka. He was reluctant to do any more business that stormy day, no matter how far Halloran had come, and even more reluctant to rent one of his 2 snowmobiles out to this wide-eyed black man who insisted on going up to the old overlook among people who had spent most of their lives in the old little town. A sidewinder, the hotel had a smelly reputation. Murder had been up there. A bunch of hoods had run the place for a while, and the cutthroat businessmen had run it for a while too, and things had been done up at that overlook That never made the papers because money had a way of talking, but in people's side, Weiner had a pretty good idea. Most of the hotel's chambermaids come from here, and chambermaids see a lot, but when Halloran mentioned how Weird caught Rail's name and to show Durkin the tag inside one of the blue mittens, the gas station owner thawed. "Sent you here, did he?" Durkin asked, unlocking one of the garage bays and leading Halloran inside. "Good to know the old Rip's got some sense left. I thought he was a plum out of it." He flickered a switch, and a bank, a very old and very dirty fluorescence buzzed warily into his life. Now, what of the Tarnow creation would you want up at that place? Fella Halloran's nerve began to crack. The last few miles in the Sidewinder had been very bad. One gust of wind that must have been tooling along at better than 60 miles an hour. It floated the Buick all the way around in a 360 turn, and there were still miles to travel. God knew what on the other end. He was terrified for the boy. Now it was almost 10 minutes to 7. He had this whole song and dance to go through. Somebody's in trouble up there, he said very carefully. The son of the caretaker, who Torrance's boy. Now what kind of trouble could he been? I don't know, Halloran muttered. He felt sick with time as he was talking. He was speaking with a countryman, and he knew that all countrymen feel a similar need to approach their business obliquely, to smell around its corners and sides before plunging into the middle of dealing. But there was no time, because now he was one scared and worried, and if this went on too much longer, he might have decided to cut and run. "Look," he said, "please, I need to go up there. I have to get a snowmobile up there. I'll pay your price, but for God's sake, let me with my own business." "All right," Durkin said, unperturbed. "If Howard sent you, that's good enough. You take the Arctic Cat. I'll put 5 gallons in the gas can. Tank's full. Should get you up and back down, I guess." "Thank you," Halloran said, not quite steadily. "I'll take $20. That includes the ethel." Halloran fumbled 20 out of his wallet and handed over. Durkin tucked it into one of his shirt pockets, and hardly to look. "Guess so maybe we better trade jackets too," Durkin said, pulling off his parka. "The overcoat of yours ain't gonna be worth nothing tonight. You trade me back when you return the snow sled." "Oh, yeah, hey, I couldn't." "Don't fuss with me," Durkin interrupted, still mildly. "I ain't sending you out to freeze. I only got to walk down 2 blocks, and I'm at my own supper table." Skiv it over slightly dazed. Halloran traded his overcoat for Durkin's fur-lined parka. Overhead, the fluorescence buzzed faintly, reminding him of the lights in the Overlook's kitchen. "Torrance's boy," Durkin said, and shook his head. "Good-looking little tyke, ain't he? He and his dad were as in here a lot before the snow really flew, driving the hotel truck mostly. Looked to me like the two of them was just about as tight as they could. That one's boy that loves his daddy. Hope he's alright. So do I." Halloran zipped the parka and tied his hood. "Let me help you push that out," Durkin said. They rolled the snowmobile across the old stained concrete and rolled toward the garage bay. "You ever drove one of these before?" "No." "Well, there's nothing to it. The instructions are pasted there on the dashboard, but all there really is to stop and go. Your throttle's here, like a motorcycle throttle. Brake on the other side, lean with it on the turns. This baby will do 70 on hardpack, but on this powder you'll get no more than 50, and that's pushing it." Now they were in the service station, snow-filled front lot, and Durkin had raised his voice to make himself heard of the battering of the wind. "Stay on the road," he shouted at Halloran's ear. "Keep your eye on the guardrail posts and the signs, and you'll be alright. And I guess if you get off the road, you're gonna be dead, understand?" Halloran nodded. "Wait a minute," Durkin told him, and ran into the garbage bay. While he was gone, Halloran turned the keys in the ignition and pumped the throttle. Little, the snowmobile coughed into brash, choppy life. When Durkin came back with the red and black ski mask, "Put this on under your hood," he shouted. Halloran dragged it onto his tight fit, but it cut the last of the numbing wind off from his cheeks and forehead and chin. Durkin leaned close to make himself heard. "I guess you must know about things the same way Howie does sometimes," he said. "It doesn't matter, except that the place has got a bad reputation around here. I'll give you a rifle if you want. I don't think it would be any good." Halloran shouted back, "You're the boss. But if you get that boy, you bring him to 16 Peach Lane. That wife will have some soup on." "Okay, thanks for everything." "You watch out," Durkin yelled. "Stay on the road." Halloran nodded and twisted the throttle slowly. The snowmobile purred forward, the headlamp cutting a clean cone of light through the thickly falling snow. He saw Durkin's upraised hand in the rearview mirror and raised his own hand in return. Then he nudged the handlebars to the left and was traveling up Main Street. The snowmobile was coursing smoothly through the white light thrown by the street lamps. The speedometer stood at 30 miles an hour. It was 10 past 7 at the Overlook. Wendy and Danny were sleeping, and Jack Torrance was discussing matters of life and death with the previous caretaker 5 blocks up Main. The street lamps ended for half a mile. There were houses, small houses, all buttoned tightly up against the snow, and then only wind howling darkness. In the black again with no lights but the thin spear of the snowmobile's headlamp, terror closed on him again, a childlike fear, dismissal, and heartening. He had never felt so alone. For several minutes, a few lights of Sidewinder dwindled away, disappeared in the rear view. The urge to turn around and go back was almost insurmountable. He reflected that, for all of Durkin's concern for Jack Torrance's boy, he had not offered to take the other snowmobile and come with them. That place has got a bad reputation around here. Clenching his teeth, he turned the throttle higher and watched the needle on the speedometer climb past 40 and settled down at 45. He seemed to be going horribly fast, and yet he was afraid he wasn't fast enough at this speed. It would take him almost an hour to get to the overlook, but at a higher speed, he might not get there at all. He kept his lights glued to the passing guardrails and the dime-sized reflectors mounted on top of each one. Many of them were buried under drifts. Twice he saw the curves signed dangerously. Leighton felt the snowmobile riding up the drifts that masked the drop-off before turning back onto the road, where in the summertime the odometer counted out the miles at Mattingly's slow clip, 5, 10, finally 15, even behind the knitted ski mask. His face was beginning to stiffen up and his legs were going numb. I guess I'd have $100 for a pair of ski pants at each mile I'll turn over. His terror grew as the place had a poison atmosphere that thickened as you neared it. Had it ever been like this before? He had never really liked the overlook, and there had been others who shared his feelings, but it had never been like this. He could feel the voice that had almost wrecked him outside of Sidewinder, still trying to get in to get past his defenses to the soft meat inside. If it had been strong 25 miles back, how much stronger would it be now? He couldn't keep out of it entirely. Some of it was slipping through, flooding his brain with sinister, subliminal images. More and more he got the image of a badly hurt woman in his bathroom, holding her hands up uselessly to ward off a blow, and he felt more and more like that woman must be Jesus. Watch out, the embankment was looming up him like a freight train. Wool gathering, he had missed a turn sign. He jerked the snowmobile steering guard right, and then turning around, tilting as it did so. From underneath came the harsh grating sound of a snow tread on rock. He thought the snowmobile was going to dump him, and it did totter on a knife edge of balance before half driving, half skidding back down to the more or less traveled surface of the snow-buried ground. Then the drop-off was ahead of him, the headlamp showing an abrupt end to the snow cover and darkness beyond that. He turned the snowmobile the other way, and a pulse beating sickly in his throat. Keep on the road, Dickie, old chum. He forced himself to turn the throttle up another notch. Now the speedometer needle was pegged just below 50. The wind howled and roared. The headlamp probed the dark, and unknown length of time later, he came around a drift bank curve and saw a glimmering flash of light ahead. Just a glimpse, and then it was blotted out by a rising fold of land. The glimpse was so brief that persuaded himself it had been wishful thinking. When another turn brought into view again, slightly closer for another few seconds. There was no question of its reality this time. He had seen it just from this angle too many times before. It was the overlook. There were lights on the first floor and lobby levels. It looked like some of his terror that part had to do with driving off the road, wrecking the snowmobile on an unseen curve, melted away entirely. The snowmobile swept early into the first half of an S curve that he now remembered confidently, foot for foot, and that was when the headlamp picked up the, oh dear Jesus God, what is that in the road? Ahead of him, limbed in stark blacks and whites, Halloran first thought it was some hideously huge timber wolf that had been driven down from the high country by the storm. Then his clothes on, he recognized it, and horror closed his throat. Not a wolf, but a lion, a hedge lion. Its features were a mask of black shadow and powdered snow. Its haunches wound tight to spring, and it did spring, snow billowing around its pistoning rear legs. In a silent burst of griddle glitter, Halloran screamed and twisted at the handlebars hard right, ducking low at the same time. Scratching, ripping pain scrawled itself across his face, the neck, his shoulders. The ski mask was torn open down the back. He was hurled from the snowmobile. He hit the snow, plowed through it, rolled over. He could feel it coming for him. Its nostrils. There was a bitter smell of green leaves and holly. A huge hedge paw batted him in the small of the back, and he flew 10 feet through the air, splayed out like a rag doll. He saw the snowmobile, riderless, strike the embankment and rear up its headlamp, searching for the sky. Fell over with a thump and stalled. Then the hedge line was on him. There was a crackling, rustling sound. Something raked across the front of the parka, shredding it. It must have been stiff twigs, but Halloran knew were claws. You're not there, Halloran screamed at the circling, snarling hedge lion. You're not there at all. He struggled to his feet and made it halfway up the snowmobile before the lion lunged, batting him across the head with a needle-pipped paw. Halloran saw silent, exploding lights. Not there, he said again, but as a fading mutter, his knees hinged and dropped him into the snow. He crawled for the snowmobile, the right side of his face, a scarf of blood. The lion struck him again, rolling him to his back like a turtle. It roared playfully. Halloran struggled to reach the snowmobile. What he needed was there, and the lion was on him, ripping and growling. Chapter 52, Wendy and Jack. Wendy risked another glance over her shoulder. Jack was on the sixth rider, clinging to the banister, much as she was doing herself. It was still grinning, and dark blood oozed slowly through the grin and slipped down the line of his jaw. He bared his teeth at her. I'm going to bash your brains in, bash them right to frickin'. He struggled up another riser, panic spurred her, and the ache in her side diminished a little. She pulled herself up as fast as she could, regardless of the pain, yanking convulsively at the banister. She reached the top and threw a glance behind her. He seemed to be gaining strength, rather than losing it. He was only 4 risers from the top, measuring the distance with the roque mallet in his left hand. As he pulled himself up with his right behind you, he panted right through his bloody grin, as if reading her mind. Right behind you now, bruh, with your medicine. She fled stumblingly down the main corridor, hands pressed to her side. The door of one of the rooms jerked open, and a man with great ghoul mask popped out. Great party, isn't it? He screamed into her face and pulled the wax string of a party favor. There was an echoing bang, and sudden creep streamers were drifting all around her. The man in the ghoul mask cackled and slammed back into his room. She fell forward onto the carpet full length. The right side seemed to explode with pain, and she fought off the blackness and unconsciousness. Desperately, dimly, she could hear the elevator running again, and beneath her splayed fingers, she could see the carpet pattern appear to move, swaying and twinning sinuously. The mallet slamming down behind her as she threw herself forward, sobbing over her shoulder. She saw Jack stumble forward, overbalance, and bring the mallet down just before he crashed on the carpet, expelling a bright splash of blood onto the lap. The mallet head struck her squarely between the shoulder blades, and for a moment the agony was so great that she could only writhe, hands opening and clenching. Something inside her had snapped. She had heard it clearly, and for a few moments she was aware only in a muted, muffled way, as if she was merely observing these things through a cloudy wrapping of gauze. Then a full consciousness came back, terror and pain. With it, Jack was trying to get up as food so he could finish the job when he was trying to stand, and found it was impossible. Electric bolts seemed to course up her and down her back at the effort. She began to crawl along in a side stroke motion. Jack was crawling after her, using the rogue mallet as a crutch or cane. She reached the corner and pulled herself around it, using her hands to yank at the angle of the wall. Her terror deepened as she would not have believed that possible, but it was 100 times worse than not to be able to see him or how close she was getting. She tore out fistfuls of the carpet, napping, pulling herself along. She was halfway down the short hall before she noticed the bedroom door was standing wide open. Danny, oh Jesus, she forced herself to her knees in the clutter way to her feet, fingers slipping over the sink wallpaper. Her nails pulled little strips of it loose. She ignored the pain and half walked, half shambled through the doorway as Jack came around the far corner and began to lunge his way toward the open door. Leaning on the roque mallet, she caught the edge of the dresser, held herself up against it, and grabbed the door frame. Jack shouted at her, "You don't shut that door, gosh darn you, don't you dare shut it." She lammed it closed and shut the bolt. Her left hand pawed wildly at the junk on the dresser, knocking loose coins onto the floor where they rolled in every direction. Her hand seized the key ring as the mallet whistled down against the door, making it tremble in its frame. She got the key into the lock on the second stab and twisted it to the right at the sound of the tumblers falling. Jack screamed. The mallet came down against the door in a volley of booming blows that made her flinch and step back. How could he be doing that with the knife in his back? Where was he finding the strength? She wanted to shriek, "Why aren't you dead?" at the locked door. Instead, she turned around. She and Danny would have to go into an attached bathroom and lock that door too in case Jack could actually break through the bedroom door. The thought of escaping down the dumbwaiter shaft crossed her mind in a wild burst, and then she rejected it. Danny was small enough to fit into it, but she would be unable to control the rope pool he might go crashing all the way to the bottom. The bathroom would have to be. And if Jack broke into there, but she wouldn't allow herself to think of it. Danny, honey, you'll have to wait up in. But the bed was empty when she had begun to sleep more soundly. She had thrown the blankets and over the quilts over him. Now they were thrown back. I'll get you, Jack. Hold, I'll get both of you. Every word was punctuated with a blow from the rope hammer. Yet when he ignored both, all of her attention was focused on that empty bed. Come here, unlock this gosh darn door, Danny, she whispered, of course. When Jack had attacked her, it had come through to him. Those violent emotions always seemed to. Perhaps he'd even seen the whole thing in a nightmare. He was hiding. She fell clumsily to her knees, enduring a bolt of pain here from her swollen and bleeding leg, and looked under the bed. Nothing but dust, balls, and Jack's bathroom slippers. Jack screamed her name. This time when he swung the mallet, a long splinter would jumped from the door and clattered off the hardwood planking. The next blow brought a sickening splinter and crack, then the sound of dry kindling under a hatchet. The bloody mallet head, now splintered and gouged in its own right, bashed through the new hole in the door. It was withdrawn and came down again, sending wooden shrapnel flying across the room. Wendy pulled herself to her feet again, using the foot of the bed, and hobbled across the room to the closet. Her broken ribs stabbed at her, making her groan. Danny, she pushed the hung garnets aside frantically. Some of them slipped their hangers and ballooned gracelessly to the floor. He was not in the closet. She hobbled toward the bathroom and she reached the door. As she glanced back at the over her shoulder, the mallet crashed through again, widening the hole, and then a hand appeared. Groping for the bolt, she saw with horror that she had left Jack's keyring dangling from the lock. The hand yanked the bolt back, and as it did so, it struck the bunch keys. They jingled merrily. The hand clutched them victoriously. With a sob, she pushed her way into the bathroom and slammed the door. Just as the bathroom door burst open and Jack charged through, bellowing. Wendy ran through the bolt and twisted the spring lock, looking around desperately. The bathroom was empty. Danny wasn't there either, and she saw a sight of her own blood-smeared, horrified face in the medicine cabinet mirror. She was glad she never believed that children should be witness to the little quarrels of their parents, and perhaps the thing was now raving through the bathroom, overturning things and smashing them would finally collapse before it could go after her son. Perhaps she thought it might be possible to inflict even more damage on it, kill it, perhaps. Her eyes skated quickly over the bathroom's machine-produced porcelain surfaces, looking for anything that might serve as a weapon. There was a bar of soap, and even wrapped in a towel she didn't think of would be lethal enough. Everything else was bolted down. God, was there nothing she could do? Beyond the door, the animal sounds of destruction went on and on, accompanied by thick shouts. They would take their medicine and pay for what they'd done to him. He would show them whose boss they were. Worthless puppies, the both of them. They were thumped. As for both, the record player was overturned. A hollow crash of the second-hand TV's tube was smashed. The tinkle of the window glass followed by a cold draft on the bathroom door. A dull thud as the mattresses were ripped from the twin beds where they had slept together, hip to hip. Booming as Jack struck the wall indiscriminately with the mallet. There was nothing of the real Jack in that howling, maundering, petulant voice, though, in alternative whines and tones of self-pity arose in the lurid screams. It reminded her chillingly of the screams that sometimes rose in geriatrics ward of the hospital where she had worked summers as a high school kid. Senile dementia. Jack wasn't out there anymore. She was hearing the lunatic, raving voice of the overlook itself. The mallet smashed into the bathroom door, knocking out a huge chunk of the thin paneling. Half a crazed and working face stared into her. The mouth and cheeks and throat were lathered in blood. The single eye she could see was now tiny and piggish and glittering. Nothing left to run, you cunt. It painted her. Through its grin, the mallet descended again, knocking wood splinters into the tub and against the reflecting surface of the medicine cabinet. The medicine cabinet, a desperate whining noise began to escape her as she whirled, pain temperate, forgotten, through a mirror door, the cabinet back. She began to paw through its contents. Behind there, the hoarse voice bellowing, "Here I come now, here I come, you pig." It was demolishing the door in a machine-like frenzy. Bottles and jars fell to for her, dramatically searching fingers. Cough syrup, Vaseline, Clairol, herbal essence, shampoo, hydrogen peroxide, benzocaine. They fell to the sink and shattered her hand over the sensor of her double-edged razor blades as she heard the hand again fumbling for the bolt with the spring lock. She slipped one of the razor blades out, fumbling at it, her breath coming in harsh little gasps. She had cut the ball of her thumb She whirled through and slashed into the hand, which now turned the lock. It was now fumbling for the bulljack scream. The hand was jerked back, panting, holding the razor blade between her thumb and index finger. She waited for him to try again. He did, and she slashed. He screamed again, trying to grab her hand, and she slashed it in again. The razor blade turned in her hand, cutting her again, and dropped to the floor by the toilet. Wendy slipped another blade out of the dispenser and waited. Movement in the other room going away, and a sound coming through the bedroom window. Motor high. Insectile buzzing sound, a roar of anger from Jack then. Yes, she was sure of it. He was leaving the caretaker's apartment, blowing through the wreckage and out into the hall. Someone coming. A ranger, Dick Halloran. Oh God, she muttered brokenly through a mouth that seemed filled with broken sticks and old sawdust. Oh God, oh please. She had to leave now. She had to find her son so they could face the rest of this nightmare side by side. She reached out and fumbled at the bulge. Her arm seemed to stretch for miles. At that last, she got it to come free. She pushed the door open, staggered out, and suddenly overcome by the horrible certainty that Jack had only pretending to leave, that he was lying in wait for her. When he looked around, the room was empty, the living room too, jumbled, broken stuff everywhere, the closet empty. Then the soft shades of gray began to wash over her, and she fell down. The mattress and a jacket ripped off from the bed. Semi-conscious. Chapter 53. Halloran laid low. Halloran reached the overturned snowmobile just as a mile and a half away when he was pulling herself around the corner and into the hallway leading to the caretaker's apartment. It was the snowmobile he wanted, but the gas can held on to the back via a pair of electric straps. His hand, still clad in the Howard Cottrell's blue mint, seized the top strap and pulled it as free as the hedge. A lion roared behind him, the sound that seemed to be more in his head than outside it. A hard, brambly slap to his left leg, making the knee sting with pain as it was driven in the way. The joint had never been expected to bend. A groin escaped Halloran's clenched teeth. It would come for the kill any time, now tired of playing with him. He fumbled for the second strap. Sticky blood ran at his eyes. Roar! Slap! That one raked across his buttocks, almost tumbling him over and away from the snowmobile again. He held on, no exaggeration, for his dear life. Then he had freed the second strap. He clutched the gas can to him as the lion struck again, rolling him over on his back. Then he saw it again, only a shadow in the darkness and falling snow, as nightmarish as moving gargoyle. Halloran twisted at the can's cap as they moved, shadow stalking him, kicking up snow puffs as it moved in again. The cap spun free, releasing the pungent smell of the gasoline. Halloran gained his knees, and it came in low, slung, and incredibly quick. He splashed it with the gas. There was a hissing, spitting sound as it drew back gas. Halloran cried, his voice shrill and breaking. Gonna burn you, baby. Dig on it a while. The lion came at him again, spitting angrily. Halloran splashed it again, but this time the lion didn't give. It charged ahead. Halloran sensed rather than saw in his head, angling his face that he threw himself backwards, partially avoiding it. The lion still hit his upper ribcage at a glancing blow, yet a flare of pain struck there. Gas gurgled out of the can, which he still held and doused on his right hand and arm, cold as death. Now he lay on his back as the snow angel. To the right of the snowmobile by about 10 paces, the hissing lion was bulking presence to his left, closing in again. Halloran thought he could see its tail twitching. He yanked Cottrell's mitten off his right hand, tasting sodden wool and gasoline. He ripped up the hem of his parka and jammed the hand into his pants pocket. Down there, along with the keys and change, was a very battered old Zippo lighter. He had brought it in Germany in 1954 when the hinge had broken, and he returned it to the Zippo factory. They had repaired it without charge, just as advertised. The nightmare flood of thoughts flooding his mind. In a split second, dear Zippo, my lighter, was swallowed by a crocodile, dropped from an airplane, lost in the Pacific trench, saved me from a bullet in the Battle of Bulge. Dear Zippo, if this fricker doesn't go, the lion is going to rip my head off. The lighter was out. He clicked the hood back, the lion rushing at him. A growl like ripping cloth, his finger flicking the strike wheel, spark flame. My hand is gasoline soaked hand, suddenly ablaze, the flames running on the sleeve of the parka. No pain yet. The lion shying from the torch, suddenly blazing in front of it, a hideous flickering head sculpture with eyes and a mouth shying away. Too late. Wincing at the pain, Halloran drove his blazing arm into its stiff and scratchy side. With an instant, the whole creature was in flames, prancing, writhing pyre on the snow. Its bellowed in rage and pain, seeming to chase its flaming tail as it zigzagged away from Halloran to its own arm into deep snow, killing the flames, unable to take his eyes from the hedge. Lion's death agonies for a moment, then gasping, he got to his feet. The arm of Durkin's parka was sooty, but unburned, and that was also described as 30 yards downhill. Where he stood, the hedge lion had turned into a fireball. Sparks flew, and the sky were viciously snatched away by the wind. For a moment, its ribs and skull were etched in orange flame. and then it seemed to collapse, disintegrate, and fall into separate burning piles. Never mind it get moving, he picked up the gas can and struggled over to the snowmobile. His consciousness seemed to be flickering in and out, offering him cutting and snippets of home movies, but never the whole picture. In one of these, he was aware of yanking the snowmobile back onto its head tread and then sitting on it, out of breath and incapable of moving for a few moments. In another, he was reattaching the gas can, which was still at full. His head was thumping horribly from the gas fumes, and in reaction to his battle with the hedgeline, he supposed. And he saw the steaming hole in the snow beside him that he had vomited, and was unable to remember when the snowmobile, the engine still warm, fired immediately. He twisted the throttle uneven and started towards a series of neck snapping jerks that made his head ache even more fiercely. By the snowmobile wove drunkenly from side to side, by half standing to get his face above the windscreen and into the sharp needling blast of the wind. He drove some of the stupor out of him. Stealthy opened the throttle wider. Where are the rest of the hedge animals? He didn't know, but at least he wouldn't be caught unaware again. The overlook loomed in front of him, the lighted first floor windows, throwing long yellow rectangles into the snow. The gate at the foot of the driveway was locked, and he dismounted after a wary look around, praying he hadn't lost his keys. When he pulled the lighter out of his pocket, no, they were there. He picked them through in the bright light thrown by the snowmobile's headlamp. He found the right one and unsnapped the padlock, letting it drop into the snow. At first, he didn't think he was going to be able to move the gate anyway. He pawed frantically at the snow surrounding it, disregarding the throbbing agony in his head and the fear that one of the other lions might be creeping up behind him. He managed to put it a foot and a half away from the gate post, squeezed into the gap, and pushed. He got it to move another 2 feet, enough room for the snowmobile, and threaded it through. He became aware of the movement ahead of him in the dark. The hedge animals, all of them, were clustered at the base of the overlook steps, guarding the way in, the way out. The lions prowled. The dog stood with its front paws on the first step. Halloran opened the throttle wide, and the snowmobile leaped forward, puffing snow up behind it in the caretaker's apartment. The Torrance's head jerked around at the high watched by buzz of the approaching engine, suddenly began to move laboriously toward the hallway. Again, this bro wasn't important now. The bro could wait. Now it was his dirty N-word turn, the dirty factoring N-word with his nose in where it didn't belong. First him and then his son. He would show them that he was the managerial timber. Outside, the snowmobile rocketed along faster and faster. The hotel seemed to surge toward it. Snow flew in Halloran's face. The headlamps, oncoming glare, spotlighted the hedges. Shepherd's face, its blanket suggedless eyes. Then it shrank away, leaving an opening. Halloran yanked at the snowmobile's steering gear with all his remaining strength, and it kicked around in sharp semicircle, throwing up clouds of snow, threatening to tip over. The rear end struck the foot of the porch steps and rebounded. Halloran was off in a flash, and running up the steps, he stumbled, fell, picked himself up. The dog was growling again, and his head close behind him. Something ripped at the shoulder of his parka, and then he was on the porch, staring in the narrow corner. Jack had shoveled through the snow and saved. They were too big to fit in there. He reached the big double doors, which gave the lobby the keys again while he was getting away. He tried the knob and pushed his way, and Danny cried hoarsely, "Danny, where are you?" Silence came back. His eyes traveled across the lobby to the foot of the wide stairs, and a harsh gasp escaped him. The rug was splashed when matted with blood. There was a scrape of pink terrycloth robe. The trail of blood led up the stairs. The banister was also splashed with it. "Oh, Jesus," he muttered and raised his voice again. "Danny, Danny." The hotel silence seemed to mock him with echoes which were almost there. Sly and oblique. "Danny, who's Danny? Anybody here know a Danny? Danny, Danny, who's got the Danny? Anybody know where spring the Danny? Pin the tail on the Danny. Get out of here. Black boy, nobody knows. Danny from Adam." Jesus, had he come through ever, you to be too late had it been done. He ran up the stairs two at a time and stood at the top of the first floor. The blood led down to the caretaker's apartment. Horror crept slowly into his veins and his brains as he began to walk toward the short hall. The edge animals had been bad, but this is worse. In his heart, he was already sure of what was going to find. When he got down there, he was in no hurry to see it. Jack had been hiding in the elevator when Halloran came up the stairs. Now he crept up Behind the figure in the snow-coated parka, blood and gore-streaked phantom with a smile on his face, the roque mallet was lifted to his thighs. The ugly ripping pain in his back did the breast stick me, I can't remember, would allow. Black boy, you whispered, I'll teach you to go sticking your nose in other people's business. Halloran heard the whisper and began to turn to duck, and the roque mallet whistled down the hood of his parka, began to mat at the blow, but not enough. The rocket exploded in his head, leaving a contrail of stars and nothing. He staggered against the silk wallpaper, and Jack hit him again. The roque mallet slicing sideways this time, sliding Halloran's cheekbone and most of the teeth on his left side of his jaw. He went down limply now. Jack whispered, now by Christ, where was Danny? He had business with trespassing son. 3 minutes later, the elevator door banged open on the shadowed third floor. Jack Torrance was in it alone. The car had stopped only halfway into the doorway, and he had to boost himself on the hall floor, wriggling painfully like a crippled thing. He dragged a splintered roque mallet after him outside the eaves. The wind howled and roared. Jack's eyes rolled wildly in their sockets. There was blood and confetti in his hair. His son was up here somewhere. He could feel it. Left to his own devices, he might do anything. Scribble on the expensive silk wallpaper with his crayons, deface the furnishings, break the windows. He was a liar and a cheat, and he would have to be chastised harshly. Jack Torrance struggled to his feet. Danny, he called. Danny, come here a minute. Will you've done something wrong, and I need you to come and take your medicine like a man. Danny, chapter 54, Tony, Danny. Darkness and hallways, he was wandering through darkness and hallways that were like those which lay within the body. Although but were somehow different, the silk wall-papered walls stretched up and up. Even when he craned his neck, Danny could not see the ceiling. It was lost in dinners. All those doors were locked, but they also rose in dimness below the peepholes in these giant doors. They were the size of gun sights. The tiny skulls and crossbones had been bolted to each door instead of room numbers, and somewhere Tony was calling him Danny. There was a pounding noise. One he knew well, and one hoarse shouts. Faint with distance, he could not make out word for word, but he knew the text was well enough. By now, he heard it before in dreams and wake. He puzzled the little boy, not yet 3 years old, his diapers, and tried to decide where he might be. There was fear, but it was fear he could live with. He had been afraid every day for 2 months now, to a degree that ranged from dull disquiet to outright mind-bending terror because he could live with, but he wanted to know why Tony had come, why he was making the sound of his name in this hall that was neither part of real things nor the dreamland where Tony sometimes showed him things. Why? Where Danny, where far down the hallway, almost as tiny as Danny himself, was a dark figure. Tony, where am I? He called softly to Tony. Sleeping. Tony, he said, sleeping in your mommy and daddy's bedroom. There was sadness in Tony's voice. Danny, Tony said, your mother is gonna be killed. Badly hurt, perhaps killed. Mr. Halloran too? No. He cried out in distant grief and terror that seemed dampened by these dreamy, eerie surroundings nonetheless. Death images came to him, a dead frog plastered in the turnpike like a grisly stamp. Danny's broken watch lying on top of a box of junk to be thrown out. Gravestones with the dead person under everyone dead. Jakes by the telephone pole, the cold junk. Mommy scrapped off the plates and down the dark maw of the garbage disposal. Yet he could not equate those simple visual symbols with a shifting, complex reality of his mother. She satisfied the childish definition of eternity she had been when he was not. She would continue to be when he was not. Again, he would accept the possibility of his own death, but he had dealt with that since the encounter in 217, but not her, it's not daddy's, not ever. He began to struggle in the darkness and the hallway began to waver. Tony's form became chimerical, insisting. Don't, Tony called, don't, Danny, don't do that. She's not going to be dead, she's not. Then you have to help her. Danny, you're in a deep down place in your own mind, the place where I am, the part of you. Danny, you're Tony, you're not me. I want my mommy, I didn't bring you here, Danny, you brought yourself because you knew. No, you've always known. Tony continued and began to walk closer for the first time. Tony began to walk closer. You're deep down in yourself in a place where nothing comes through. We're alone here for a while, Danny. This is an overlook where no one can ever come from. No clocks work here. None of the keys fit them, and they can never be wound up. The doors have never been opened, and no one has ever stayed in the rooms, but you can't stay long because it's coming. Danny whispered fearfully as he did, till the regular pounding and noise seemed to grow closer, louder. His terror, cool and distant a moment ago, became more immediate thing. Now the words could not be made out. Hoarse, huskering, they were uttered in coarse imitation of his father's voice. It wasn't Daddy. He knew that. Now he knew. You brought yourself because you knew. Oh, Tony, is that my daddy? Danny screamed, is it my daddy that's coming to get me? Tony didn't answer, but Danny didn't need an answer. He knew. A long and nightmarish masquerade party went on here and had gone on for years. Little by little, a force had accrued, as secret and silent as interest in a bank account. Force, presence, shape, they were all only words and none of them mattered. It wore many masks, but it was wall one. Now somewhere, it was coming for him. It was hiding behind Daddy's face. It was imitating Daddy's voice. It was wearing Daddy's clothes. But it was not his daddy. It was not his daddy, and I've got to help him, he cried. And now Tony stood directly in front of him and looking at Tony. It was like looking in a magic mirror and seeing himself in 10 years. His eyes widely spaced and very dark. The chin firm, the mouth handsomely molded. The hair was light blonde and is like his mother's, and yet the stamp on his features was like that of his father and of Tony. As if Daniel D'Anthony Torrance, that would be someday be, was a halfling, Palpatine, father and son, a ghost of both the fusion. You have to try and help, Tony said, but your father, he wants the hotel now. Danny, it's where he wants to be, wants you to, because he's very greedy. Tony walked past him into the shadows way. Danny cried, where can I? You're close now, Tony said, still walking away. You'll have to turn, run, hide, keep away from him, keep away, Tony. I can't. But you've already started. Tony said, you will remember what your father forgot. He was gone and was aware. From somewhere his father's voice came, coldly wheeling. Danny, you come out, Doc. Just a little spanking, that's all. Take it like a man and it will all be over. We don't need her, Doc. You, us, and me, right? We just get this little spanking behind us. It will all be just you and me. Danny ran behind the things. Temper broke through the shambling charade of normality. Come here, little poop, right now. Come down a long hall, panting and grasping around a corner up a flight of stairs. Remote began to come down. And the rug, which only had been a blur beneath his feet, took on a familiar black and blue pattern, sinuously woven together. The doors became numbed again, and behind them the parties went on and on, populated by generations of guests. There seemed to be shimmering around in the blows of the mallet against the walls, echoing and re-echoing. He seemed to be bursting through some thin placental womb from to sleep. The rug outside the presidential suite on the third floor, lying near him in a bloody heap, were the bodies of the two men dressed in suits and narrow ties. They had been taken out by shotgun blasts, and now they began to stir in front of him and get up. He drew in a breath to scream, but didn't. False faces, not real. They faded his gaze like the old photographs and were gone. But below him, the faint sound of the mallet against the walls went on and on, drifting up through the elevator shaft and the stairwell. The controlling force of the overlook in the shape of his father blundering around on the first floor. Door opened with a thin screeching sound behind him. A decayed woman, rotted silk gown pranced out, her yellow and splitting fingers dressed with verdigris caked rings. Her heavy body washed crawled sluggishly over her face. Come in, she whispered to him, grinning with black lips. Come in, dance the tango. False faciest, not real. She drew back with him in alarm, and in the act of drawing back, she faded and was gone. Where are you? It screamed, but the voice was still only in his head. He could still hear the thing that was wearing Jack's face down on the first floor, and was something else, the high whining sound of an approaching motor. Danny's breath stopped in his throat, was a little gasp. Was it another face of the hotel, another illusion, or was it Dick? He wanted desperately to believe it was Dick, but he didn't dare take the chance. He retreated down the main corridor, and then took on the offshoots, his feet whispering on the nap of the carpet. Locked doors frowned down at him as they had done in the dreams, the visions. Only now he was played in the world of real things where the game was played for keeps. He turned to the right and came to a halt, his heart thudding heavily in his chest. His heart was blowing around his ankles from the registers. Of course, this must have been Daddy's data heat, the West Wing, and you remember what your father forgot, was it? He almost knew. Something that might save him and Mommy, but Tony had said he would have to say it to himself. What was it? He sank down against the wall, trying desperately to think. It was so hard. The hotel kept trying to get in his head. The image that was so dark, slump form from swinging the mallet from side to side, gouging the wallpaper, sending out puffs of plaster dust. Help me, he muttered. Tony, help me. And suddenly he became aware that the hotel had grown deathly silent. The whining sound of a motor had stopped, must not have been real, and the sounds of the party had stopped, and there was only the wind howling and whooping endlessly. The elevator whirred into sudden life. It was coming up, and Danny knew what was in it. He bolted to his feet. Eyes stared wildly. Panic clutched around his heart. Why had Tony sent him to the 3rd floor? He was trapped up here. All the doors were locked. The attic. There was an attic he knew, and he had come up here with Daddy in the day. He had salted the rat traps around up there. He hadn't allowed Danny to come up with him because of the rats. He was afraid Danny might be buttoned, but the trapdoor which led to the attic was set into the ceiling of the last short corridor to this wing. There was a pole leaning against the wall. Daddy had pushed the trapdoor open with the pole. There had been a ratcheting whir of counterweights as the door went up and a ladder had swung down if he could get up there and pull the ladder after him. Somewhere in the maze of corridors behind him, the elevator came to a stop. There was a metallic rattling crash as the gate was thrown back, and then a voice called out, not his head, but now but terribly real, called out, Danny, Danny, come here a minute, will you? You've done something wrong, and I want you to come and take your medicine like a man, Danny. Danny, obedience was so strongly ingrained in him that he actually took 2 automatic steps toward the sound of that voice before stopping. His hands curled into fists at his sides. Not real, false face, I know what you are. Take off your mask. Danny, it roared. Come here, you pup. Come here and take it like a man. A loud, hollow boom as the mallet struck the wall. And when the voice roared out his name again, it had changed location. It had come closer in the world of real things. The hunt was beginning. Danny ran, feet silent on the heavy carpet. He ran past the closed doors, past the silk-figured wallpaper, past the fire extinguisher bolted to the corner of the wall. He hesitated and then plunged down the final corridor. Nothing at the end but a bolted door and nowhere left to run. But the pole was still there, still leaning against the wall where Daddy had left it. Danny snatched it up. He craned his neck to stare at the trapdoor. There was a hook on the end of the pole, and you had to catch it on the ring set into the trapdoor. You had to. There was a brand new Yale padlock dangling from the trapdoor. The lockjack Torrance had clipped around the hasp after laying the traps, just in case his son should take the notion in his hand to go exploring up there someday. Lock terror swept him. Behind it was coming, blundering, staggering past the presidential suite, the mallet whistling viciously through the air. Danny backed up against the last closed door and waited for it. Chapter 55, that which was forgotten. When he came, at a little at a time, the greatness straining away, pain replacing it, her back, her leg, her side. She didn't think she would be able to move, even her fingers hurt, which she didn't know why. Her razor blade, that's why the blonde hair, now dank and mad, it hung in her eyes. She brushed it away, and her ribs stabbed inside, making her groan. Now she saw with a field of blue and white mattress spotted with blood. Her blood, or maybe Jack's, either way, it was still fresh. She hadn't been out long, and that was important. Because why? Because it was insectile buzzing sound of the motor that she remembered first. For a moment she fixed stupidly on the memory, then a single vertigilousness and nauseating swoop. Her mind seemed to pan back, showing her everything at once. Halloran, it must have been Halloran. Why else would have Jack left so suddenly without finishing her? Because he was no longer at leisure, he had to find Danny quickly and then do it before Halloran could put a stop to it, or had it happened already? She could hear the whine of the elevator rising up the shaft. No, God, please, no. The blood so fresh up there, don't let it already happen already. Somehow she was able to find her feet and staggered through the bedroom and across the ruins of the living room to the shattered front door. She pushed it open and made it out into the hall. Danny, she cried, wincing at the pain in her chest. Miss Allen, is anybody there? Anybody? The elevator had been running already again, and now it came to a stop. She heard the metallic crash of the gate being thrown back, and then thought she heard a speaking voice. It must have been her imagination. The wind was too loud to really be able to tell. Leaning against the wall, she made her way up the corner of the short hallway. She was about to turn the corner when the scream froze her, floating down the stairwell. In the elevator shaft, Danny, come here, you pup. Come and take your medicine like a man. Jack on the 2nd or 3rd floor looking for Danny. She got around the corner, stumbled, almost fell. Her breath caught in her throat. Someone huddled against the wall about a quarter of the way down from the stairwell. She began to hurry faster, wincing every time her weight came down on her leg. It was a man she saw, and she grew close. She understood the meaning of that buzzing motor. It was Mr. Halloran. She had come after all. It eased her legs beside him, offering up an incoherent prayer that he was not dead. His nose was bleeding, and a terrible gut of blood had spilled out of his mouth. The side of his face was puff purple, bruised, but he was breathing. Thank God for that. It was coming in a long, harsh draws that shook the whole frame. Looking at him More closely, Wendy's eyes widened. One arm of the parka he was wearing was blackened and singed. One side of it had been rope open. There was blood on his hair and a shallow but ugly scratch down the back of his neck. My God, what's happened to him? Danny, the hoarse, petulant voice roared from above them. Get out of here, gosh darn it. There was no time to wonder about it. Now she began to shake him, her face twisting. At the flare of agony in her ribs, her side felt hot and massive and swollen. What if they're poking my lung whenever I move? There was no help for that. Either if Jack found Danny, he would kill him and beat him to death with that mallet she tried to do to her. So she shook to Halloran and began to slap the unbruised side of his face. Lightly, wake up, she said. Mr. Halloran, you've got to wake up. Please, please, from the overhead. The restless booming sounds of the mallet as Jack Torrance looked for his son. Danny stood with his back against the door, looking at the right angle where the hallways joined. The steady, irregular, booming sound of the mallet against the walls grew louder. The thing that was after him was screamed and howled and cursed. Dream was a reality, had joined together without a seam. It came to around the corner and away. What Danny felt was relief. It was not his father. The mask, a joke of his body had been ripped and shredded to make it a bad joke. It was not his daddy, not the Saturday night shock show horror with its rolling eyes and hunched with hulking shoulders and blood-drenched shirt. It was not his daddy. Now, by God, it breathed, wipe his lips with a shaking hand. Now you'll find out who's the boss around here. You'll see it's not you they want, it's me. It slashed out with scared hammer. Its double head was now shapeless and splintered with countless impacts. It struck the wall, cutting a circle in the silk paper. Plaster dust puffed out. It began to grin. Let's see you pull any of your fancy tricks now. It muttered, I wasn't born yesterday, didn't just fall off the hay truck. By God, I'm gonna do my fatherly duty by you, boy. Danny said, you're not my daddy. It stopped for a moment. It actually looked uncertain, as if not sure who or what it was. Then it began to walk away. The hammer whistled out, struck a door panel, and made it boom hollowly. You're a liar, it said. Who else would I be? I have the 2 birthmarks. I have the cup navel, even the pecker, my boy. Ask your mother. You're a mask, Danny said, just a false face. The only reason the hotel needs you is to use you, is that you aren't as dead as the others. But when it's done with you, you won't be anything at all. You don't scare me, I'll scare you. It howled. The mallet whistled fiercely down, smashing into the rug between Danny's feet. Danny didn't flinch. You lied about me. You convinced her. You convied her. You plotted against me, and you cheated. You copied that final exam. The eyes glared out at him. From beneath the furrowed brows, there was an expression of lunatic cunning in them. I'll find it too. It's down in the basement somewhere. I'll find it. They promised me I could look all at what I want. It raised the mallet again. Yes, they promised. Danny said, but they lied. The mallet hesitated at the top of its swing. Halloran had begun to come around, but Wendy had stopped patting his cheeks a moment ago. The words, you cheated, you copied, that final exam had floated down through the elevator shaft, dim, barely audible over the wind from somewhere deep in the west wing. She was nearly convinced they were the 3rd floor and that Jack, whatever had taken possession of Jack, had found Danny. There was nothing she or Halloran could do now, or Doc, she murmured. Tears blurred her eyes. Son of a bruh, broke my jaw. Halloran muttered. Thickly in my head, he worked to sit up. His right eye was purpling rapidly and swelling shut. Still, he saw Wendy. Mrs. Torrance, she said, where's the boy? Mrs. Torrance, on the 3rd floor, she said, with his father. They lied, Danny said again. Something had gone through his mind, flashing like a meteor, too quick, too bright to catch and hold. Only the tail of the thought remained. It sounded in the basement somewhere. You remember what you forgot. You shouldn't speak that way to your father. It said hoarsely. The mallet trembled, came down. You only make things worse for yourself. Your punishment worse. It staggered drunkenly and stared at him with maudlin self-pity. That began to turn too late. The mallet began to rise again. You're my daddy. Danny told it again. There's a little bit of my daddy left inside you. He knows they lie here. Everything is a lie and a cheat, like the loaded dice my daddy got for a Christmas stocking last Christmas, like the presents they put in the store windows. And my daddy says there's nothing in them, no presents. They're just empty boxes just for show. My daddy says you're it, my daddy. You're the hotel, and when you get what you want, you won't give my daddy anything because you're selfish. And my daddy knows that you had to make him drink the bad stuff. That's the only way you could get him, you flying false-faced liar, liar. The words came in a thick streak. The mallet wavered wildly in the air. Go on and hit me, but you'll never get what you want from me. The face in front of him changed. It was hard to say how. There was no melting or merging of the features. The body trembled slightly, and then the bloody hands opened like broken claws. The mallet fell from them and slumped to the rug, that was all. But suddenly his daddy was there, looking at him in mortal agony and the sorrow so great that Danny's heart flamed with his chest. The mouth drew Chloe down in a quivering bow. Doc, Jack Torrance said, run away quick and remember how much I love you. No, Danny said. Oh, Danny, for God's sake, no, Danny said. He took his fun of his father's bloody hands and kissed it. It's almost over. Halloran got to his feet, and by propping his back against the wall and pushing himself up, he and Wendy stared at each other like nightmare survivors from a bombed hospital. We got up to get up there. He said, we have to help them. Her honest eyes stared at him from his chalk white, pale face. It's too late, Wendy said. Now he can only help himself. A minute passed, 2, 3, and they heard it above them, screaming not in anger or triumph, but in moral terror. Dear God, Harlan whispered, what's happening? I don't know. She said, has it killed him? I don't know. The elevator crashed into life and began to descend with the screaming, raving thing. Penned up inside, Danny stood without moving. There was no place he could run. Where the overlook was not, he recognized it suddenly, fully, painlessly. For the first time in his life, he had an adult thought, an adult feeling. The essence of his experience in this bad place is sorrow, distillation. Mommy and Daddy can't help me, and I'm alone, go away, he said into the bloody stranger of the thing. Go on, get out of here. Bent, exposing the knife handle in his back, its hands close around the mallet again, but instead of aiming at Danny, it reversed the handle, aiming the hard side of the rogue mallet at its own face. Understanding rushed through Danny, then the mallet began to rise and descend, destroying the last of Jack Torrance's image. The thing in the hall danced an eerie, shuffling polka. The beat counterpointed by the hideous sound of the mallet head striking again, and again blood splattered across the wallpaper. Shards of bone leaped into the air like broken piano keys. It was impossible to say just how long it went on, but when it turned its attention back to Danny, his father was gone forever. What remained of the face became a strange, shifting composite. Many faces mixed imperfectly into one. Danny saw the room, the woman in 217, the dog man, the hungry boy thing that had been in the concrete ring, the mask off. Then it whispered, no more interruptions. The mallet rose for the final time. A ticking sound filled Danny's ears. Anything else to say? It inquired, are you sure you wouldn't like to run a game of tag? Perhaps all we have is time, you know, an eternity of time, or shall we end it? Might as well, after all, we're missing the party. It grinned with one broken tooth greed, and it came to him what his father had forgotten. Sudden triumph followed its face. The thing saw it and hesitated, puzzled. The boiler, Danny screamed, it hasn't been dumped since this morning. It's going up. It's going to explode. An expression of grotesque terror and dawning realization swept across the broken features of the thing in front of him. The mallet dropped from its fisted hands and bounced harmlessly on the black and blue rug. The boiler cried, oh no, this can't be allowed, certainly not, no, you gosh darn little pup, certainly not, oh, it is. Danny cried back at it fiercely. It began to shuffle and shake its fist at the rude thing before him. Any minute now, I know it, the boiler, Daddy, you forgot the boiler, and you forgot it too, no, oh no, it mustn't be, you can't, you dirty little boy, I'll make you take your medicine. I'll make you take every drop, oh no, it suddenly turned tail and began to shamble away. For a moment its shadow bobbed on the wall, waxing and waning, it trailed cries behind him itself, like a worn-out party streamer's. Moment later, the elevator crashed into life. Suddenly, the shining was on him. Mommy, Mr. Allen, Dick, to my friends, together, alive, they're alive, they got to get out, it's going to blow, Sky high like a fierce and glaring sunrise, he ran, 1 foot behind the bloody, misshapen rogue mallet aside. He didn't notice crying, he ran for the stairs, he had to get out. Chapter 56. The explosion, Halloran could have been never be sure. Progression of things after that, he remembered that the elevator had gone down and past them without stopping, and something had been inside, but he made no attempt to try and see it in through the small, diamond-shaped windows, because what was in there did not sound human. A moment later, there were running footsteps on the stairs. Wendy Torrance at first shrank back and sighed against him, and then began to stumble down the main corridor of the stairs as fast as she could. Danny, oh thank God, she swept him into a hug, groaning with joy, as well as her pain. Danny looked at him from his mother's arms, and Halloran saw how the boy had changed. His face was pale and pinched, his eyes dark and fathomless. She looked as if he lost weight. Looking at the two of them together, Halloran thought it would be the mother who looked younger. In spite of the terrible beating she had taken, Dick, we have to go run the place. It's going to. Picture the overlook, flames leaping out of its roof, bricks raining down the snow, clang of fireballs. Not that any tri-fire truck would be able to much out of before the end of March. Most of what came through in Danny's thoughts was a sense of emergency, me feeling that it was going to happen at any time. All right, Halloran said. He began to move toward the two of them. At first, like swimming through deep water. His sense of balance was screwed, and the eye on the right side of his face didn't want to focus. His jaw was sending giant throbbing bursts. The pain up to his temple and down his neck, his cheek felt as large as a cabbage, but the boy's urgency had got him going. It got a little easier, all right. Wendy asked. She looked from Halloran to her son. Back to Halloran. What do you mean, all right? We have to go, Halloran said. I'm not dressed. My clothes. Danny darted out of her arms, then raced down the corridor. She looked after him as he vanished around the corner, back at Halloran. What if he comes back, your husband? He's not Jack, she muttered. And Jack said, this place killed him, this dang place. She struck at the wall with her fist and cried out the pain of her fingers. It's the boiler, isn't it? Yes, ma'am. Danny says it's gonna explode. Good, the word was uttered. With that finality, I don't know if I can get down the stairs again. My ribs, he broke my ribs. And something in my back, it hurts. You'll make it. Halloran said, we'll all make it. He suddenly remembered the hedge animals and wondered what they would do, the guarding the way out. Then Danny was coming back. He had Wendy's boots and gloves and go gloves. He also had his own coat and gloves. Danny, she said, your boots, it's too late, he said. His eyes stared at them with a desperate kind of madness. He looked at Dick, and suddenly Halloran's mind was fixed with an image of a clock under a glass dome, the clock in the ballroom that had been donated by a Swiss diplomat in 1949. The hands of the clock were standing out a minute to midnight. Oh my God, Halloran said, oh my dear God. He clapped an arm around Wendy and picked her up. He clapped the other arm around Danny, went to the stairs. Wendy shrieked in pain as she squeezed his bad ribs as something in her background together, but Halloran did not slow. He plunged down the stairs with them in his arms, one eye wide and desperate, the other puffed shut. His slit. He looked down like a one-eyed pirate abducting hostages. Be ransomed later. Suddenly, the shine was on him, and he understood what Danny had meant when he said it was too late. He could feel the explosion getting ready to rumble up from the basement to tear guts out of this horrid place. He ran faster, bolting headlong across the lobby toward the double doors. It hurried across the basement and into the feeble yellow glow of the furnace room's only light. It was slobbering with fear. It had been so close to having the boy and the boy's remarkable power. It could not lose now. It must not happen. It would dump the boiler and then chastise the boy harshly. It mustn't happen, it cried. Oh, it mustn't happen. It stumbled across the floor to the boiler, which glowed a dull red halfway up the rubber tubular body. It was huffing and rattling and hissing off the plumes of steam in 100 directions like a monster calliope. The pressure needle stood at the far end of the dial. No, it won't be allowed, the manager slash caretaker cried. It laid Jack Torrance's hands on the valve, unminding the burning smell which arose from the searing of the flesh as the red-hot wheel sank in as if to mind rut. The wheel gave, and the triumphant scream, the thing spun its wide open, a roar of escaping steam bellowed out of the boiler, a dozen dragons hissing in concert. But the steam obscured the pressure needle entirely. The needle had visibly began to swung back. I win, it cried. It is scampered obscenely in a hot rising mist, waving its flaming hands over its head. Not too late, I win. Not too late, not too late, not. Words turned into a shriek of triumph, and the shriek was swallowed in a shattering roar as the Overlook's boiler exploded. Halloran burst out of the double doors and carried the two of them through the trench in the big snowdrift on the porch. He saw the hedge animals clearly, more clearly than before, and even as he realized his worst fears were true, that they were between the porch and the snowmobile the hotel exploded, it seemed to him that it happened all at once. Although later that he couldn't have been the way it happened, there was a flat explosion, a sound that seemed to exist on one low, all-pervasive note, and then suddenly there was a blast of warm air, as their backs that seemed to push gently at them, they were thrown from the porch from the breath, the three of them, and a confused thought, this is what Superman must feel like, a slip through Halloran's mind as he flew through the air as he lost his hold on them, and then he struck the snow in a soft billow. It was down his shirt and up his nose, and was dimly aware it felt good on his hurt cheek. Then he struggled the top of it for a moment, not thinking about the hedge animals or Wendy Torrance or even the boy. He rolled over his back so he could watch it die. The Overlook's window shattered in the ballroom. The dome of the mantel place clock cracked, split into two pieces, and fell to the floor. The clock stopped ticking. Cogs and gears and balanced wheel, it became motionless. There was a whispered sighing noise and a great billow of dust in 217. The bathtub suddenly split into two, letting out a small flood of greenish, noxious-smelling water. In the presidential suite, the wallpaper suddenly burst into flames. The Batwing doors of the Colorado Lounge suddenly snapped their hinges and fell to the dining room floor. Beyond the basement arch, the great piles and stacks of old papers caught fire and went up. With the blowtorch hiss, boiling water rolled over the flames, but did not quench them. Like burning autumn leaves below a wasp's nest, they whirred and blackened. The furnace exploded. shattering like the basement's roof beams, sending them crashing down like the bones of a dinosaur. The gas jet, which had fled the furnace, unstoppered now, rose up in a bellowing pylon of flame through the riven floor of the lobby. The carpeting on the stair risers caught racing up to the first floor level as if to tell dreadfully good news. A fusillade of explosions ripped the place. The chandelier in the dining room, a 200-pound crystal bomb fell with a splintering crash, knocking tables every which way. Flame belched out of the overlook's 5 chimneys at the breaking clouds. No, it mustn't, it crashed, shrieked out now. The voiceless end was only screaming panic and doom as the damnation on its own carved, resolving through losing thought and will, the webbing falling apart. Searching, not finding, not going out to fleeing, going out, its emptiness, notness, crumbling. The party was over. Chapter 57, exit. The roar shook the whole facade of the hotel. Glass belched out on the snow and twinkled here like that. Jagged diamonds, the hedgehog, which had been approaching Danny and his mother, recoiled away from it, its green and shadow, marbled ears flattening. Its tail coming down between its leg and its haunches, flattened, ejected in its head. Halloran heard it whine fearfully. It mixed with the sound of fearful, confused yowling of the big cats. He struggled to his feet to go to the other two and help them. As it did, he saw something more nightmarish than the rest of them. The hedge rabbit, still coated with snow, it was battering itself crazily at the chain link fence at the far end of the playground, and the steel mesh was jingling with a kind of nightmarish music like a spectral zither. Even from here, he could hear the sounds of the closed net, twigs and branches, which made up its body, cracking and crunching like breaking bones. Dick, Danny cried out. He was trying to support his mother would help her. Over to the snowmobile, the clothes he had carried out for the two of them were scattered between where they had fallen and where they now stood. Halloran was suddenly aware that the woman was in her night clothes. Danny, jacketless, was no more than 10 above zero. My God, she's in her bare feet. He struggled back through the snow, picking her a coat, her boots, and Danny's gloves. Then he ran back to them, plummeting hip deep in the snow. At the time, he had to flounder his way out when he was horribly pale. The side of her neck coiled in blood that was now freezing. I can't, she muttered. She was no more than semi-conscious. No, I can't. Sorry. Danny looked up at Halloran pleadingly. Gotta be okay, Halloran said, and gripped her again. Come on, the three of them made it to where the snowmobile had slewed around and stalled out. The Halloran sat at the woman down in the passenger seat and put her coat on. He lifted her feet up. They were cold but not frozen yet, and rubbed them briskly with Danny's jacket before putting on her boots when his face was a black as her pale, her eyes half lit and dazed as she began to shiver. Halloran thought there was a good sign behind them. A series of 3 explosions rocked the hotel. Orange flashes lit the snow. Danny put his mouth close to Halloran's ear and screamed something. What I said. Do you need that? The boy was pointing at the red gas can that lead an angle in the snow. I guess we do. He picked it up and sloshed it. Still gas in there. He couldn't tell how much. He attached the can back to the back of the snowmobile, fumbling the job several times before getting it right because his fingers were going numb. For the first time, he began to feel aware that he had lost Howard Cottrell's mittens. I get out of this. I gotta have my sister knit you a dozen pair. How we get on? Halloran shouted at the boy. Danny shrank back. We'll freeze. We have to go around the equipment shed. There's stuff in there. Blankets, get stuff like that. Get on behind your mother. Danny got on, and Halloran twisted his head so he could shout out into Wendy's face. Mrs. Torrance, hold on to me. Understand? Hold on. She put her arms around him and rested her cheek against his back. Halloran stated that snowmobile and turned the throttle delicately so they would start out with a jerk. The woman who had the weakest sort of grip of them then shoved it backwards away, would tumble throughout the boy off, and they began to move. He brought the snowmobile around in a circle, and then they were traveling west parallel to the hotel. Halloran cut in a more circle around behind it to the equipment shed. They had a momentarily clear view of the hotel's lobby, the gas flame coming up through the shattered floor like a giant birthday cake, fiercely yellow at its heart and blue around its flickering edges. In that moment, it seemed only to be lighting, not destroyed. They could see the registration desk with its silver bell, the credit card decals, old-fashioned scrolled cash register, the small thing figured throw rugs, the high back chairs, the horsehair hastocks. Danny could see the small sofa by the fireplace where the 3 nuns had sat on the day they had come up closing day, but this was the real closing day. Then the drift on the porch blotted the view out. A moment later, they were skirting on the west side of the hotel. It was still light enough to see without the snowmobile's headlight. Both upper stories were flaming now, and the pennants of the flame shot out the windows. The gleaming white paint had begun to blacken and peel the shutters which had covered the presidential suites. Picture window jack shutters had carefully fastened as per instructions in October now hung thin flaming bands, exposing the wide shattered darkness behind them like a toothless mouth yawning in a final silent death rattle. Wendy had pressed her face against Halloran's back to cut out the wind, and Danny had likewise pressed his face against his mother's back, so it was only Halloran saw the final thing as he never spoke of it. From the window of the president of the Sweeties thought he saw a huge dark shape issue blotting out the snowfield behind it. For a moment it assumed the shape of a huge obscene manta, and then the wind seemed to catch it, to tear it and shred it. Like old paper, fragmented, was caught in a whirly eddy smoke, and a moment later it was gone as if it had never been, but in those few seconds it whirled blackly, dancing like a negative mote of light. He remembered something from his childhood 50 years ago or more. His brother had come upon a huge nest of ground wasps north of their farm and had been tucked into the hollow between the earth and an old lighting blasted tree. His brother had a big old N-word chaser in the back of his hat, saved all the way from the 4th of July. He had lighted and tossed it in the nest. It exploded with a loud bang and an angry rising hum, almost a low shriek. It had risen from the blasted nest. They had run away as the demons had been at their heels. In a way, Halloran supposed that demons had been looking back over his shoulder, and he was now on the way. On that day, it seen a large cloud of hornets rising in the hot air, swirling together, breaking apart, looking for whatever enemy had done this to their home, so that they, the single group, intelligence could sting it to death. So the thing in the sky was gone. It might only been smoke or a gate flapping swatch of wallpaper after all, but the overlook of flaming fire in the roar of the note. There was a key to the equipment shed's padlock on the key ring, but Halloran saw there would be no need to use it. The door was ajar, the padlock hanging open on the hasp. "I can't go in there," Danny whispered. "That's okay, you stay here with your mom." There used to be a pile of old horse blankets, probably all moth-eaten by now, but better than freezing to death. "Mrs. Torrance, you still want us?" "I don't know," the wan voice answered. "I think so." "Good, I'll be just a second. Come back as quick as you can," Danny whispered. "Please." Halloran nodded. He had trained the headlamp on the door, and now he floundered through the snow, casting a long shadow in front of himself. He pushed the equipment shed door open and stepped in. The horse blankets were still in the corner by the rogue set. He picked up 4 of them. They smelled musty and old, but the will certainly had having a free lunch. And then he paused. One of the rogue mallets was gone. "Was that what was hit me with?" Well, it didn't matter what he'd been hit with. Did it so his fingers went to the side of his face and began to explore the huge lump. There's $600 worth of dental work undone in a single blow, and maybe after, oh, he didn't hit me with one of those. Maybe one got lost or stolen, or took for a souvenir. After all, it didn't really matter. No one was going to be playing Rogue for your next summer, or any summer in the foreseeable future. No, it didn't really matter, except that he was looking at the racketed mallets with the single missing member. That kind of fascination he found himself thinking the hard wooden whack of the mallet head striking the rounded wooden ball. A nice summery sound watching it skitter across the bone, blood, gravel. It conjured up images of bone, blood, iced tea, porch swing, ladies in white straw hats, the hum of mosquitoes, and bad little boys who don't play by the rules. All that nice stuff. Sure, nice game, out of style now, but nice Dick. The voice was thin, frantic, and he thought rather unpleasant. "All right, you all right, Dick? Come out now, please. Come on out now." N-word, massa, you calling y'all? His hand closed tightly around one of the mallet handles, liking its feel. "Spare the road, spoil the child." His eyes went blank in the flickering fire shot darkness. Really, it would be them doing both a favor. She was messed up in pain on most of it. All of it was that dang boy's fault. Sure, he had left his own daddy in there to burn. What you thought of it was dang close to murder. Patricide was what they call it, pretty gosh darn low. Mr. Allen, his voice was low, weak, querulous. He didn't much like the sound of it. Dick, the boy was sobbing now in terror. Halloran drew the mallet from the rack and turned toward the flood of white light from the snowmobile's headlamp. He fleet scratched unevenly over the boards of the equipment shed like the feet of a clockwork toy that has been wound up in a set in motion. Suddenly he stopped, looking wonderingly at the mallet in his hands, and asked himself with the rising horror if it had been he was doing dirt murder. Had he been thinking of murder? For a moment his entire mind seemed filled with an angry, weakening, hectoring voice. Do it, you weak, need no balls, N-word, kill them both." Then he flung the mallet between behind him and whispered terrified cry. It was clattered into the corner where the horse blankets had been. One of the two heads pointed towards him. In an unspeakable invitation, he fled. Danny was sitting on the snowmobile seat, and Wendy was holding him weakly. His face was shiny in tears, and his shaking, as if with a ague. Between clicking teeth, he said, "Where were you? Were you scared? We were scared if it's a good place to be scared of," Halloran said slowly. "Even if that place burns flat to the foundation, you'll never get me. Within 100 miles of here again, Mrs. Torrance, wrap these around you. I'll help you too. Danny, get yourself looking like an Arab." He shroiled down 2 blankets around Wendy, fashioning one of them into a hood to cover his head. He helped Danny ties so they wouldn't fall off. "Now hold on for dear life," he said. "We got a long way to go, but the worst of it behind us now." He circled the equipment shed and then pointed the snowmobile back along their trail. The overlook was a torch now, flaming at the sky. Great holes had been eaten into the sides, and there was a red hell inside, waxing and waning. Snow melt ran down the charred gutters in steaming waterfalls. They purred down the front lawns, their way well it lit. The snow gnomes glowed scarlet. "Look," Danny shouted. Halloran slowed for the front gate. He was pointed toward the playground. The head creatures were all in the original positions, but they were denuded, black and seared. Their dead branches were stark, interlacing network as the fire glowed. Their small leaves scattered around like the feet of fallen petals. "They're dead," Danny screamed in hysterical triumph. "Dead, they're dead," Wendy said. "All right, honey, it's all right." "Hey, Doc," Halloran said. "Let's get to someplace warm. You ready?" "Yes," Danny whispered. "I've been ready for so long." Halloran edged through the gap between gate and post. A moment later, they were on the road, pointed back towards SiIvaGunner. Then the sound of the snowmobile's engine dwindled until it was lost in the ceaseless roar of wind. It rattled through the denuded branches of the hedge animals with a low, beating, desolate sound. The fire waxed and waned. Sometime after the sound of the snowmobile's engine had disappeared, the overlook's roof caved in, and the west wing, then the east, and seconds later, the central roof. A huge spiraling gout of sparks and flaming debris rushed from into the howling winter night. A bundle of flaming shingles and a wad of hot flashing were wafted in through the open equipment shed by the door wind. After a while, the shed began to burn too. They were still 20 miles from SiIvaGunner when Halloran stopped to pour the rest of the gas into the snowmobile's tank. He was getting really worried about Wendy Torrance, who seemed to be drifting away from them. It was still so far to go. "Dick," Danny cried. He was standing up on the seat, pointing. "Dick, look there." The snow had stopped, and a silver dollar moon had peeked up through the rafting clouds far down the road, but coming upward through a series of S-shaped switchbacks was a peery chain of lights. The wind dropped for a moment, and Halloran heard the faraway buzzing snarl of the snowmobile engines. Halloran and Danny said, and Wendy reached them 15 minutes later. They had brought extra clothes and brandy for Dr. Edmonds, and the darkness was over. Chapter 58, Epilogue/Summer. And after he had finished checking over the salads his understudy had made and peeked in on one of the home-baked beans they were using as appetizers this week, Halloran untied his apron, hung it on the hook, and slipped out the back door. He had maybe 45 minutes before he had to crank up for dinner, and the earnest to the name of this place was the Red Arrow Lodge, and it was buried in the western Maine mountains, 30 miles from the town of Rangeley. It was a good tipped well, and so far there hadn't been a single meal sent back. Not bad at all, considering the season was nearly half over. He threaded his way between the outdoor bar and the swimming pool, though why would anyone want to use the pool when the lake, so handy you could never know, crossed the green sward, where a party of 4 was playing croquet and laughing the rest of a mile ridge. Pines took over here, then the wind soughed pleasantly, and them crying the aroma of fir and sweet resin. On the other side, a number of cabins with views of the lake were placed discreetly among the trees. The last one was the nicest, and Halloran had reserved it for a party of 2 back in April when they had gotten his gig. The woman was sitting in the porch rocking chair, a book in her hands. Halloran struck again by the change in her. A part of it was the stiff, almost formal way she sat in spite of her informal That was the back brace. Of course, she'd had internal injury, shattered vertebra, as well as 3 broken ribs and some internal injuries. The back was slowest healing, and she was still in a brace since the formal posture, but the way it changed was almost more than. She looked older, and some of the laughter had gone out of her face. Now, as she sat reading her book, Halloran saw a grave sort of beauty there that had missing. The other day, he had first met her some 9 months ago. She had been mostly girl, now she was woman, a human being who had been dragged around the dark side of the moon and came back able to put the pieces back together. But those pieces, Halloran thought they never fit just the same way again. Never in this world. She heard his step. Looking up, closing her book dick high, she started to rise. And a little grimace of pain crossed her face. "No, I don't get up," he said. "I don't stand on no Marie, unless it's wet and tail and tie." She smiled as she came up the steps and sat down next to her on the porch. "How's it going?" "Pretty fair," he admitted. "You tried the shrimp Creole tonight. You're gonna like it." "That's a deal. Where's Danny?" "Right down there." She pointed at Halloran and saw a small figure sitting at the end of the dock. He was wearing jeans rolled up to the knee and a red striped shirt. Her father out. The calm water bobber floated every now and then. Danny would reel in, examine the sinker, and hook it below, and then toss it out again. "He's getting brown." Halloran said, "Yes, very brown." She looked at him fondly. He took a cigarette, tapped it, and lit it. The smoke wafted her way. "Lazy in the sunny afternoon. What are those dreams he's been having lately?" "Better," Wendy said. "Only one this week. It used to be every night, sometimes 2 or 3 times. The explosions, the hedges, and most of all. You know, yeah, he's going to be okay, Wendy." He looked at him. "Well, yeah, I wonder, Halloran nodded. "You and him, we all coming back different, maybe, but okay. You ain't what you were, you two, but it's bad." They were silent for a while. Wendy moving the rocking chair back and forth. Halloran with his feet pushed on the porch rail, smoking. A little breeze came up, pushing its secret way through the pines, but barely ruffling Wendy's hair. She had cut it short. "I've decided to take Mr. Shockley up on his offer," she said. Halloran nodded. "It sounded like a good job. Something you could get interested in. When do you start?" "Right after Labor Day, when Danny and I leave here. We'll be going on to Maryland to look for a place." It was really a Chamber of Commerce brochure that convinced me, you know, it was like a nice town to raise a kid in, and I'd like to work. And again, before we dig too deeply into the insurance money Jack left, there's still over $40,000, enough to send Danny to college with enough left over to get him a start if he's invested right. Halloran nodded. "Your mom?" She looked at him and smiled wanly. "I think Maryland is far enough. You won't forget old friends, will you?" Danny wouldn't let me go on down and see him. "He's been waiting all day." "Well, so have I." He stood up and hitched those Cook's whites at the hips. "The two of you are going to be okay," he repeated. "Can you feel it?" He looked up at him, and this time her smile was warmer. "Yes," she said. I took his hand and kissed it. "Sometimes I think I can." "The shrimp Creole," he said, moving to the steps. "Don't forget." "I won't." He walked down the sloping granite pile that led to the dock and then out along the weather-beaten boards to the end where Danny sat with his feet in the clear water beyond the lake, widened out, mirroring the pines along its verge. The terrain was mountainous around here, but the mountains were old, rounded, and humbled by time. Halloran liked them just fine. "Catching music," Halloran said, sitting down next to him. He took off one shoe, then the other, with a sigh. He let his hot feet down into the cool water. "No, but I had a nibble a little while ago. We'll take out a boat tomorrow morning. Gotta get out in the middle if you want to catch and eatin' fish. My boy, out one. Yours, where the big ones lay." "How big?" Halloran shrugged. "Oh, sharks, marlin, whales, that sort of thing." "There aren't any whales, no blue whales, no, but..." "The ones here run no more than 80 feet. Pink whales, how could they get out here from the ocean?" Halloran put a hand on the boy's reddish gold hair and rumpled it. "They swim upstream, my boy, that's how." Really?" They were silent for a time, looking out over the stillness of the lake. Halloran was thinking when he looked back at Danny. He saw that his eyes had filled with tears. Putting an arm around him, he said, "What's this?" "Nothing," what Danny whispered. "You're missing your dad, aren't you?" Danny nodded. "You know," one of the tears spilled from the cheek of his corner round eye and trickled slowly down his cheek. "We can't have any secrets," Halloran agreed. "That's just how it is looking at this pole." Danny said, "Sometimes I wish it had been me. It's my fault, all my fault." Halloran said, "You don't know. Talk about it around your mom. Do you know she wants to forget it ever happened? So do I. But you can't. No. Do you need to cry?" The boy tried to answer, but the words were swallowed in a sob. He leaned his head against Halloran's shoulder and wept. The tears now flooding down his face, Halloran held him again and said nothing. The boy would have to shed his tears again and again. He knew, and it was Danny's luck, that he was still young enough to be able to do that. The tears that heal were also the tears that scalded and scourged, and when he had quieted a little, Halloran said, "You're gonna get over this. You don't think you are right now, but you will. You got the... I wish I didn't." Danny choked. His voice was thick with tears. "I wish I didn't have it, but you do," Halloran said quietly. "For better or worse, you didn't get no say, little boy. But the worst is over. You can use it to talk to me when things get rough, and if they get too rough, just call me and I'll come, even if I'm down in Maryland." Even there, they were quiet, watching Danny's bobber drift around 30 feet at the end of the dock. Then Danny said, almost too low to be heard, "You'll be my friend as long as you want me." The boy held him tight, and Halloran hugged him. "Danny, you listen to me. I'm gonna talk to you about this one time, and never again. There's some things the little 6-year-old boy should in the world should have to be told, but the things should be, and the way things are hardly ever to get together. The world's a hard place, Danny. It don't care. It don't hate you and me. It don't love us either. Terrible things happen in the world, and things no one can explain. Good people die in bad, painful ways and leave the folks that love them all alone. Sometimes it seems like there's only the bad people who stay healthy and prosper. The world don't love you, but your mama does, and so do I. You're a good boy, you grieve for your daddy, and when you feel you have to cry over what happened to him, you go into a closet or under your covers and cry until it's out of you again. That's what a good son has to do, but when he gets on you, that's your job in this hard world, to keep your love alive, and that you get on. No matter what, pull your act together and go on." "Alright," Danny whispered. "I'll come see you again next summer if you want, if you don't mind. Next summer, I'm going to be 7, and I'll be 62, and I'm gonna hug your brains out of your ears, but let's finish one summer before we get on to the next." "Okay," you looked at Halloran. "Dick, you won't die for a long time, will you?" "I'm sure not studying on it, are you?" "No, sir, you gotta bite, Sonny," pointed the red and white bobber had tucked under. It came up glistening, and then went under again. "Hey, Danny," gulped. Wendy had come down and now joined them, standing in the back of Danny. "What is it?" she said. "Pickerel." "No, ma'am," Halloran said. "I believe that's pink whale." The tip of the fishing rod bent. Danny pulled it back with a long rainbow-colored flash up in a single winking parabole, and then disappeared again. Danny reeled frantically, gulping. "Help me, Dick, I got him, help me." Halloran laughed. "You're doing fine by yourself, little man. I don't know if that's a pink whale or trout, but it'll do just fine." He put an arm around Danny's shoulders, and the boy reeled the fish in little by little. Wendy sat down on Danny's other side, and the three of them sat on the end of the dock in the afternoon sun.
Hey, gamers, it appears that while that story has finished, we still have some loose ends we need to tie up here. I managed to get away from Stephen King with epic karate skills, and when I say epic, I mean real epic. You should have been there to see it, but oh well. Just picture me looking real awesome and beating up Stephen King. Anyways, despite my epic karate skills, he's catching up to me quickly.
Come and take your medicine, not the oxy, boy. Don't you get the reference I just made?
Of course I do. I just finished reading this book to everybody watching.
Yeah, maybe the audience doesn't get the reference, but they definitely would have gotten the reference if you had used the clips from my very entertaining and perfectly lengthy miniseries directed by Mika Garrison starring Stephen Warburg.
Never!
Well, too bad, because I'm going to give you ear medicine.
Think, Nat, think. How can I stop Stephen King from continuing to reference that stupid miniseries?
You don't get to take notes with me as I watch the highlight of any nostalgia ween, the Stephen King miniseries. So, what are we waiting for? Let's dive into the Wish You Overlooked Hotel with The Shining.
I've got it!
Do you really think the critic can say you right? Is he gonna pick another review of one of my movies? You really are an idiot.
Yahoo! Wow, that actually worked. Thank you, critic.
I have to go now. My planet needs me.
Well, that's finally over.
Whew, it's getting unbearably hot in this hoodie.
Whew, that's better. Oh, what? You didn't expect me to be this sexy? Well, I'll have you know that... Huh? You expected me to be sexy? Well, either way, here I am. I still probably won't be showing my face as often as you might like, but this is how I look nonetheless. I've always put on a sort of channel update at the end of these Shining videos, so I guess that's what I'll do now. I don't really know what I'm gonna do next year though, or maybe I do, but I just don't want to say anything about it yet. I mean, there's always some sort of unfulfilled promise during these, so maybe it's best I don't say anything. I can say what I'd like to do though. That way, you don't feel bad when I don't do any of this. So let's start with the stuff I want to do in the near future. A video on Thanksgiving 3 is fairly likely. If so, it'll probably come out sometime soon, maybe, but probably not. Expect a script reading of Shrek 2 and Tune to Big Shot sometime soon. I know in the original Shrek video, I said I wouldn't do a script reading of Shrek 2 anytime soon, but I've made 29 script readings since that video, so I think now is the proper time. And, you know, with the timing of Chapter 2 and all, I think it's only fair. Also, expect more parodies, but perhaps not limited to just Roblox and Minecraft. I mean, I already experimented with Terraria, but, you know, other games too. I don't know. Also, expect part 2 of Brian the Friday Night Funkin' soundtrack sometime after week 7 source code drops. And if it never drops, then I guess this will have to be a long-term plan for whenever the full game comes out. Speaking of far future plans, I'd like to make another album. And I'd like to make a movie of my own. I'm getting a little tired of reading other people's scripts. I want people to read my scripts instead. That's about all I'm willing to say for now, but I hope you enjoyed the video. It took a lot of time and effort, but something's telling me that it's all gonna pay off in the end. So I guess this is the part of the video where it ends, so goodbye.
It's a me, a Mario.